Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3970. However, this attempt had some results, and Lu Yin could feel that the boat had absorbed a portion of time. It was fine as long as it was useful. Just now, when the Azure Heaven Palace touched the long river of time, it was almost impossible to stop time. But this long river of time must have absorbed too much time that was not integrated into it, so it could make the flowing light boat absorb time with a casual touch. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart again, and it immediately shrank when it touched the river of time. His body swayed, but he could still withstand it for a moment. The boat absorbed time again. He continued to try, his body swaying from time to time. The Great Master was confused. What was this guy doing? The Great Master pulled Qingxing and Dan Xiong onto the boat and endured the scouring of the river of time. Around them, the sea of insects was constantly being wiped away. The insects could not withstand the scouring of time, and the sea of insects kept expanding in an attempt to avoid the scouring of the river of time. The time of Avicii was also confused, unable to understand what Lu Yin was doing. The first time it had fought Lu Yin, it had been injured, and the karma and the ninth grid had been powerless. This had made it wary of Lu Yin, and it had become even more wary when it met the Great Master. After all, the Great Master was the ferryman of the river of time and had the ability to resist the time of Avicii. It had set the Great Master as its main target and neglected Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin had refreshed its understanding. Not only did he have a boat that could float in the river of time, but he was also constantly trying to counterattack. Yes, in the time of Avicii's eyes, Lu Yin was trying to counterattack. Otherwise, it would not have understood what Lu Yin was doing. Lu Yin stood on the boat and swayed from time to time as if he was drunk. He did not do anything else. It was impossible for him to remain motionless as the river of time washed over him, but it should not have swayed so much. Even Qingxing felt dizzy. They did not notice that the boat under Lu Yin's feet was slowly growing larger, and its depth in the river of time was also increasing. The time of Avicii did not know what to do. No matter what Lu Yin was doing, the 12th grid seemed to be suppressing them, but it would be difficult for it to retreat. Once the river of time disappeared, it would be surrounded. It would be even more difficult to kill Lu Yin or the Great Master. Any one of the four had the strength to fight it, and the Great Master and Lu Yin seemed a little strange. It could not retreat, but it was also difficult to advance. Originally, it thought that the humans could not hold back and could stretch the battle line, giving it an advantage. Now, it realized that there were only 4 humans who made a move, and they were here specifically to kill it. The Great Master and the others weren't much better off. In this river of time that was constantly being washed away, as long as one left the boat, regardless of whether it was their power or their bodies, they would be washed away by time. They would not be able to get close to the Avicii time. In other words, they could not do anything to the Avicii time, and the Avicii time could not do anything to them. Both of them froze just like that. Only when Seamless put away the river of time would they be able to attack each other. Qingxing pointed out with his finger, and a stream of qi flew towards Seamless time. However, it was useless. Not long after he sent it out, it disappeared. Dan Ho threw out pill techniques, but they were similarly useless. Some fell into the great river of time, unable to produce even the slightest ripple. Some simply disappeared before his eyes, completely gone. Time could kill everything. Even eternal matter was useless. Eternal matter could only strengthen an attack, but it could not withstand time. Only the universe was eternal. Don't waste your energy. This is its river of time. Even I can't do anything about it, the Great Master said. Qingxing asked solemnly, there's no way to get close? Time is too fast and the force of the erosion is too great. Dan Ho did not understand. How does it control the river of time? The Great Master gripped the oars tightly. No one can truly control the river of time, not even an eternal realm cultivator. The river of time belongs to the universe, and it just grasped a method to find it before us. It can pour it down at a specific angle in time, creating a force of time erosion. It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to do, as expected of a strange life form. What do we do now? Dan Ho asked. The Great Master shook her head. Wait for it to let go. As long as the erosion of time stops, we can attack. Otherwise, any attack will be useless. She then looked at Lu Yin and frowned. What was this guy doing? It won't let go. If I'm not wrong, the other 3 insect masters are here as well, Dan Ho said. Of course, the Great Master knew this. Before the battle had started, they had guessed that since the insectoid nest wanted to hide Luo Chan's ability, it would not have allowed the other 3 insect masters to immediately reinforce it. Otherwise, its ability would have been exposed. Even though they had previously split the sea of insects into 4, which was equivalent to exposing its ability, they had not known that they had already been targeted by Master Grass. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that they would actively expose Luo Chan's ability. However, things were different now. As long as they were delayed by the erosion of the River of Time, the other 3 insect masters would have time to reinforce it. Perhaps this would take a long time, but the time of Avicii's erosion of the River of Time would not be short either. Although the 12th segment of the River of Time seemed very powerful, it did not affect the time of Avicii at all. It was not as if the River of Time itself was being eroded. It was like a lever that moved the River of Time. It was very simple to maintain the momentum of the River of Time, and it was also easy to stop it. The greatest drawback of this technique was that it could not leave, and the area it covered was too small. If not for this drawback, it would have long since used this technique to bury everything. Now the Great Master and the others still had a way out, which was to leave the River of Time. She could do it by rowing a boat, but they could not approach the time of Avicii because they were going against the current. As long as they followed the current, they would be able to leave the River of Time. However, this would also mean that they would be far away from the time of Avicii. They could leave the time of Avicii at any time, which would mean that they had lost this battle. She had decided to kill the time of Avicii, and she could not accept escaping just like that. Qing Xing and Dan Ho did not want to leave either, but they had no other choice. The Great Master was also out of options, as the ferryman of the River of Time was not the master of the river. The ferryman was just a person who ferried people across the river. Countless ferrymen had died in the river, and the ferryman was no exception. Only Louis knew what exactly he had learned. Karma was no weaker than time, and he was the only one who could break out of this situation. All eyes fell on Louis once more. Louis was still swaying, but he did not do it on purpose. Every time the Jade Sky Palace was washed away by the River of Time, he could not control it and would not want to be swayed. This scene was a little provocative to the time of Avicii. It spoke for the first time. "Human, you're mocking me?" Louis raised a brow. "You can talk." In the distance, the Great Master wanted nothing more than to slap Louis to death with a paddle. How could such a life form not be able to communicate? It was just a matter of whether they were willing or not. Of course, Louis knew that the time of Avicii could communicate, but he found it strange that it would take the initiative to do so. In a war between civilizations, there was no surrender, there was only destruction. Humans could not accept the Hive civilization, and the Hive civilization would not want humans either. "What are you doing, human?" Louis swayed again. Seasick. The Great Master and the others were speechless. The time of Avicii's voice was emotionless. "You can't kill me." "There will be a way," Louis said. The time of Avicii was silent for a moment. "Are there many powerhouses like you in the human civilization?" Louis laughed. "Are insects so direct when it comes to information?" "What I mean is, do you still have any reinforcements?" "I have 3 and they're on their way. If you don't give up, you'll be surrounded by the 4 insect lords and you'll only end up dead." "Hey, are you threatening us?" the Great Master shouted. The time of Avicii did not speak. Louis asked, "Shouldn't you be hoping that we'll be surrounded by the 4 insect lords? Why are you reminding us?" "They're here to support me. The other 3 battlefields lack insect lords. Perhaps you're deliberately luring them out to destroy the other 3 battlefields. If you're abandoned, we'll also lose the other 3 battlefields. It's not worth it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's true." He looked at the Great Master and the others. The Great Master and the others also looked at him. The time of Avicii's words were clearly hiding Luo Chan's abilities. Although these insects had some tricks up their sleeves, they were too obvious. The moment they learned of Luo Chan's abilities, the current human strategy was the most disadvantageous to the Hive civilization. The Hive civilization did not care why the humans chose this strategy. They did not consider it and only wanted to expand their own advantages. This seemingly biased strategy had caused both sides to be in a stalemate. Both sides were leading the battle in a strategic direction that was advantageous to them. Even now, when the time of Avicii was in a stalemate with Lu Yin and the others, it was doing its best to hide Luo Chan's abilities and reveal the disadvantageous side of the Hive civilization. It did not wish for Lu Yin and the others to retreat, but rather for them to follow this plan. From what it knew, this was the only way for the humans to win. As for Lu Yin and the others, the humans were very smart and would definitely choose to retreat the moment the 3 insect lords approached. This way they would not be surrounded by the 4 insect lords and would also be able to shift the positions of the other 3 insect lords and start an all-out battle. The time of Avicii was waiting for the humans to act smart. At that moment, The humans would think that they had lured the insect lords away and would definitely win. They would definitely attack with all their strength, but when that moment arrived, Luo Chan's abilities would be activated, and the humans would suffer a crushing defeat. That attack would be the beginning of the entire human civilization's defeat. So what if there were eternal powerhouses? All the insects were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the immortal master, and the 4 insect lords were no exception. Humans, are you still not retreating? Do you really want to be surrounded and killed by the 4 insect lords? The time of Avicii asked. The great insect lord sneered, let them come. This great insect lord will destroy all 4 of you. Luin said, we wanted to get rid of the 4 insect lords anyway. It's even better if they come. The time of Avicii spoke up, humans, you underestimate the strength of the 4 insect lords. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The great insect lord fell silent as there was no need to say anything else. Unless the humans knew about Luo Chan's abilities, they would lose this battle because they thought they were smart. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 3970. Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation. Time Scouring is free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3971. How could the humans know about Luo Chan's ability? Luin and the others looked at each other. War was like this, real and fake, fake and real. Luin and the rest had no idea if Seamless was intentionally baiting them or what the insectoid's plan was. Their only source of confidence came from the Gate of Wonder and the 2 Eternal Realms. No matter what the insectoids planned to do, they would definitely have a way out. If the battle went smoothly, it would be better. If not, they would have to retreat and start all over again. There was nothing worse than watching the sea of insects expand. Unless the Immortal Master descended. If the Immortal Master descended, the great celestial phenomenon of karma would be detected by the alarmed gate. As for the Immortal Master, they could leave it to Master Grass for the time being. Time of Avicii did not speak, and neither did Luin and the others. They faced each other on the river of time. In the distance, Tian, Luo Chan, and Dan Xiao walked out from 3 other directions and headed towards Time of Avicii. They did not hide their tracks and allowed the humans to see them. Their method of support was very strange. They used the toughness of a kind of insect's shell to throw it out like a spring. This method was similar to Night Pillar's expedition to other civilizations in the universe. However, one was man-made, while the other was an inherent characteristic of the insect. The hive had destroyed many foreign civilizations, and many insects had gathered the advantages of the civilizations they had visited before, giving birth to some strange insects. Time of Avicii and Luo Chan were the most strange life forms. Below them was a large group of insects with strange characteristics and talents. They had caused great damage to human cultivators on the battlefield. Master Grass quickly passed the information to Luin and the others. The other 3 insect lords were moving through the universe in this way. Their speed was much faster than their own. They were almost half of One Leaf Green Lotus speed. This meant that Dan Xiao and Luo Chan would need at most 1.5 years to reinforce Seamless. Tian was the furthest away, but the insect that had thrown it out was xianxia. Its speed was almost as fast as One Leaf Green Lotus, so it would take around the same time as Dan Xiao and Luo Chan. 1.5 years. Luin and the others needed to be washed by the River of Time for 1.5 years. Time of Avicii also needed to last for 1.5 years. Both sides had their own plans. However, no one expected Luin to have another plan besides these. He wanted to absorb the Time of Avicii and strengthen the boat. No one knew this except for Luin himself. A few months later, the master stared blankly at the boat beneath Lu Yin's feet. Had something changed? Lu Yin sensed the great master's gaze and he looked back to meet her gaze. The great master looked at him and then at the small boat. Things must have changed. Lu Yin smiled and gestured for her to keep quiet. He purposely did not expand the size of the streamer boat in order to not be detected by the seamless period. However, due to the extreme pressure of time, he could hide it from the seamless period, but he could not hide it from the ferryman of time. The great master was all too familiar with the River of Time. The flowing light boat's initial draft was definitely not as deep as it was now. This meant that the flowing light boat's weight was increasing. The increase in the pressure of time meant that the time itself was increasing. How did Luin do it? The great master was stunned. There was such a thing? She had never heard of a boat that could become heavier when crossing the River of Time. At first, she had assumed that Luin had stolen the boat of some ferryman, but she had later learned that it was actually space itself that was chasing after time, resulting in an extremely heavy pressure on the river of time. How long could such a small boat be? The Great Master couldn't understand Lu Yin's methods, so he hadn't noticed anything. Just like that, a year passed. The Nine Firmaments universe had been waiting, and Grandmaster Greengrass had sent back news that the two sides were in a standoff. The River of Time had become a spectacular sight. Not everyone had the opportunity to see the River of Time, but the Seamless Period had forcibly retained the River of Time for an entire year, washing away the lives of countless insects. It was a complete wonder. Lu Yin and the others could row the boat on the River of Time, which was also a wonder. The Great Master was not surprised that the Great Master could do it, but it was strange that Lu Yin could do it as well. Why was this brat so strange when it came to the Tao of Time? There's still half a year before Luo Chan and the others arrive, Grandmaster Greengrass said. He had been wandering the universe all this time to confirm the information. The Great Master clasped his hands behind his back and remained silent. Under the scouring of the River of Time, the Great Master glanced at the streamer boat beneath Lu Yin's feet from time to time. It was even deeper now. If that thing was fully released, how big would it be? She was very curious. The Seamless Period finally sensed that something was wrong because Lu Yin was no longer swaying. As the streamer boat absorbed more time, the Azure Sky Palace's resistance to the River of Time increased. Lu Yin could completely withstand one impact, so he was no longer swaying. The more Lu Yin did not sway, the more uneasy the Seamless Period felt. It had felt uneasy less than half a year ago, but it had been waiting for the other three insect lords to arrive. Now, that uneasiness had become even more intense, so intense that it instinctively wanted to stop the River of Time. It had always felt that Lu Yin had used the River of Time to do something. But it could not see clearly. Lu Yin was now just as curious as the Great Master about the streamer boat. The streamer boat continued to absorb time, and every time its net was cast, it would take quite a bit of time. Clearly, the Seamless Period had used the River of Time to wipe out many foreign civilizations, resulting in too much time that was not integrated into the River of Time. It was so much that it was indescribable. The streamer boat gave Lu Yin the feeling that it was steady, very steady, especially steady. The scouring of the River of Time almost did not affect it. Lu Yin was even confident that he could bring the streamer boat close to the Seamless Period, which was something the Great Master's boat could not do. But he did not do so. Continue absorbing, as there were not many opportunities like this. The Seamless Period resisted the urge to retract the River of Time. The humans would not be able to last much longer. They had eternal powerhouses who were constantly monitoring the movements of the other three insect lords. Soon. Another few months passed. There were less than 2 months before the three insect lords would arrive. The Seamless Period stared fixedly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped pretending and stood upright on the streamer boat with a relaxed expression. The Celestial Palace's time under the scouring of the River of Time had also increased, causing the rate at which it absorbed time to increase. The Seamless Period was certain that Lu Yin had done something, but reinforcements were about to arrive, so there was no need to think too much about it. The Great Master could not help but look at the streamer boat beneath Lu Yin's feet. It was much, much heavier than her own boat. Was that even still a boat? Xing and the Dan Ho calmly sat on the Great Master's boat, waiting for the final battle to arrive. Time continued to pass. 2 months passed quickly and the Seamless Period was bewildered. They had not retreated, so why hadn't they retreated? Were these humans really going to fight to the death? Luo Chan and Dan Xiao were rapidly approaching, and Huey's strength was enough to cause the heavens to tremble. But Lu Yin and the rest had not retreated. Retreat? Of course not. If Lu Yin and the rest succeeded in surrounding and killing the Seamless Period, the hive would not allow the Seamless Period to be killed in order to hide Luo Chan's ability. Then Hui and the others would instantly appear. Thus, it did not matter whether they arrived or not. What was important was to let them think that their plan had succeeded and infuriate them so that the final battle would begin. It's time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the streamer boat beneath his feet suddenly expanded to 100 times its original size. It lay across the River of Time in an exaggerated manner, and under Lu Yin's control, it went against the current and rushed towards the Seamless Period. The Seamless Period was stunned. How was this possible? The Great Master, Dan Ho and Xing were stunned as well. The Great Master's boat was pitiful in comparison. Lu Yin controlled the boat to crash into the Seamless Period. So what if it went against the current? His boat could withstand it. The Seamless Period was frightened by Lu Yin's boat and turned to flee. The River of Time instantly disappeared. Dan Ho and Xing immediately took action, but they did not attack the Seamless Period. Instead, they attacked the void. The Insect Master's support had arrived, and what they needed to do was create a battlefield that would not be affected. This would allow Lu Yin and the Great Master to kill the seamless period. This had been their original plan, as it had been to prevent Luo Chan from diverting the location of Hui and the others. Now they no longer needed to keep an eye on Luo Chan, as Hui and the others were almost here. All that was left was to hold on. Lu Yin threw the karmic wheel at the seamless period. Behind him, the Great Master swung his oar and smashed it down. Lu Yin punched out, but his strength was swept up by the oar and smashed down. There was a thump as the seamless period was smashed down, and the needle jumped from 12 to 1. The timeline was shot out, and its target was Qing Xing. Qing Xing's body was surrounded by energy, and she tapped out with a finger to collide with the timeline. Time was frozen, but it could not stop the chaotic ancient breath technique or the eternal substance. The seamless period shifted the timeline, and everything around it turned gray as it continuously retreated. Hui charged forward and crashed into the Great Master. Lu Yin blocked its front and raised a hand to stop it. It was over. A terrifying force allowed Lu Yin's fingers to penetrate Hui's shell, and it howled in pain as Lu Yin threw it into the hell of the general appointment platform. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, and Luo Chan flashed before his eyes. Qing Xing and Dan Hong could not stop Luo Chan, but they could block Dan Xiao. In the distance, Dan Xiao used his third imperial sky art and pushed the third wall towards Qing Xing and Dan Hong. Dan Hong continuously released his pill techniques to attack the third wall. Startling collisions occurred in the starry sky. Careful! Lu Yin shouted. Luo Chan flashed before the Great Master's eyes, and it wanted to smash the Great Master's head. The Great Master had casually smacked Luo Chan away, so she would definitely hit her target. Lu Yin was astonished, as the Great Master's comprehension of the Tao of time was very strange. She had not smacked Luo Chan just now, but rather at a certain period of time. Luo Chan had to be present during that period of time, just like when she had smacked Seamless. Thus, her attack would definitely hit her target. No matter how fast Luo Chan was, it could not be faster than time itself, especially since Lu Yin could not see clearly whether the period of time that the Great Master had smacked was the past or the future. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and the void was pushed apart. Lu Yin looked over and saw Hui appear. Its enormous body occupied the starry sky, and it opened its mouth to roar. The entire universe trembled as it released an indescribable power. Its boundless vitality was like that of an eternal realm powerhouse, and it swept out with its tail. Qing Xing used the eternal substance to attack with her hands, kicks, sweeps, arm thrusts, waist thrusts, back bashes, and the chaotic 6 styles, creating 6 afterimages that merged into one. Her aura soared as she rushed towards Hui alone. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3972. Boom. The astral dome collapsed. Tiandi's massive body was knocked back, and Qing Xing was sent flying into the distance like a meteor, but Dan Ho caught him. A huge force spread through his body, and Dan Ho's arms trembled as he was pushed back. Qing Xing spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. What a perverted constitution. The chaotic 8 styles, the power of Mi Jin's inheritance, an eternal realm battle technique, and the eternal substance had only managed to push Tiandi back. Qing Xing had not expected this. Dan Ho had not expected Tiandi's physique to be so strong. It was simply a monster. The Great Master looked into the distance. Tiandi's strength was overwhelming. Lone Duanka and the experts from Death's Knoll could not defeat it at all. The insectoid nest's plan was too obvious, but they had their own reasons. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He could not help but want to test Tiandi's strength, but killing Seamless was more important. Behave. The Great Master slapped down and Luo Chan was sent flying again, dizzy. However, it was indeed tough and showed no signs of being injured. It was unlike Seamless, which had been cracked by the Great Master's oar. Every life form had its own advantages and disadvantages. Seamless was strange and time could make it invincible. However, if one could hit it, its defense would be very weak. Leave this thing to me. You go take care of Seamless, the Great Master shouted. She just so happened to be Luo Chan's nemesis. The sun and moon of Seamless alternated more frequently, and they were clearly uneasy. Luo Chan had not informed them of the humans' attack. How could the humans not attack the other 3 battlefields? That should not be the case. The humans should be attacking the other 3 battlefields while the 4 insectoid lords were gathered. Could it be that the humans knew of Luo Chan's abilities? Just as he thought of this, Lu Yin's karmic wheel swept over, and cracks appeared on the sun and moon of Seamless once more. The river of time had already healed the cracks, but now they cracked again. Do the humans know of Luo Chan's abilities? Possibly. Then get rid of these humans. They won't be able to escape. Seamless, leave the human in front of you to me. I can sense that he's very strong. Forget it, this human must die. Not only is he strong, but he can also travel through time and comprehend the power of karma. This human is too unpredictable. I must kill him. You're finally using it? Let me watch him die. No one can survive that move of yours. At least we didn't come here in vain. End him, Seamless. Lu Yin's consciousness descended, and the worldly lock combined with the eternal substance locked down Avicii. At the same time, Lu Yin's triple firmament sword intent appeared behind him, fusing it with the eternal substance. He had originally thought that this sword would be able to strike the seamless time, but even if it could be worn down by time, he would still need to lock it in place and use karma to deduce a way to deal with it. However, the heaven and earth lock missed, and the triple blue sword will missed. Seamless appeared in front of Lu Yin, less than a meter away. How could this be? Lu Yin looked at the needle that was right in front of him. The first needle hadn't moved, but the sun and moon had formed a second needle. As of this moment, Lu Yin was inside that second needle. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The great master, Qing Xing and Dan Hong all saw this, but they couldn't understand how Lu Yin had been swallowed by the seamless time. That's right, it was as if Lu Yin had been swallowed by Avicii. In the starry sky, far away, Grandmaster Qing Xiao's gaze turned cold. Beside him, Jingmen Xiangyu's expression turned serious. Did he still have more moves? This seamless time was too strange. How had this life form appeared? She couldn't help but take action. She couldn't allow Lu Yin to be killed. Although she didn't know what this move was, it had only been used now, so it had to be some hidden strength. Could Lu Yin withstand it? Drip, 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 drip. Lu Yin looked at the needle that was right in front of him. It was so close that he could reach out and touch it, and he could clearly see the cracks on it. He was certain that as long as he grabbed it, he would be able to break it. How had he gotten in? Had the seamless time swallowed him? He hadn't sensed it at all. It was as if time had been cut off. On one side of the cut was the scene of him chasing after the seamless time, but on the other side of the cut, he had already entered its body. But what was it trying to do? Lu Yin raised his hand to grab the needle. Drip, drip, drip. His hand passed through the needle, but he didn't grab anything. Lu Yin looked around and saw that he was inside the second needle, which was formed by the sun and moon alternating. He couldn't grab anything either. In the distance, Dan Hong and the others watched in shock. The great advocate was saying something, but Lu Yin couldn't hear anything. He released the starry sky from his heart, and he didn't believe that the seamless time could trap him. Suddenly, the needle in front of him spun faster and faster, forming a circle in the blink of an eye. It was an afterimage formed by the extreme speed. Lu Yin stared at the needle. So fast? It wasn't fixed in any direction. Did such a fast-spinning needle mean that time was flowing faster? In the outside world, Dan Hong and the others saw a different scene. When the needle spun quickly, they saw an insect nest. It was a sparkling, translucent, and magnificent insect nest. It was clearly an insect nest, but it gave off an inexplicable sense of beauty, as if it was the most beautiful thing in the world. The insect nest appeared. As the needle spun rapidly, a blurry creature was born. It was blooming with multicolored light. It was so sacred and so noble that even Dan Hong and other experts at the peak of the bitter adversity crossing realm felt ashamed of their inferiority. It was like the noblest life form in the universe, and humans couldn't even look directly at it. As the life form appeared, the needle spun even faster. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart and released the way of karma. It didn't affect him. He could release any power except for the seamless time, which seemed to be in a different time and space from him. Dan Xiao laughed. This move has killed an eternal life powerhouse, ha. This sentence made Dan Hong and the others' hair stand on end. Master Qing Xiao and the alarmed gate Xiangyu were shocked. Killed an eternal life powerhouse? The seamless time didn't cross the bitter disaster life form. Even if it was a strange life form in the universe, it shouldn't be able to cross the distance between heaven and earth to kill an eternal life powerhouse. It didn't use the eternal matter at all, nor did it have any vitality. How did it do it? The alarmed gate Xiangyu couldn't help but take action. He couldn't let Lu Yin be killed. Master Qing Xiao stopped him. Wait, with Lu Yin's strength, even if he dies, it's impossible for him to not have any resistance. If this move can really kill an eternal life powerhouse, it's a threat to you and me. Look carefully, Maybe this move was originally used to deal with you and me. The alarmed Gate Xianghu's eyes were solemn. Lu Yin can't die. I know. The other party is just a life form crossing the bitter disaster. No matter how strange it is, it's impossible for us to not have time to save him. Wait. Master Qingsao's tone was low. In the starry sky, Lu Yin tried to grab the needle again, but it still went through. He couldn't grab anything. Time was the power of time, but he didn't feel any change in his body. He looked outside and saw Dan Hong and the others looking at him in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. Why did they think he would die? Lu Yin exhaled. Time was really a strange power. The strength he had shown made even Dan Hong and the others not trust him. He looked around and saw Dan Xiao staring at him with a smile. She even made an ending gesture. Did she trust the seamless time that much? Time was very powerful. Perhaps even the great master, the ferryman of the long river of time, couldn't understand this move. This should be a power unique to the seamless time or a talent. His flowing light was 100 times stronger, but it couldn't interfere with this move. Then let's see what this move meant first. Time was mysterious and so was karma. As long as he wanted to, there was no karma that he couldn't find. He had already released his heavenly Tao of karma, but it couldn't do anything to the seamless time. The wheel of karma couldn't touch the seamless time either. Since he couldn't do anything to the seamless time, then he would just have to calculate himself. The seamless time's goal was to kill him, and his own death was the effect. Then what he needed to calculate was the cause and the reason he would die. Behind Lu Yin, a majestic consciousness was released. It didn't affect the seamless time, but it still heard Lu Yin's voice. Only I am absent and I will replace it with benefits. Only I can change and I will replace it. My heart illuminates, and I will not be afraid of selfish desires, and I will be as firm as a boulder. I will not fear myself and I will illuminate the heavens. Wheel of karma, I will look towards the heavens, and I will see the endless distance of all life, and I will protect the universe's lives and return. Word by word appeared in its ears. Karma entrenched itself in Lu Yin's palm and moved in reverse. It was like a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth as it calculated why it would die. A portion of the heavenly Tao of karma was consumed, and so was his consciousness. With his consciousness as support, Lu Yin didn't believe that he couldn't see through this move. With a whoosh, the heavenly Tao of karma dissipated. Lu Yin looked up, and when he looked at the seamless time again, he couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. It was actually like this. He hadn't expected such a strange move to exist in the universe. This wasn't a battle technique, nor was it an understanding of time. It was more like a loophole that interfered with the normal operation of the universe. It was a loophole that ignored the laws of heaven and earth. The seamless time created a template and put other creatures into it to compare their lifespans with that template. If the creature that was put into the template lived longer than the original template, then it would be safe and sound. There wouldn't be any changes and there wouldn't be any injuries. However, if the creature that was put into the template didn't live longer than the original template, then it would die immediately. Similarly, it wouldn't be injured but it would be erased. And that template was an immortal master. It was no wonder that Dan Sun and the others had looked at him as if he was already dead. How could he possibly compare his lifespan with an immortal master's? Unless he broke through to immortality, then this wasn't a competition of possibility but reality. The needle in front of him was spinning, and it was spinning the lifespan that the immortal master had lived for. Once the needle's spinning speed slowed down, it meant that the immortal master's lifespan had passed. What remained was a competition of lifespan. As long as one's brain wasn't damaged, they would know that competing with an immortal realm powerhouse was suicide. The words, immortal realm, were enough to explain everything. Even within the immortal realm, there were differences in strength. Lu Yin guessed that even within the immortal realm, the immortal master was definitely not weak. Even the immortal realm monsters that he had encountered before couldn't compare with an immortal master in terms of lifespan, let alone himself. This was the greatest trump card of the seamless time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3973. Lu Yin couldn't figure it out. How could a life form that crossed the calamity have such a move? No, it shouldn't be a move but a talent. The time of Avicii had this talent, and the immortal master had granted it this talent and made it a template. Otherwise, it was impossible for such an abnormal talent to exist. However, there must be a limit or consumption to using this move, or it would have used it from the beginning. With this move, no one below the eternal realm was its opponent. What is this move called? Lu Yin asked, staring ahead. He knew that the time of Avicii was looking at him. He didn't know if its eyes were needles or the alternating sun and moon. Don't want to talk? It seems that you really think I'm dead. No wonder. Who can compete with the immortal master in terms of lifespan? The surroundings shook for a moment, and traces of gray appeared and spread in the surroundings. Human, how do you know? Lu Yin praised, you have such an invincible move but you don't say it. You don't even know how you died. Are you being cautious against me or against us eternal realm powerhouses? Human powerhouse, you are worthy of my caution. It's an honor to die under this move. My life is not in vain. Human powerhouse, what is your name? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. Lu Yin. Lu Yin? I will remember this name. There is a lot of time in your river of time. Most of that time comes from this move. If I'm not wrong, the immortal master walked through your river of time. That's why there is a template, and the time of the creatures who die under this move will enter the river of time. The time of Avicii didn't answer. Lu Yin was curious. Where did your river of time come from? The time of Avicii still didn't answer. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The river of time of the cosmic civilization you were born in, right? Lu Yin, what are you testing? Will you really die? Lu Yin nodded. Of course no one can break your move. Unless you are an eternal realm powerhouse, I am not. But you give me a feeling that you won't die. You have been testing me, wanting to get something from me? A dead person won't want to know that. Wrong. It's because I'm going to die that I want to know. This is the characteristic of us humans. Is that so? You can ask the insect lord in human form, she knows about it too. But I don't want to tell you. I keep feeling that something is wrong with you. Lu Yin sighed. Isn't it good to show some mercy to the dead? Is there no mercy from the hive civilization? The immortal master is the most benevolent. She created us. He's kind to you but cruel to us. Human, if you want respect, I can give it to you because I remember your name. But if you want kindness, I can't give it to you. If you want understanding, I can't give it to you either. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. I understand. Then let's compete. Compete? Lifespan. Human, you should wait or think of a way to spread the news. Maybe the eternal life of you humans can save you. You want to compare your lifespan with the immortal master? This joke isn't funny. I heard that there are many jokes in the universe. Yes. Tell me about it. Seamless silence. Lu Yin raised his hand and slowly pointed at the spinning needle. If clockwise represents the future, then does anti-clockwise represent the past? Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he turned around for a second. There was a click. The needle instantly stopped and the flowing light slammed into the needle. No matter what he did before, Lu Yin couldn't touch the needle. But now the needle was spinning and entering a template state. He couldn't touch it physically, but he could touch it in time. He used the flowing light to turn the needle in reverse. Past and future. If there was a future, there would be a past. The future represented lifespan, and the past also represented lifespan. You can compete in the future and I can compete in the past. You decide the method and I decide the direction. Lu Yin, how long have you lived? Do you know how long the immortal master has lived? Comparing your future lifespan is kindness. If you compare your past lifespan, you would have died long ago. What right do you have to compare your lifespan with the immortal master's? What? Seamless silence's voice fluctuated. It really couldn't figure out what Lu Yin was doing. The immortal master had clearly lived for a long time. Even the eternal life of the humans in this universe might not have lived as long as the immortal master. But how long had this human lived? Perhaps he would die if the needle turned one round. But why did he do that? The more unreasonable it was, the more uneasy it was. This human couldn't be looking for death. What was he doing? In the outside world, Danan and the others, as well as Stargate Xianxia and Master Qing Chao, saw Lu Yin make a move. Although they didn't understand what Lu Yin was doing, since he had made a move, it meant that he had room to resist. Stargate Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He still stared at Lu Yin, wanting to save his life at the critical moment. The needle quickly turned in a circle. Lu Yin was fine. Then it turned in a second circle. Lu Yin was still fine. Then the needle became faster and faster, constantly turning counterclockwise. Gradually, it turned as fast as clockwise just now, forming a circle. Lu Yin was still fine. Seamless silence was stunned. Since the war with the Ninth Heaven universe, many things had exceeded its understanding. The immortal master, Lu Yin, and these people all made it confused. They were different from the civilizations it had fought before. What was going on? This human should have died long ago. It knew very well how long it took for the needle to turn one round. This human shouldn't have been able to last one round. But now how many rounds had it been? How could he not die? Luyin, what did you do? Lu Yin's mouth curved. Nothing. I'm just comparing my lifespan with the immortal master. Let's see who has lived longer. Impossible. You can't live longer than the immortal master. That's hard to say. Maybe I'm in the immortal realm? Luyin teased. Seamless silence seemed to be observing Luyin. Luyin looked relaxed, but he had paid a lot. His karma heavenly path had consumed a full fifth. Since the karma celestial Tao had entered the continent of the 9 clouds, it had increased a lot, especially with Yuya and the transparent moth. Even so, it had consumed 1/5 of the karma celestial Tao's karma celestial Tao. This was just a creature at the crossing Ku adversity level, not the immortal realm. Since Luyin came to the 9th heaven, he had almost never consumed so much on a crossing Ku adversity powerhouse, including the great circle of crossing Ku adversity. He had seen the horror of the strange life forms in the universe. The transparent moth was one and seamless silence was another. The other 3 insect masters were not simple either. You are definitely not in the immortal realm. Seamless silence's voice came out. Luyin said calmly, then let's see if I can compete with the immortal master. The needle kept spinning, and the longer it spun, the more obvious the vibration around Luyin became. Seamless silence's emotions became unstable. It couldn't understand how Luyin did it. In the outside world, Dan Hong and the others were still watching. Tian Hong and Dan Xiao didn't make a move. They were also watching this scene. Those who understood seamless silence knew how unbelievable this scene was. Except for the immortal realm creature that died, Luyin could be considered the first creature to reverse the needle's direction and live until now. Even Tian Hong and the others couldn't live that long in front of this move. This human looked very young. How could its lifespan be comparable to the immortal master? Time continued to pass, and the needle's spinning speed slowed down. Luyin raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that I'm going to win. Impossible, impossible, human, how did you do it? Do you want to be merciful? Luyin suddenly asked. Seamless silence was silent. In terms of lifespan, Luyin definitely couldn't compare with the immortal master in the future, but why couldn't he compare with the immortal master in the past? It wasn't a competition of actual lifespan, but the template of the immortal master in the river of time. The template left behind by the immortal master in the river of time proved that he had existed for a long time. Luyin also left behind his footprints in the river of time. He broke through to the primordial realm and went against the flow of time, approaching the ancient people who even shocked Blue Lotus Emperor and the others. How long had those ancient people existed? Luyin didn't know whether they were still alive, but they must have existed for a very long time in the past. The time Luyin spent approaching them was definitely not shorter than the immortal master. No, it was definitely longer than the immortal master. He had almost touched the shoulder of the last ancient. His river of time was the main stream, while the one in the seamless silence was a tributary. This was also the source of his confidence. Whether it was the main stream or the tributary, they all belonged to the same river of time, and the tributary would converge to the mainstream. If you want to compete, then compete. Let's see who left behind the longest footprints in the river of time. This was the answer he had obtained from his calculations of karma, and it was also where Luyin's chance of survival lay. Time was a great force that possessed wondrous abilities. Karma was also a great force that could bring him back from the brink of death. If Luyin had not calculated this point, it would have been troublesome for him to break through the seamless silence. He did not even have the confidence to do so, and he might have actually died. This was the strange life form of the universe. The surroundings shook violently, and the needle formed by the alternating sun and moon cracked open. Luyin's vision gradually cleared up. He had crossed through time. What had always trapped him was time, the time of this technique. Now he was about to break free. Let alone the Ho and the others, even they had never seen the seamless silence before. This was because the original template for this technique was the immortal master, and it had never failed before. No creature had ever faced the seamless silence and left alive. Luyin was the first. As a result, the Ho and the others were unfamiliar with the seamless silence. Luyin took a step forward and walked out. Drip. Bang. There was a great sound as the needle in reverse broke. Luyin reached out and caught the broken needle. The void around him constantly vanished as if it had been rebooted and shattered. Time and space both vanished. Behave. The immortal master slammed the oar, sending Luo Chan, who had instantly arrived behind Luyin, flying. Qing Xing used the eternal substance and the chaotic ancient breath art to point a finger at Dan Xiao. The immortal master released his pill art, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Pill art, endless restart. The Ho roared and charged at Luyin. The pill art exploded, causing countless spacetime to tremble, overlap, and shatter. It was as if the universe had truly been rebooted, and it blocked the hole for a moment. The immortal master coughed up blood. Mr. Lu, hurry. Thank you. Back in the cycle of reincarnation. Thanks for the tip from my brother. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3974. Lu Yin grabbed the broken needle with one hand and grabbed alternating sun and moon with the other. Time of Void frantically retreated. Its technique had been broken and it had paid a heavy price. It didn't even have the time to block Lu Yin. As for the 1st, 5th, 9th and 12th grids, even the needles had been broken. There was nothing left. Lu Yin grabbed alternating sun and moon. The first time he had grabbed Time of Void, there had been a formless metal-like frame above alternating sun and moon. It couldn't be seen but it could be touched. When the Great Master had clapped Time of Void, he had clapped on it. Now Lu Yin had grabbed it as well. Time of Void was like a clock that was spread out in the void. Human, you're not eternal. You're not. Lu Yin grabbed Time of Void tightly and didn't waste any words. He directly pushed it into the Hell of Appointment platform to make up for the heavenly Tao of Karma first. With a crack, Time of Void shattered. The cracks spread, and alternating sun and moon spread to the entire plane. Then it shattered before Lu Yin's eyes and disappeared. Lu Yin stared blankly. Was it dead? He subconsciously reached out to grab it and even tried to use the Sky Palace to net it, but there was nothing. Time of Void had completely dissipated, turning into strands of gray. That was time. How could it be dead? Was this thing essentially a time life form? If it had one that moved, Lu Yin would have died. Lu Yin didn't know what price it had paid, but if it had lost, the price it had paid was time, all of its own time. Rather than using the immortal master to compare his lifespan, it was more accurate to say that it was comparing its lifespan with Lu Yin's. It was just using the immortal master as the standard. As expected, such a terrifying battle technique had a huge price to pay. Even the immortal master couldn't bear it. Lu Yin looked around at his empty surroundings. There was nothing left. He had fought a hard battle, but there was nothing left except for half a broken needle. He felt like he had fought for nothing. Be careful of Luo Chan, the Great Master reminded him. Lu Yin suddenly released his consciousness. Stop. Word of law. In front of him, Luo Chan suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin directly attacked with the karmic wheel. At the same time, the triple firmament sword intent slashed down, enveloping Luo Chan. Word of law was effective against Luo Chan and could make it stop, but it was impossible to finish it off. The transparent moth was also controlled by Word of Law, so it was similarly difficult to finish it off. The moment the karma wheel and the triple firmament sword intent slashed down, Luo Chan disappeared. He hit nothing but air. He frowned and looked back. In the distance, Dan Hong had been sent flying while spitting out blood. Qing Xing had also been knocked back by the third barrier. Only the Great Master raised his oar and smashed it at the third stronghold. Behind the third stronghold, Dan Xiao said with a solemn expression, I can't believe Wu Ji is dead. She's Master Immortal's favorite, Qing Xian. By roared, humans, let's fight. Luo Chan appeared in the distance. Be careful of the person who killed Wu Jian. Not only does he have karma and time, but he also has a controlling power that I can't shake off. It's a combination of consciousness and thinking. That human's threat is no less than that of an eternal life expert. Avoid him. Dan Xiao stared at Lu Yin for a long time before turning to Luo Chan. Let's go. We can't let Wu Jian's death be in vain. He must die on the battlefield where humanity is wiped out. Let's go, Chang growled. Lu Yin spread out his consciousness. Stop. However, it was too late. Tianhu and Dan Xiao were already far away from Lu Yin, and Luo Chan was constantly on guard against Lu Yin. As her consciousness spread out, Luo Chan immediately disappeared along with Tianhu and Dan Xiao. Even the boundless sea of insects around them disappeared. Luo Chan's ability was no longer disguised, and Wu Jian's death had caused the hive to start a decisive battle. This was part of Lu Yin's plan. He wanted to use Wu Jian's death to force the hive to attack Nina Firmament's universe and have a decisive battle outside Night Pillar. Now that the decisive battle had begun, they had to hurry back. A door suddenly appeared and startled Gate Xiangyu made a move. Let's go. All around them, the remaining insects rushed towards Lu Yin's group, but Lu Yin's group stepped through the door and disappeared. Luo Chan led a portion of the sea of insects as well as Tianhu and Dan Xiao, outside the spiritualized universe. The 36 filaments of the spiritualized universe saw the sea of insects descend. Kill? Lu Xizhan's expression was solemn, and his sword intense sword. Xuanhuan and the other powerhouses guarded the 36 filaments. Xianhu roared, and a terrifying force pressed down on the horizon as it descended upon Xuanhuan and the other powerhouses. Ji, Han, Cheng, and the others used their abyssal powers at the same time. Dark abyss transformed into energy that soared into the sky to resist Tianhu's pressure. There was a loud boom. Xuanhuan and the others spat out blood as their bodies fell. Tianhu charged down fiercely. Could these humans stop it? At the critical moment, a force that caused even Tianhu's heart to palpitate appeared and rushed up into the sky. Tianhu looked over. Was it him? Lu Yin punched out, releasing his strength as he slammed into Chang's body. With a bang, the void shattered horizontally and spread out endlessly. The entire spiritualized universe trembled, and the 36 filaments split apart. Countless planets shattered, turning into shockwaves of energy that swept out in a visible storm. Countless people looked on in shock. What kind of force was this? Lu Yin let out a carefree breath. Awesome. Again. During his battle with Avicii, he hadn't been able to use his strength at all. Even if he did, it would be borrowed by the great master. Tianhu was the type of opponent he liked the most. Tianhu's huge eyes were excited. Human again. Then it slammed down. Lu Yin took a step forward and soared into the sky, raising his fist to attack. He punched out but it missed. Tianhu was gone. Where did it go? In an instant, Tianhu and Dan Xiao were brought to another battlefield by Luo Chan. The sea of insects came from behind, and countless cultivators from the Nina Firmament's universe welcomed them. Luo Chan you. Tianhu was dissatisfied. Luo Chan warned, that human is not easy to deal with. Don't get entangled with him. Avicii is dead. We have to give the divine master an explanation. Tianhu suppressed his anger and slammed down on the cultivators below. A few figures came out. They were the masters of Gudwanka and Death Hillock. Tianhu saw them at first glance. They were courting death. These humans had attacked before. Did they really think that they could defeat him? The will of the Zen sword was released and a sword broke the sky. Gudwanka's eyes were emotionless, but he released the most murderous sword in his life. Chao Yi Xiu Longyin and the others attacked with their strongest moves, vowing to kill Tianhu. Boom. Several attacks at the level of Dooku AI's consummate collided with Tianhu's body. Chao Yi and the others were sent flying, spitting blood. They crashed to the ground in disbelief. Gudwanka's sword slashed Tianhu's body, but it couldn't move an inch. It was impossible. No matter what, he was still the head of the Nina Firmament sword. Even when facing Lu Yin, who was invincible under the eternal life, he shouldn't be so useless. Chang sneered, and with a swing of his huge body, Gudwanka was also pressed down. Tianhu followed closely and raised his claws. Human die. Gudwanka held the hilt of his sword tightly. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and piercing. Sword moves followed the Zen sword's profound meaning, trying to find Tianhu's weakness. However, Tianhu had no weakness. No matter how the sword was slashed, there was almost no damage. Its defense was extremely strong, and its sharp claws clawed at Gudwanka. In front of Gudwanka, a door appeared. Lu Yin walked out and looked up. Can you escape? After he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Boom, the aftershock pressed down on Gudwanka. The void cracked along the point where the claw and fist collided. The gap between the 5 claws completely tore the void apart. Looking from below, it was as if the sky was covered by the 5 claws. It was as if the sky was the 5 claws. Tianhu's body was too big, and its sharp claws were enough to cover the starry sky. It didn't notice Lu Yin's arrival at all. It was stunned by Lu Yin's sudden punch, and its sharp claws were forcibly retracted. The power spread along the claws and its whole body was shaken back. Many of the scales on the surface of its body stood up, and it was almost sent flying. Tianhu retracted its claws and stared down. You again? Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the incomparably huge Tianhu. This fellow looked exactly like chaos, but it was definitely not chaos. It must have come into contact with chaos before, or it wouldn't look like this. Compared to when he was in Avicii, Lu Yin was more curious about Tianhu, and he wanted to know where chaos was. Your opponent is me, Lu Yin said slowly. Chang grinned and laughed wildly. Human, it's great that you're here. Ah, come at me. After saying that, many of the scales on the surface of its body flickered, and a layer of oppressive dark light covered Tianhu's entire body, making it look like a metal sculpture. Its aura soared and it fell heavily. Behind Tianhu, Danshao was shocked. How did Luyin catch up? Luo Chan shouted, "Oh no, the human civilization has the same method as me. I understand now. No wonder the humans let the sea of insects reproduce without attacking. This method is limited to a certain range and it will be useless beyond that range. The humans must have known about my method in advance and have been waiting to lure us into a battle." Dan Shao squinted. "How did the humans know about your method? What about Danju? Qing Xian, who was attacking from your direction, is done for. If I'm not wrong, she died at the hands of that human who comprehended karma." Luo Chan saw through it. Dan Zhao's expression turned serious. "How interesting. Karma is really scary. What do we do now? Our only advantage is gone." Luo Chan was uneasy. Its advantage played a huge role in the war. Without the long battle line, it couldn't use its advantage, and how could it win this war? With Avicii dead, the Hive civilization suffered a great loss. Now their advantage was gone. Retreat? Impossible, the human civilization had to be destroyed, but now, Luo Chan suddenly disappeared and so did Dan Shao. A door appeared and the master walked out carrying they ran away? The door behind him suddenly moved horizontally, taking the master away without delay. Far away, Luo Chan and Dan Shao appeared, and the master appeared as well. He slapped the oar without hesitation. "Behave." Luo Chan disappeared again. This time it wasn't hit. It had run away the instant before the Great Master hit the oar, so it wasn't that the Great Master missed. The Master was also moved away by the door. Luo Chan and Dan Shao appeared and disappeared in all directions of the Nine Heavens universe. The door appeared and disappeared with the Master chasing after them. In the end, Dan Shao was left behind, and only Luo Chan escaped with the Master. Dan Shao joined the battlefield. The Master's target was Luo Chan, and only the Master could take care of Luo Chan. As for Dan Shao, he could only be left to the others. The three insect masters spread out and appeared on different battlefields, fighting against the human civilization. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3975. On this day, the Hive civilization and the human civilization fought an unprecedented war. The sky of the ninth cloud universe was flooded by the sea of insects. Insect corpses fell from the sky and landed on the ninth cloud continent. Human corpses fell as well. Some were complete, but most were incomplete. There were also many spirit seeds that exploded. Some people died and used their spirit seeds to fight again. People walked out constantly. Families, powers, and countless independent cultivators. Everyone had only one goal: kill the insects. The Hive civilization brought disaster to the ninth cloud universe. Chen Li's pain would be recorded in the history of the ninth cloud universe. The stone dragon disaster would also be recorded in history. The brocade azura destroyed words and civilization. Generations of human cultivators would be terrified by the sight of books and develop a psychological shadow. On the ground, countless insect corpses had to be cleaned up. This was just the beginning. Apart from the four insect masters, the Hive civilization also had many powerful green immortals. Each of them had strange appearances and various talents. Gu Duanka couldn't deal with Tian, so he went after Hua Yan. Qing Xing had been the one to deal with Thorny Tumor. Qing Xing had supported the western battlefield and suppressed Thorny Tumor. However, Qing Xing had been heavily injured during the battle with Wu Ji. Even Dan Ho had been injured and could not fight. Now the ones to deal with Thorny Tumor were Yi Xiu and Ming Jia. Xingfan met Dan Shao again, but this time, Dan Shao showed him what an insect master was. The Thousand Sails Empyrean Mirror was useless. Human cultivators came to help one after another. There was killing everywhere. The most magnificent battle was always the one between Lu Yin and Tian. The collision of power shook the entire ninth cloud universe. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in the ears of every cultivator. The stars were destroyed and restored. Black cracks spread continuously, turning the battlefield into a dead zone. Not far from Mount Hexong, Bai Xia stabbed his spear into a green immortal that looked like a caterpillar. He sat down and panted, his body covered in brown spots. A maid hurried over. "Stop, don't come over," Bai Xia shouted. The maid looked at him in a daze. "Young master." Bai Xia sighed. "I've been poisoned. I won't die, but I'll be better off dead. I think I'll have to rest for a while. Don't come near me. Go help Kuzhou and the others." The maid bit her lip. "Yes, young master." Bai Xia watched as the maid left. He sighed. Although he seemed calm, he was actually suppressing the excruciating pain in his heart. He was extremely strong. He was the leader of the young Imperial Pavilion, a protector of the most talented cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds. He was as strong as Qing Xing and Gu Duanku, but he hadn't thought he would meet Qing Xian. He looked at the caterpillar green immortal in the distance. This thing was not difficult to deal with, but it could release poison before it died. How could there be such a green immortal? Was it born to die? The pain seeped deep into his bones and he didn't dare to move. Fine, I'll just rest for a bit. Far off in the distance, the boat of hardship, Luo Ning, and the others were fighting with the insects. Hundreds of thousands of stone dragons formed a destructive force that surpassed the ancestor realm. The boat of hardship unleashed the power of the abyss, forcefully clashing with the stone dragon disaster. A young man's eyes were cold as he walked step by step on the ground. He didn't seem to be moving, but with every step he took, a 7-star sword would die. The 7-star sword was extremely fast. Only the ancestor realm cultivators could see through it. It was close to parallel time and had unparalleled destructive power. However, with every step this young man took, they died like raindrops. This young man was the most talented disciple of the Blue Lotus deity. Luo Ning looked at the Blue Lotus deity easily killing the 7-star sword and felt bitter. This was the gap between them. He could only deal with the stone dragons. He couldn't handle the large number of 7-star sword, but the Blue Lotus deity was doing it easily. However, there were more strange insects in the sky and on the ground. They were surrounded by a sea of insects. Fortunately, Bai Xia wasn't the only expert in the young imperial pavilion. On Guhong Island, Xuanhuan went crazy. Strange insects rushed out of the sea. They were shaped like water. With the roar of the sea, they flooded Guhong Island. They couldn't tell which was water and which was insects. In the eastern region, the cliffs of the Wanxiang Valley were connected by the sea of insects. The human cultivators fought with the sea of insects and almost filled the abyss. In the western region, the 13 cities were destroyed. Hui led the cultivators of the Spirit Alliance and countless Shi to charge into the sea of insects under the yellow sand. In the northern region, Jing Lian, Wei Heng, and the others were guarding Heaven's Gate. The northern region was now the weakest of the 4 regions. Ku Yuan had left to guard the spiritualized universe, so this place was left to the disciples of the Emperor and the experts of the Death Hill. The sea of insects rushed into the 9 firmaments. There was fighting everywhere inside and outside Night Pillar. The spiritualized universe's 36 domains were submerged. Countless people cursed Lu Yin for allowing the sea of insects to multiply, causing them to be everywhere. However, the insects weren't as difficult to deal with as they had imagined. Many of them were very weak and relied on their innate gifts to fight. It was easy to wipe them out. However, their numbers still made people's scalps go numb. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled deity was calm as he observed the entire 9 firmaments universe. Although the sea of insects was huge, it could be dealt with given time. The troublesome part was the green immortals who had caused too many casualties. Almost all of the experts of the human civilization had gone out to fight. What would determine the outcome of this war was still the top-level battlefield. When he thought of this, he looked at the distant sky. That was where Lu Yin and Tianho were fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Loud collisions rang out and a large area of the sky turned into a dead zone. No one dared to approach. Fists and claws collided. Strength met strength and Lu Yin fought to his heart's content. Tianho was currently the only existence that could match Lu Yin in terms of strength. It was no wonder that the immortal master had called it the strongest existence under eternal life. Danju's fanatical reverence for it was not without reason. Chang was a terrifying creature that could overturn the heavens. When Tianho descended and tore apart the universe, the war had ended. Lu Yin acknowledged Tianho's strength. There were countless life forms in the universe, and strength beasts were naturally born in a part of the universe. They were creatures that had reached the limit of strength, but they could cultivate. Some life forms were far from the strength of a strength beast when they were born, but once they cultivated, they could surpass it. Lu Yin was one such life form, but Lu Yin did not know if Tianho was the same. Perhaps Tianho had been born with strength that surpassed a strength beast, and this possibility was extremely high. It had the appearance of chaos. Tianho roared excitedly. It had fought countless battles in the universe, but it had never met a life form that could match it in strength. This was especially so when a seemingly weak life form like a human had such terrifying strength. This gave it hope that it could improve further. A human's body could rival Tianho's strength through cultivation. If Tianho could improve through cultivation, would that mean that its strength could improve even further? Once it became stronger, there would be more than just Seamless in the Hive civilization that could kill eternal powerhouses. Seamless had relied on the immortal master's help, but Tianho had to rely on itself. At this thought, Tianho's claws descended once more and grabbed at Lu Yin. It wanted to see the essence of this human strength. Lu Yin's fingers curled and grabbed at the void. 5 claws descended and tore through the void, but Lu Yin blocked them with one hand. Karma spiraled in front of him and pierced through the claws. Let me see what you are. Using karma to spy on Tianho could easily cause a backlash. After all, the Hive civilization had the immortal master behind it, but Lu Yin wanted to know where chaos was. Not only did chaos come from the Tianyuan universe, but even the old salamander had seen chaos before. Chaos came from the Gate of Arts, so as long as he could find its location he might be able to see the secret of the Gate of Arts. Even if the Eternal Emperor might know this secret he might be able to do so. However, Lu Yin could not guarantee that what the Eternal Emperor had told him was true. He was used to relying on himself. Karma continued to pierce through Tianho's body. Tianho sensed it and knew that it was karma, but it did not care. It was unsolvable and had no weaknesses. It was impossible to use the same method as Seamless to deal with it. Karma lines collided and scenes of the past appeared. Lu Yin wanted to trace back to Tianho's origin. Tianho's form had to be related to the Hive's location. Chang's claws tore through the void and slapped at Lu Yin. Human, use your strength to fight and win. Don't play tricks. Lu Yin blocked Tianho's attacks while looking at the past. In the eyes of countless cultivators in the Jiuxiao universe, Lu Yin was temporarily at a disadvantage and had been suppressed by Tianho. However, inexplicably, many people had confidence in Lu Yin. He had created too many miracles. The more they knew about Lu Yin's past, the more confidence they had in him. Even though many people scolded Lu Yin for allowing the sea of insects to multiply. Human, don't play tricks. Chang was infuriated. Lu Yin was no longer retaliating as it couldn't see through Lu Yin's strength at all. It felt humiliated. Its huge body twisted and crushed through the void, heading towards the Nina Firmament's cosmos. Its target was the Mother Tree. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Lord's gaze turned cold as he watched Chang heading towards the Mother Tree. He clenched his fists. It was courting death. Master Grass watched calmly. The 4 insect lords are the true limits of immortality. The seamless period represents time, Luochan represents speed or space, and Tianho represents strength. I wonder what Danshao represents. It's a pity that the Blood Tower is not here. Otherwise, he might have been able to break through his understanding of time from the seamless period. Startled Lord did not reply. He watched Tianho crush the void and approach the Mother Tree. Lu Yin looked over. Stop. The combination of consciousness and thinking caused Fengdu to pause. Tianho's huge eyes glared at Lu Yin. It was clearly about to crash into the Mother Tree, but it had stopped inexplicably. Its body and thoughts had made a reverse choice. This human was indeed strange and similar to that civilization. Human, if you want to kill me, use your strength. Lu Yin stared at it coldly. I didn't expect you to be afraid of something. Tianho's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Human? Lu Yin sneered and pointed at Tianho. Your insect hive civilization is afraid of this creature. Tianho stared at Lu Yin in a daze. It had seen karma through karma. How hateful. The power of karma was too strange. Lu Yin saw Tianho's past. He used chaos as a karmic coordinate to search for Tianho's birth. He saw chaos sleeping in the void. It was huge and majestic and its body was covered in blood. It was most likely injured. Insect hives were thrown towards chaos. The insect hive civilization wanted to use chaos to give birth to xianxia, but they alarmed chaos. Most of the hives were destroyed. Only one was stained with chaos blood and successfully gave birth to xianxia. That xianxia was Tianho. The web version is slow. Please. Translation: Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation for today. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3976. Tian Di was indeed born from chaos blood and had gathered all of chaos strengths. This was why it was one of the 4 insect lords of the hive, an extremely powerful being. However, the hive had allowed chaos to leave without attacking. I didn't expect you to be afraid of such a creature. Tell me, are you afraid of that creature? Lu Yin asked. Tian Di roared, Human, you're insulting us. Then why didn't you attack in the first place? Lu Yin asked loudly. Tianho ferociously charged at Lu Yin, and beneath the scales on its body, countless amounts of eternal substance flew out. Tianho's body shrank continuously until it was only 100 meters long. Covered in eternal substance, Tianho instantly charged at Lu Yin, its claws sweeping out. Stop. Tiandi's consciousness and thoughts were scattered, and the immortal matter wrapped around Tiandi, breaking Lu Yin's verbal law. Fortunately, it delayed Tiandi's attack, allowing Lu Yin to easily avoid it. Verbal law affected the opponent's thoughts and consciousness, and even an absolute powerhouse like Tiandi could not completely ignore it. Only in Seamless could this strange life form not be affected. The transparent moth also had immortal matter and life force, but it was also affected by verbal law. The worldly lock descended and locked Tiandi in place, fusing the immortal matter with it. Tiandi roared and waved its claws, breaking free of the worldly lock and charging at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, and his strength increased by a great deal. He broke free of the worldly lock, and it was one that had been fused with the immortal matter. Among all the opponents that Lu Yin had encountered, Tiandi was the most straightforward. He slashed out with the triple firmament sword intent, but it was ineffective against Tiandi. Its body was wrapped in immortal matter and was incomparably sturdy. It might not be any weaker than that Eternal Realm monster. Lu Yin did not know how much immortal matter Tiandi had, but he did not want to compete with Chang in terms of immortal matter consumption. Thus, he used verbal law to interfere with Tiandi while avoiding it himself. The immortal matter could not guarantee a permanent battle. It would be used up sooner or later. In the distance, Gu Duanca's sword intent swept out as he chased after Huaiyan. Huaiyan was no longer elegant. 3 of its 9 tentacles had been cut off, and its robes had been torn apart. Its 18 eyes were bleeding, and the tea table had long since been destroyed. It shuttled back and forth across the battlefield, constantly dodging and occasionally drawing 2 strokes to restrain Gu Duanca. There was blood at the corner of Gu Duanca's mouth. His sword pierced through the battlefield and cut off another 2 of Huaiyan's tentacles, leaving it with only 4. Huaiyan's 18 eyes stared at Gu Duanca. The familiar sword intent was similar to that of the human who had chased after him on the battlefield. Right, was that why this human was chasing after him? Did he want revenge? Thinking of this, Huaiyan drew out Gu Jing. With a wave of his brush, Gu Jing's figure appeared in the void and was split into 2. Gu Duanca saw this and narrowed his eyes. He restrained his killing intent even more, but his sword became even sharper. He slashed the void with his sword, splitting the starry sky. Huaiyan's 18 eyes curved. As expected, he wanted revenge. Humans had this weakness just like many other civilized creatures. How sad. As he thought about it, he continued to draw Gu Jingshi's shadow. The shadow continued to flicker in the void, imprinting itself into Gu Jingshi. The guest's eyes widened. Gu Duanca slashed out again and again, ignoring Gu Jing's shadow. Suddenly, his body was pierced by a sword from Gu Jing's shadow. Gu Duanca looked down. Blood dripped down from the void. In front of him, Gu Jing's figure disappeared as if he had never appeared. How could this be? In the distance, Huaiyan was proud. This was his talent. Painting. He painted the outer appearance and also the heart. What he painted must be fake. Passing off the fake as the real was the highest level of painting that he had mastered. Gu Duanca knew that Gu Jing was dead. He ignored Gu Jing's shadow. The more he ignored it, the more he would be drawn. In the end, he was pierced by the sword. However, one sword was not enough. One sword could not kill this human expert. As long as this human expert cared about the dead person, he would not be able to avoid the heart of the painting. The more he understood the death of the human, the more he would not be able to avoid the heart of the painting. Human, you are dead. This human was at a disadvantage against him. Otherwise he would not be his opponent. Gu Duanca raised his sword and slashed down. The sword intent descended vertically, cutting through the void and cutting off another 2 tentacles. Huaiyan wailed. His eyes moved and he continued to draw Gu Jing. Suddenly, in the middle of the 18 eyes, a hook pierced through and tore Huaiyan's head apart. The 18 eyes scattered and turned. They were stained with blood and looked behind. There an elder walked out. It was Ixio. Ixio sneered, "Little thing, you underestimate humans too much." Gu Duanca descended and slashed down with his sword. Huaiyan's eyes turned and he wanted to escape, but the sword intent completely destroyed him. The canvas dissipated. Cough cough. Ixio looked at Gu Duanca. "Old man, don't die. The war is far from over." Gu Duanca sighed, "I won't die and I don't want to die." "You've thought it through? I've paid my debt. Aren't you dealing with the thorny tumor? Leave it to others. I'm not good at dealing with long-range creatures." Ixio looked at the sword wound on Gu Duanca's chest. "Go back and rest. There are many insects in the 9th heaven. The 7th pillar is not in good condition. It's all gone." Gu Duanca frowned. "Thank you." He then headed towards the 7th pillar. Ixio looked around. There were too many insects. He understood why Lu Yin did not want to expand the battlefield, but couldn't he have thought of a way to start the war earlier? When would he be able to kill all these insects? On another battlefield, sharp spikes flashed past and pierced through cultivators. Some had spirit seeds out of their bodies, and even if they died, their seeds would only shatter. Others spilled blood into the sky. It was an extremely tragic sight. Hidden among these spikes were the thorns shot out by the thorny tumor. They folded the void and used it as a string. Even Ming Jie, the peak master of Death Hill's second peak, was heavily injured and half of his body shattered. Long Yin had no choice but to carry him on his back to avoid the spikes. "Don't worry about me or you'll die too." Ming Jie struggled to get off Long Yin's back. Long Yin held two swords and cut the spikes. "Don't forget, I'm called Zhangdao Long Yin. Insects within 3 meters can't do anything to me." Ming Jie looked at the blood in Long Yin's sleeve and did not say anything else. The people of Death Hill would not give up on him. He looked up, wondering if Li Guo had settled it. The thorny tumor was a huge threat on this battlefield. Qing Xing had fought the thorny tumor alone, and even before that, Xuelo had forced the thorny tumor to attack. Neither had been easy, and only large-scale attacks could kill the thorny tumor. This was what Li Guo was best at. Long Yin cut the spikes with his swords and looked up. "Here it comes." The moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the starry sky. Although Li Guo had been injured by Xie Zun of the Red Plains, he had to participate in the battle now. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the thorny tumor was forced out. Wei Er turned and killed. As the peak master of the 7th peak, he had reached the perfection of crossing Ku'er. As long as the thorny tumor was exposed, he could kill it. On the other side, Chao Yi also took action. Although the peak master of Death Hill was not as strong as a powerhouse who had broken through to the perfection of crossing Ku'er, he had the advantage in numbers. They dominated the battlefield and cooperated with each other, killing the thorny tumor one by one. In the end, only the most powerful thorny tumor green immortal was not exposed. The bright moon and sparse stars could not deal with it. Li Guo gritted his teeth. "Beast, if the bright moon and sparse stars can't do it, then I'll give you a ruthless one. Everyone disperse." Suddenly, a spike appeared from behind and stabbed Li Guo. Li Guo stood in place and did not move. The spike pierced through, but there was no blood. There was only a piece of white cloth the size of a palm. It swept in the direction of the spike as if there was an invisible passage. The white cloth constantly changed its position. And on top of the white cloth stood a petite and dainty girl. The white cloth was only the size of a palm, and the woman was only the size of a thumb, but her aura was that of the perfection of crossing Ku'er. This woman was the peak master of the first peak of Death Hill, xianxia. Humans were not the only intelligent race in the universe, but they were a race that rose completely based on their intelligence. Humans were born weak. Not to mention those creatures that could roam the universe. Even on a planet, the weakest and most ordinary ant could kill humans. Ancient humans rose step by step based on their intelligence. Whether it was through cultivation or technology, they finally reached the present day. The Hive civilization was also intelligent, and at the beginning of the war they had a game of intelligence with the human civilization. However, their biological instincts made them more inclined to believe in their own strength and numbers. The thorny tumor was one of them. It had been avoiding the spike sneak attack. This was its confidence in its own strength, but it underestimated humans. It thought that humans were always passive, just like the blood tower. However, it did not expect that humans would use a pretense. On the surface, Li Guo and Yu Langxing attacked, exposing the thorny tumor worms. In fact, Yu Langxing had already finished the arrangement, whether Li Guo was there or not. This spiritual treasure formation could be activated. Instead of Li Guo standing in the void, it was xianxia, the peak master of the first peak of Death Hill. She was a person who was possessed by good luck, known as the walking bag of fortune. This girl was extremely lucky. She was born with a strong master. It was not arranged by her family, but by chance the strong master happened to pass by and his shoe mysteriously fell off. It just so happened that it fell at the girl's birthplace. Because of fate, he took her as his disciple. After cultivating, her path was smooth and unimpeded. Every time she reached a bottleneck, she would be able to break through it within 5 days. Everything was smooth sailing. She would be able to pick up treasures while walking on the road. She would be able to find ancient ruins even if she slipped off a cliff. She could have anything she wanted, but she had no worries. This woman was a weirdo of the Nine Clouds universe. She did not have a blood feud. She was the only one who did not bear hatred among those who joined Death Hill. The reason why she joined was because she was looking for Ku'ai. She had cultivated to the peak of Kuai by herself. She was the second self-cultivator of Death Hill. She had cultivated to the peak of Kuai. The spring and autumn bamboo slip wrote the word luck, to obtain good luck, and this woman was born to be a synonym for luck. The spring and autumn bamboo slip wanted to get in touch with this woman, but it was afraid of her identity. This woman had also sought guidance from Qing Lianyu and lived in seclusion in Death Hill. Many years had passed and many people in the Nine Clouds universe had almost forgotten her. The white cloth kept drifting and found the position of the thorny tumor. Xianxia's face was calm. In front of her eyes, the thorns shot towards her. She did not move. The thorns were too small and did not stab her. Then more thorns shot towards her. Found it. The sand spread, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The dragon roared and Chao Yi attacked at the same time to determine the thorny tumor's position. The thorny tumor hurriedly avoided the place, but it was too late. The moment Xianxia found its trace, it was dead. It could only attack sneakily. Its fighting ability was extremely weak. In the end, it was buried by the experts of Death Hill. Mingjia exhaled. It was finally dead. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3977. The thorn tumor and the 18 thorn tumor bugs became synonymous with death on the battlefield. Many people died under the spikes. The Death Hill was surrounded and intercepted by so many masters. In the end, they had to rely on the cooperation of Xianxia and Li Guo to find them. The thorn tumor was difficult to deal with, including the previous Bai and Hua Yan. However, there were not many powerful Qingxian, and this was the home ground of the Jiuxiao universe. One by one they would be dealt with. The insects brought great pain to the continent of the Nine Clouds because many ordinary cultivators and mortals had died at their hands. Even though the cultivators were protecting the cities of the mortals, they were still affected by the insects' attacks. There were still many deaths. The earth was filled with smoke and blood. In the vast land of the Jiuxiao universe, blood could be seen everywhere. Above the starry sky, Lu Yin was constantly wearing down Bai's immortal matter. Bai roared angrily and wanted to compete with Lu Yin. But how could Lu Yin compete with him in this case? Even if Lu Yin had immortal matter himself, it was not. This was how it was consumed. This kind of consumption was meaningless. Bai stared at Lu Yin. Human, do you know what the consequences are when your mother tree is pushed down? Lu Yin frowned. You can try. Bai stopped in place, immortal matter attached to the surface of his body. His powerful breath pressed down on the sky, swallowing the wind and clouds. Then, under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, a faint white airflow gushed out from the scales on his body like a cloud. It was extremely sacred. Life Qi. Lu Yin's tone was low. Master Qing Chao said that Bai had life Qi. That was why he did not take back the third night pillar. For the eternal realm, killing a Bai was possible, but the price to pay was great. Lu Yin knew that Pyrolite possessed life energy, and he had been constantly whittling away at Pyrolite's immortal matter, forcing it to reduce the fusion of immortal matter and life energy as much as possible. Pyrolite's temper was worse than Lu Yin's. He wanted to be more irritable and more eager. The life Qi spread and Bai roared into the sky. The sound waves rippled the void, pushing across the starry sky and spreading in all directions, covering the entire Jiuxiao universe. Countless people looked up, shocked, and had a feeling of being completely oppressed. Even the sea of bugs paused, intimidated by Bai's breath. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled Gate's eyes were heavy. This power was already comparable to the eternal life realm. He didn't expect that there would be so much Qi of vitality and eternal life substance. It must have been given by the immortal master. Master Grass said in a deep voice, "That's right. Back then, when it faced my oppression, the power it displayed made it difficult for me to bear the cost of the karmic chain even if I wanted to kill it." The entire Nine Firmaments universe was shaken by the power of the thunderclap. Chang grinned and looked at Lu Yin with an evil grin before charging towards the mother tree. Human, try and stop me. Lu Yin immediately used the law of words to stop the Pyrolite, but the Pyrolite's life force combined with the immortality substance made it seem like an unbridled monster. The Pyrolite's rope could not stop it at all. The Pyrolite madly charged towards the mother tree, intending to destroy it. Mother tree. Jingmen Shangyu clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Master Qingsao's expression turned solemn. If Lu Yin could not stop it, then it would be their turn to act. Had that immortal master been waiting all this time? The battle between the Eternal Life Realm and the Eternal Life Realm not only depended on the combat power of both sides, but also the time that both sides were restricted. If they were restricted too much because of the pyrolite facing the immortal master, even if the immortal master only had one more chance to attack than them, the ninth heaven universe was finished. Luin, hold on. The pyrolite crushed the void and rushed towards the mother tree, bringing with it a shocking oppression. Lonely Duanca's sword intent soared into the sky, and Ligua performed the heaven, earth, and man psychic treasure formation. Xianxiu, Mingzhua, Wu Cheng, and the other masters attacked to stop it, but the pyrolite pushed them away. It was not afraid of any attack at all. It was so fragile that it did not need to be blocked at all. Could not be hurt at all. Most people did not know the consequences of the mother tree being pushed down. Even Mingzhua and the other night chiefs and lesser gods like Dan Xiong did not know. However, seeing the pyrolite getting closer and closer to the mother tree, they felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was as if the entire universe was about to be destroyed. More and more attacks soared into the sky, trying to stop the pyrolite. The great master gave up on Luo Chan and crossed the door. Enor smashed on the pyrolite's head, and the recoil directly shook the great master back. Chang raised his claws and pressed down. The great master fell and the door disappeared. The pyrolite's claws missed, but it did not care and rushed towards the mother tree. No one could stop it. At this moment, the pyrolite was invincible. Apart from the eternal life realm, who could stop it? In Danju's impression, the pyrolite could overturn the universe and cross the starry sky. Once it arrived, it meant the end of the war. This moment was very similar to Danju's impression. In front of the mother tree, the door appeared. Luin walked out and looked at the pyrolite that was rushing towards him. If you want to compete, then let's compete. Humans walk step by step from being weak like ants. The starting point is very low and no one knows how high the end point is. I want to see where the end point of this power is. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and slowly raised his arm. In the void, faint ripples spread out. Compared to the huge ripples that Chang Sheng had created in the void, the ripples were too small. However, it was these tiny ripples that caused the ripples that were constantly suppressing the stars in the sky to be unable to do anything to them. Even though they were small, they were tough. Just like Luin, he was too small compared to the pyrolite. However, as he punched out, the heavens and earth rumbled. Countless people's eardrums almost exploded. The pyrolite clawed down, and its eyes were extremely excited. Come on, human. Bang. There was a loud bang and countless echoes. The mother tree was blown by a strong wind. The 9 firmaments suddenly darkened, and the light was shaken away by the loud bang. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the pyrolite did not move an inch. It was blocked. Lu Yin's gaze was still. On his fist, the ceiling sky sequence particles covered it, and a white airflow wrapped around it. It was the chi of life that evolved from the battle force of the mastery realm. Within the chi of life, there was also the matter of immortality. Facing the pyrolite at this moment, he could not hold back. The pyrolite roared excitedly. It had been blocked. In its current state, it had been blocked. How many years had it been? Ever since it was born, no creature had been able to give it such satisfaction in terms of strength. Not a single one had. However, this human had the power to match it. This made the pyrolite's fighting spirit boil. This was not the pyrolite's fighting spirit. Pyrolite had no fighting spirit, only destruction. This was the fighting spirit that came from chaos blood. It was the pyrolite, and also chaos. An endless force pressed down, and the pyrolite's body bent as if it was folding the void. Luin was suppressed by the boundless force. He looked up, and behind him, his consciousness whizzed out and replaced the sky. The 9 firmaments change. With a bang, a shockwave swept across the world, tearing apart the 9 firmaments universe. It was like a huge white blade that swept across the sky. The pyrolite was forced back by the punch. It raised its claws and swiped at Luin. Lu Yin's unlimited power circulated, and his chi of life fused with the matter of immortality. He punched out again and shook off the pyrolite's claws. Lanterns appeared around them. True God's freedom technique. The pyrolite trembled with excitement and attacked with its claws. Luin raised his fist and threw out punch after punch. There was no other method, just a clash of strength. It unfolded above the 9 firmaments universe, and the huge sound made countless heads explode. The aftermath was like a waterfall, and the white shockwave pierced through the world. Even the mother tree swayed. This was the most spectacular scene since the start of the battle. This was a continuous clash of strength, and it depended on who could hold on longer. In the north of the 9 firmaments universe, Dan Xiao looked at this scene in shock. The pyrolite had actually been blocked. Each of the 4 pyrolite insect lords had extreme power. Time, space, and strength could be said to be the pinnacle of immortality. Logically speaking, unless one was an immortality realm powerhouse, no one should be able to stop them. When the Pyrolite insect lords were killed in Seamless, it could be said that it was a siege. There might have been an immortality realm technique mixed in, but the Pyrolite insect lords could not see it. However, the Pyrolite insect lords were certain that it had been blocked. That Luin even had the chi of life. Pyrolite insect lords. The fact that he could survive the Pyrolite insect lord's ultimate move during Seamless was already beyond their understanding. The Immortal Master had once said that no creature could withstand that move unless one was an immortality realm powerhouse. This human civilization was completely different from the third barrier. The Immortal Master had miscalculated. Looking at the magnificent clash of strength in the distance, regardless of whether the Pyrolite insect lords won or lost in the end, at this moment they had all lost. The Pyrolite insect lords were blocked. Who else could force an immortality realm powerhouse to attack? Luo Chan's technique was also blocked. She was the only one left. However, this human civilization had more than one immortality realm powerhouse. In the end, is our civilization going to usher in the end? Dan Xiao muttered to herself. The Immortal Master had once said that it would definitely appear on this day. The Pyrolite insect lords were definitely not the strongest civilization in the universe. There were fishing civilizations above them that even the Immortal Master did not know about. How strong were those fishing civilizations? The Pyrolite insect lords continued to destroy the foreign civilizations they encountered. Sooner or later they would encounter the strongest civilization. However, that civilization should not be the human civilization. Humans were so weak. They had to go through a long period of time from birth to becoming extremely strong. How could they guarantee that they would not be discovered by the fishing civilizations? How could they guarantee that their civilization could be passed down? They should be hiding in the universe, trembling. In some corner, they should not dare to be discovered by any civilization. However, at this moment, they were encountering the powerful human civilization. A needle pierced towards her. Dan Xiao dodged it and looked back. You really don't want to give up. Aren't you afraid of death? In the distance, two figures stared at her. One was Xuanhuan and the other was you. Second Night Pillar, Night Chief. Or do you think that's all I can do? The corners of Dan Xiao's mouth curled up. I know humans very well because I'm also a human. Haven't you thought that maybe I'm hiding my strength like you? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and still did not speak. Dan Xiao suddenly understood something. Oh right, you're stalling for time. You know very well that you're not my match, but you can't let me go. Therefore you're trying your best to stall for time. You don't dare to provoke me, right? Hehe. Yu's heart sank. They had been seen through. There was nothing they could do. They were indeed not this woman's match, but it would not be easy for this woman to kill them either. After all, they were powerhouses at the peak of the tribulation realm. Immortal Master. Are you a human or an insect? Xuanhuan opened his mouth and stared at Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao hugged the doll and her blue eyes met Xuanhuan's. I've seen through you. You know that you can't delay anymore, so you're changing your strategy? Xuanhuan frowned. It's hard to say if you can win against me. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3978. Dan Xiao sighed, patted her princess dress and put away the doll. Her playful gaze suddenly changed as she looked at Xuanhuan and Yu. I was born in the human civilization. That civilization is called the Third Stronghold. Xuanhuan and Yu looked at each other and did not disturb her. They were very curious about Dan Xiao. How could there be humans in the insectoid nest civilization? The human civilization in the Third Stronghold is good at using cards to fight. That kind of card is very strange. Traps are set in the card according to each person's characteristics. Once you're pulled into the card, it's hard to say whether you'll live or die. Dan Xiao raised her hand, and a card appeared in her fair palm. Xuanhuan was alert. She had been warned not to get close to Dan Xiao's card from the God of Defense. She did not know how the God of Defense knew about it, but this card was definitely dangerous. Dan Xiao looked at the card with infatuation. The Third Stronghold cards have many levels like cultivation realms. Mine is the highest level, the Ancient card. She smiled at Xuanhuan and Yu. 7-star Ancient card, Your Majesty. You can die now. Back off, Xuanhuan shouted. Yu retreated without hesitation. In an instant they felt the danger of death. The sense of danger made them speechless. It was like the aftermath of the battle between Bai and Lu Yin. It was unshakable. The card in Dan Zhao's hand rose into the air, and a blurry figure slowly appeared. He was wearing an emperor's robe and looked very majestic. The moment this figure appeared, countless eyes were attracted. It was as if this figure was the center of the world. His appearance was as bright as the sun. Even the battle between Lu Yin and Bai could not hide it. Alarmed Xiangyu looked over. This aura? Master Grass looked serious. Although it's dead, it's full of vitality. It's almost at the eternal stage. Unfortunately, it's dead. If it's not, this person will definitely reach the eternal stage. The figure stood between heaven and earth and became the center of the universe. His gaze fell. Dan Zhao's voice sounded at the same time. Your Majesty, everything is beneath me. Don't look directly at me. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure's eyes lit up. 2 beams of light fell from the sky and landed on Xingfan and Yu. Yu was shocked. He was crushed by the gaze. Xingfan followed. Xingfan shook, and mirrors appeared one after another. With his cultivation as the mirror and heaven and earth as the sun, the reflection of the mirror's light gathered at one point. 1,000 sails heavenly mirror. You want to kill me? Impossible. Light collided with light. The silhouette's gaze pierced through and landed on the star sail. The star sail screamed miserably. Its body gradually shattered and vanished. However, this gaze also disappeared. Only Broken Yu looked at the eastern region of the continent of the 9 clouds in the direction of the 10,000 Elephant Valley. Within the myriad Elephant Valley, Wanlu swept away a large number of insects. He raised his head and saw the descending gaze. His pupils shrank and an extreme sense of crisis made his scalp tingle. He couldn't avoid it at all. Not only him but the entire myriad Elephant Valley was under his gaze. At this moment 2 figures rushed out. Soul Blood Pagoda. Soul Shock Gate. Azwar and Ayu, the guardians of the myriad Elephant Valley, had both undergone spiritual cultivation to become experts at the great circle of the crossing bitter calamity. One was skilled in speed, the other in strength. They joined forces to rush towards the falling gaze. When they collided with the gaze, their bodies shattered into pieces. Their gazes dimmed and eventually dissipated. Azwar and Ayu fell into the myriad Elephant Valley, their fates unknown. Ming Xiaolong's clothes were stained with blood as he rushed over with old Lu. Outside of the continent of the 9 clouds, Dan Xiao raised his hand and took the card back. Luo Chan suddenly appeared and took Dan Xiao away. Immediately after, the Great Master appeared and slammed the oar. He was one step too slow and stepped into the portal to chase after them. At the frightening Sparrow Terrace, Jingmen Xiangyu frowned. They want to run. Green Grass, leave Luo Chan behind. Master Green Grass refused directly. The 4 insect lords are not only strong, but they also have the power of the Divine Master. If I attack, the price will be too great. You must attack. If Luo Chan escapes, the insect nest civilization can appear at any time. The war will always be hanging over our heads, Jingmen Xiangyu said in a low voice. Master Green Grass didn't move. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him. The unknown wants balance. As long as there is balance, it doesn't matter who dies. Do you think they will care about the standpoint? Master Green Grass suddenly stared at Jingmen Xiangyu with murderous intent in his eyes. What do you mean? Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him. This is what I mean. You and I are both in the eternal realm. You should understand my thoughts. If the continent of the 9 clouds must die, we can protect spiritualization and Tianyuan. We can also use spiritualization and Tianyuan as bait to protect human civilization. Civilization is everything. The standpoint is just a lie born within civilization. Master Green Grass looked at Jingmen Xiangyu deeply and nodded. I have underestimated you. I thought you were just a crazy girl on the list of the strongest people in the world. Jingmen Xiangyu was calm and didn't answer. Master Green Grass walked out and waved his hand. The void green grass flew up and pointed at the side of the mother tree. Luo Chan suddenly appeared there and was shocked. The eternal life has attacked. Dan Xiao opened her hand. Your Majesty. The figure appeared again and looked into the distance. It was where Master Green Grass was. Master Green Grass's face was gloomy. He stepped out alone and looked in front of him. Nothing could get close to him. In the sky, a huge green leaf swept toward Luo Chan and Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao sneered. As expected of the eternal life. The eternal matter is so exaggerated. Aren't you afraid of karma? Stay. As soon as Master Green Grass finished speaking, the green leaf fell. Dan Xiao struck out with the 3rd celestial art. At the same time, the eternal matter was integrated and the 3rd barrier went toward the green leaf. Master Green Grass narrowed his eyes. There was indeed the eternal matter. The 4 insect lords must have been sent by the celestial master to reduce the number of times they attacked. However, they didn't expect Lu Yin to appear and suppress the insect lords with the power of an eternal life realm cultivator. Master Greengrass raised his hand and clenched his fist toward Luo Chan. In an instant, Lu Yin and you separated at the same time and turned to look in one direction. In the 9th heaven universe, countless people opened their mouths and saw a shocking scene. Heavens, the universe was bending. In their eyes, the universe was twisting and the endless space was shrinking. The world was blooming with green grass and grabbing toward Luo Chan and Dan Xiao. The 3rd barrier was directly shattered. Dan Xiao vomited blood and stared at Master Greengrass. Ruthless. Luo Chan disappeared with Dan Xiao and gave up on you. Originally she wanted to leave with you, but now she couldn't. However, the world was shrinking and the endless green grass was blooming. The sky was also in the palm of her hand. Luo Chan suddenly appeared and was crushed with a bang. The 9th heaven universe was silent. Countless people stared blankly. They had never thought that someone would make such a big move. Time and space in the palm, playing with the universe. This is the eternal life realm. Since ancient times, how many people had seen an eternal life realm expert make a move? Too few. Many cultivators would never see one in their lifetime. Every time an eternal life realm expert made a move, it was enough to record history. Now they had seen it. Lu Yin looked at the sky and there were only 2 words in his mind: the distance of a square inch. What was the distance of a square inch? It was just a square inch. The universe was so big, so why was it called the distance of a square inch? He had always been puzzled, but now he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the vast universe was just the distance of a certain creature's distance of a square inch? Or could it be that the distance of a square inch came from eternal life realm creatures, not just humans, but also all the eternal life realm creatures in the universe? But wasn't there no communication in the universe? Who was the first to mention the distance of a square inch? Why did they mention it? Because they could play with the universe as if it was a square inch? A breeze blew through the 9th heaven universe. The leaves of the mother tree swayed and made a soft sound like singing. Master Qingqiao put down his hand and exhaled. The karmic chain had increased again, but the increase was far less than he had expected. This meant that Luo Chan and Dan Xiao were not dead. They had escaped. I've tried my best. Luo Chan, a strange creature, can escape the restrictions of the eternal life realm to a certain extent. Although there are not many of them, it must be one of them. Startled, Xianghu frowned. She knew that Master Qingqiao had tried his best. The eternal life realm was not invincible. It was not surprising that a strange creature like Luo Chan could escape. What surprised her was that even Dan Xiao had escaped. This insect with the appearance of a human must have grasped something, or was it a trick left behind by the immortal master? Now that they had escaped, the remaining insects should be destroyed. However, the number of insects was still endless. It's time for the first night pillar to move out. Outside the mother tree, above the stars, Chang and Lu Yin's power duel began again. The sound of the collision resounded through the 9th heaven. The aftermath shattered the void, making it impossible to see through. As far as the eye could see, the shattering was spreading. You don't want to escape? Lu Yin asked. Chang grinned. If I suppress you, no one can stop me from leaving unless the eternal life realm intervenes. The eternal life realm has already attacked Luo Chan. The price to pay for killing me is too high. Will he? Lu Yin punched away Chang's 5 claws. You are so confident that you can suppress me. Human, you are born with defects. Even if you have the chi of life, how much can you have with your body size? How much have you consumed now? What about you? 30%. I have 80%. Haha, human, you can't hold on. Chang's attack was even more ferocious. The bombardment of pure power, coupled with the chi of life and the eternal matter, made it difficult for people to do anything. Chang believed what Lu Yin said. How much chi of life could a small human have? Only the strong of the eternal life realm could produce chi of life continuously. Otherwise, it would be gone after it was used up. It would take a long time to recover, and it would only recover, not increase. It would take a very, very long time. However, Lu Yin's mastery of the chi of life was beyond Chang's expectations. How could a living being master so many powers at the same time? Chang was fearless in the Tao of time and had mastered the terrifying ability to change one's consciousness and thoughts. He also possessed such powerful physical strength and karma. This human was too terrifying. But so what if he had mastered so much power? Chang had cultivated his strength to the extreme, and all kinds of attacks were useless. This was the path to the limit, and this human was still lacking. Lu Yin was not lying. He had indeed consumed 80% of his chi of life, and he was not far from running out. However, he would not be defeated. His strength had not been consumed at all. Chang had cultivated his physical strength to the extreme. He was invincible and fearless. This was indeed an advantage, but it was also a disadvantage. Chang's understanding of other powers was too shallow. The webpage version is slow. The new version provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 398, The Love Reading App. Fang Xiyuan read for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3979. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and the sky palace enveloped it. His power wasn't consumed at all, and it continued to circulate endlessly. If his opponent had been Dan Xiao or someone like Avicii, he would have been able to see through it and find a way to escape. However, Tianhu couldn't see through it, or rather he didn't care even if he did. He was too confident that no power could break through his defenses unless it was an eternal life realm expert. As a result, even if Tianhu's life force was exhausted, Lu Yin could still use his power to resist Tianhu's attacks and continuously wear down his life force. Just like when he had faced Emperor Wu's sealed heaven foundation, Lu Yin had also continuously absorbed the power of Tianhu's attacks. However, he was still at a disadvantage. The Nine Firmaments universe began to counterattack, and the insects were constantly being wiped out. The masters are swept through a large area, but it was still difficult to completely eliminate the endless sea of insects. There were too many of them. At that moment, a roar came from below where Lu Yin and Tianhu were fighting. Tianhu's roar didn't attract Tianhu's attention, as he was too weak compared to Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was surprised. The first night pillar? Directly below them was the first night pillar. From the start of the battle until now, the first night pillar had never moved. No one had appeared, and no insects had been able to attack it. Lu Yin had always been curious about what was so special about the first night pillar, and he guessed that it might be like the sixth night pillar. But that shouldn't be the case. It was the first night pillar in the history of the Nine Firmaments universe, and it was impossible to say that no one was there. However, the first night pillar had always been shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see through. Now that Tianhu had appeared, it meant that the first night pillar was about to move. The earth trembled. Tianhu walked out and dragged the brown skin around the first night pillar. He pulled back, his enormous strength causing the ground to tremble. Countless insects followed the yellow sand and the air towards Tianhu. Along the way, cultivators from various cities rushed out and attacked the sea of insects. Tianhu roared, and the first night pillar flew out from below where Lu Yin and Tianhu were fighting, heading towards the heavens. Lu Yin didn't understand. Why was the first night pillar leaving now? It didn't leave and instead stayed in the heavens. Then the other pillars of the Nine Firmaments universe trembled, and a familiar feeling appeared. This was the spirit treasure array. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Nine Firmaments pillar spirit treasure array had always been activated, and even if the fifth night pillar wasn't present, it could still operate. This had already exceeded his expectations, but now the Nine Firmaments pillar spirit treasure array could change? While he was thinking, the chaos and the feeling of being torn apart spread to the entire Nine Clouds universe. Dan and Gu Duanku by Xia Wucheng, and the other strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked the sea of insects. They were using their own strength and the Nine Clouds spiritual treasure deployment spell to kill more insects than before, and they didn't need to consume their own strength. After that, more and more cultivators from the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked with the help of the Nine Clouds spiritual treasure deployment spell. The Nine Clouds pillar spiritual treasure deployment formation released a chaotic and tearing sensation, as if another strength had descended to the continent of the Nine Clouds. It could be used to cover the entire continent of the Nine Clouds. Large numbers of insect corpses fell, and the sea of insects disappeared in waves. It wouldn't be long before the continent of the Nine Clouds universe completely wiped out these insects. Lu Yin looked away and saw Chang's tail whipping out. A terrifying force lashed out at him and he raised his arms to block it. His body was forced back and his arms were torn apart. He stepped forward without hesitation and took advantage of the time when Chang's tail whipped out. The triple firmament sword will slashed out from his fingertips, prying open the scales and causing blood to spray into the sky. Chang's 5 claws fell on Lu Yin's head, but he dodged and struck out with the overturning sky palm. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and Chang's body fell down like a wheel. Its tail whipped up and smashed down from above. Lu Yin rushed in the direction of Chang's tail, grabbing its back with one hand and using the karmic wheel with the other. The karmic wheel pierced through Lu Yin's body, but it did not affect Tiandi at all. Although it had intelligence, it was currently being suppressed by Lu Yin's battle intent. It did not care about suffering, nor did it care about choices. It only wanted to suppress Lu Yin, and it only wanted to have a showdown of power. It was one of the most powerful life forms in the universe. Bang! Lu Yin grabbed Chang's back and smashed it into the continent of the 9 clouds, creating a huge pit where the southern and western regions met. Countless eyes looked over there as that was the end of the battle. If Lu Yin couldn't suppress Chang, the rest of the continent of the 9 clouds universe might not be able to stop it even if they joined forces. Qi of life fused with the eternal substance was equivalent to a half-step eternal realm expert, and it had an almost invincible defense. Unless an eternal realm expert intervened. On the startling Sparrow Terrace, the startling Gate Lord looked down. How long had it been? How long had it been since she had experienced such a thrilling and hearty battle? The eternal life realm had limited her. If she was given a choice again, she would eventually step into the eternal life realm, but it might not be so fast. Master Grass frowned. If Lu Yin can't suppress the insect master, I won't intervene. It can't run away, startled Xianxia said lightly. The ground cracked open and the crack continued to expand until it was bottomless. Lu Yin leaped out and went straight into the sky. Behind him, Chang slammed out, staring at Lu Yin. How could there be more? This human's qi of life should have been exhausted. Lu Yin clenched his fists and smashed down on Chang's head, smashing it down. The void rippled horizontally in an instant, separating heaven and earth, forming a white expanse. Lu Yin gasped and looked at his hand. The white air dissipated. It was used up and the qi of life was gone. Below, Chang roared and rushed up again. It also saw that Lu Yin's qi of life was exhausted. Human, how many more times can you block me? Lu Yin was calm. Many times. After that, his body withered and infinite power flowed around him. At the same time, a stream of light shuttled back and forth. He had to use some tricks. Chang slammed down, and a stream of light shuttled back and forth in front of Lu Yin's eyes. A second later, Chang's body fell back, and Lu Yin stepped backward, parallel to time. Taking advantage of the 1-second reversal, he smashed out a punch. Chang was smashed down again. Although this punch was not very powerful, far less powerful than the punch made by the fusion of the qi of life and the immortal substance, it at least pushed qi back. Chang was furious. Despicable. Lu Yin shrugged. I didn't say that I would compete with you in strength. After all, you're too big. Human, I'm going to swallow you. Chang rushed out and clawed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. Here it comes. Boom. Lu Yin's body was sent flying. Without the eternal substance to resist, his strength was much weaker, but it wasn't to the extent that he was crushed. If they didn't use the eternal substance, Lu Yin and Chang's strength would be on par. In front of him, Chang's tail lashed out, and Lu Yin's stream of light shuttled back. A second later, parallel to time, the triple firmament sword will merged with the eternal substance. With a hiss, many scales on Chang's body were scraped off, and blood splattered across the horizon. Chang furiously turned around and slammed down with its claws. Lu Yin was pressed to the ground, and his body recovered before withering again. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin used the combination of flowing light and Chang to engage in a battle of injuries. Although it wasn't as intense as before, it was even more miserable and the sky was dyed scarlet. Lu Yin's body continued to recover, but the bloody wounds caused by the claws did not disappear. Chang's body was constantly cut by the triple firmament sword will, but to Chang, it was just a flesh wound. No one knew how long this battle would last and no one could interfere. In the 9th heaven, the sea of insects gradually returned to silence. All the cultivators in the 9th heaven universe had used the 9th heaven pillar numinous treasure array to crush the sea of insects. Lu Yin didn't know this at first, but now he knew why the startled lord was so calm. Once humans suppressed the hive civilization in terms of absolute combat power, the number of insects wouldn't be an advantage. If they had used this move from the beginning, Luo Chan could have easily broken the 9th heaven pillar numinous treasure array. This was the home field advantage, but the price was high. Too many people in the 9th heaven universe had died, and countless rivers were dyed red. Just cleaning up the insects' corpses would take a long time. Lu Yin's body slammed into the mother tree, causing it to shake. Chang stared at it from afar. If it didn't kill Lu Yin, it couldn't leave and it didn't want to leave. A battle of strength had to be decided. Lu Yin took the leaf off his head and was about to walk out. The startled lord's voice sounded in his ear. Can you win? Lu Yin said in a low voice, Of course. Thank you. Lu Yin bent his fingers and his bones cracked. He twisted his neck and leaped toward Chang. Chang roared and slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin threw a punch at Chang's head. Chang thought that Lu Yin would reverse time again, but this time Lu Yin didn't. Lu Yin punched Chang's head directly, and Chang's strength slammed into Lu Yin without holding back. Heaven and earth roared. The huge sound wave swept across like a gale, causing countless people to faint. Many cultivators bled from their orifices and they couldn't bear it. They didn't dare to look. It's just an insect. Get down. Lu Yin roared as his fist pressed down on Pyrolite's head. Its life force flowed endlessly like 1,000 mountain blades, and the power within Lu Yin's body also flowed endlessly. This power came from the Pyrolite's attack on his body, and it had been absorbed when it reached an extreme. This was the limit of Lu Yin's strength. Chang couldn't believe it. How was this possible? How could this human have such terrifying strength? However, it was impossible to suppress him. Chang's vitality didn't allow him to lower his head. Chang bared his teeth and roared. More strength surged out. Scarlet strength surged from Lu Yin's body as he used the True God's Freedom technique. Heaven's sealing sequence particles covered him continuously, and his body withered once more as he absorbed Chang's strength. The sky trembled and the pressure made it difficult for many to breathe. No one dared to make a sound. At this moment, Lu Yin didn't plan on using any other strength. He only wanted to use his physical strength to suppress Chang. This was his instinct and also the dignity of a creature in battle. Chang's roar made Lu Yin's vision blur, and the strength in his body continued to surge. He couldn't lose. He had never lost in terms of strength before. It was just an insect, just an insect. He had to suppress it, suppress it, suppress it. Whoosh! A white current surged out of Chang's fist, and then he felt an indescribable feeling in his body. It was as if he had been reborn, and even more white current surged out. This was vitality. How could there be so much? It was far more than before. Chang was shocked. It saw it. How was this possible? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3980. Warriors were qi, and those who loved to fight had to have integrity. This was battle qi. It came from the person, from the heart, from the foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens and tear apart the starry skies. Lu Yin's life force came from the transformation of his battle qi. His battle qi grew stronger the stronger it was. However, even Guizhi, who had created battle qi, and Jiang Feng, who had reached the mastery realm by luck, had not been able to transform their battle qi into life force. Thus, no one knew what the characteristics of the life force transformed from battle qi would be. Now, Lu Yin knew that there was only one word for battle. As long as his battle intent was endless, he could generate life force. His life force was different from that of ordinary creatures. The transparent moth needed flowers and full sensory creatures to absorb life force, but Lu Yin only needed to fight. The more he fought, the more desperate he was, and the more life force he could generate. Although it was not as endless as the immortal realm, it was very close. Lu Yin grinned. Bug, in terms of strength, humans are your ancestors. After that, he merged the immortal substance into his fist and slammed it into the ground. The body of the clam fell like a meteor, penetrating the ground and shaking the entire southern region. The mother tree swayed and large amounts of leaves fell. Countless people stared blankly, feeling shocked by the instincts of living creatures. It was an instinct that came from ancient times. In the era before enlightenment, ancient humans had also fought in the jungle and against wild beasts. That instinct was suppressed by wisdom, which brought about the transformation of humans. They used tools, created lies, comprehended cultivation methods, and built kingdoms. However, that instinct was quietly suppressed. Now, everyone felt that they had awakened that instinct, the bloodthirsty instinct to fight with wild beasts. A shocking roar sounded from the ground, but it was interrupted before it could finish. What are you roaring for? Speak human language. Human, you're courting death. Bang. Tianhu's body flew upwards, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize itself. Its sharp claws pierced through the void, and when it looked up again, Lu Yin had appeared and punched the center of its two eyes, causing them to cave in. Tianhu's eyes turned red, and tears almost flowed out of its eyes as it swung its tail at Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed and stretched out a hand. His life force flowed and fused with the immortality substance, as well as his constant resistance to the extreme. His 5 fingers dug deep into Tianhu's tail, causing blood to seep out from his fingers. His other hand grabbed the tail and swung it out. Zheng was thrown away uncontrollably. How could this human strength be so much greater? It didn't know that the strength came from the opposite direction. It needed to withstand several attacks before it could explode. But this time, it was so strong that it shocked the Nine Clouds universe. Even Jingmin Xiangyu was dumbfounded. This power was too much. Grandmaster Bluegrass was shocked. Even he found this power difficult to deal with, so how had Lu Yin's battle prowess skyrocketed to such an extent? So fast? No one could figure it out. Tianho couldn't figure it out. If Lu Yin already had this strength, why didn't he use it earlier? Lu Yin knew that his life force would be exhausted. Even if he could temporarily suppress Zheng with the immortality substance, he wouldn't be able to do anything before his life force ran out. Moreover, Luochan and Dan Xiao had both been there. If he had used his full strength, it would have been difficult to hold back Zheng once his life force ran out. He was only able to attack now because his life force was much greater than before. Coupled with Luochan and Dan Xiao's escape, this was the final battle. Tianho steadied itself and shook its head, feeling a little dizzy. In the distance, a white aura surged around Lu Yin's body. The life force left Tianho dazed. How do you still have life force? Lu Yin smiled. How much do you have left? 50%, Tianho answered subconsciously. 30%. You have 30%? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I've used 30%. With that he charged towards Zheng. Behind him, streaks of triple firmament sword will shot up into the sky and fell down like raindrops. Each streak of triple firmament sword will was infused with the immortality substance. Tianho hurriedly dodged, but it couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the triple firmament sword will's attack. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Blood splattered everywhere as scales fell from the sky. Chang's body twisted as its claws danced about, tearing apart the three firmament sword wills. Lu Yin grabbed one of Chang's claws with both his arms and growled. Chang's body was forcefully twisted to the side with its belly facing upwards as it was cut down by the three firmament sword wills. Tianho howled and struggled free from Lu Yin's grasp. It retreated, but Lu Yin punched its head again and knocked it to the ground. Tianho's body crashed to the ground with a thump. Blood flowed out from its body, and there were many insect corpses around it. In the distance, the inferior white cultivators could feel Zheng's suppressed breathing. The unshakable life force and immortality substance were enough to shake one's soul. However, Lu Yin turned it into ashes with a stomp. Lu Yin stepped on Zheng's head and pressed its head into the ground. Zheng roared and rushed into the sky. Lu Yin punched its back again and again, causing its skin to split open. Zheng kept twisting its body and shrinking. In the eyes of others, it was as if Lu Yin had shrunk it. Finally, Zheng shrank to 1 meter, which was even smaller than Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed its body. How much do you have left? Chang's body was bleeding and the white gas flowed out from its scales. It was much less than before and its immortality substance was almost gone. It clawed at Lu Yin with its claws, but Lu Yin allowed them to pierce through his body. His shriveled body was constantly recovering. The more it recovered, the more energy it would accumulate. Use it sparingly. Otherwise it'll be worthless. Lu Yin punched right between Zheng's eyes. This punch used up all of the energy that Lu Yin had accumulated. Zheng's entire head caved in, and this was the first time it had almost lost consciousness. No matter how Lu Yin attacked and tore apart its scales, he was unable to truly injure it. This punch was the only one that could truly injure it and it almost fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin opened his mouth and said, "Withdraw your life force." Zheng was dizzy and subconsciously withdrew its vitality. Lu Yin slapped its head casually, and without its vitality, it was completely knocked out. Then Lu Yin threw it into the hell of the general appointment platform. He did not care about anything else. He would increase his karma first. Only Lu Yin was left in the sky. This battle left the ninth firmament universe speechless. Countless people were shocked. From the beginning to the end, it was even more intense than the battle between the ninth firmament universe and the Sea of Insects. What was even more unbelievable was that Lu Yin had already killed an insect lord before this. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with respect and indescribable complex emotions. Was he really a primordial realm expert? Had they ever seen such a freakish primordial realm cultivator? Even if he was an immortality realm expert, there was nothing wrong with that. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Lord exhaled. It was over. Master Qing Chao looked deeply at Lu Yin. He had thought that Lu Yin's life force had been depleted, but it had increased by so much. If Lu Yin could increase his life force like this more than once, then how was he any different from an eternal realm cultivator? The difference was not too big. If Zheng was a half-step immortality realm expert, then this person was infinitely close to it. At that moment he thought of the future scale of the Xuanhuan universe. The higher the scale of a universe, the easier it was to give birth to incomprehensibly powerful creatures. The future scale of the Xuanhuan universe was even higher than that of the ninth firmament universe. Had such a person been born? How high would this person's future be? Had his previous plan been wrong? High up in the sky, Lu Yin watched as his karma skyrocketed. Zheng had lived for a long time, so naturally it could increase a lot of karma, but it had not reached the level of Yuya or the transparent moth. Zheng was very powerful, but its power was based on the characteristics of the verdant immortal of the hive civilization. It was not like the transparent moth, which had cultivated itself. This was especially true when the transparent moth had killed too many creatures. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Could the immortal master of this insectoid hive civilization be a type of insect that had undergone a metamorphosis to attain immortality? If that was the case, then the transparent moth had not been exterminated and could have slowly cultivated until it attained immortality one day. Perhaps this was another insectoid hive civilization, or rather, a full-sensory civilization. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. To a certain extent, full-sensory life forms were more threatening than the hive civilization. Lu Yin rejoiced that he had killed the transparent moth. There were too many powerful creatures in the universe and humans were not the strongest. They also did not have the qualifications to use other life forms. Using full-sensory life forms to deal with the hive civilization seemed effective, but there would come a day when they would suffer a backlash. Just as Mi Jinyu had said, knowing one's own limits was humanity's strongest weapon in the universe. Back then, Lu Yin had felt that it was a pity that he had destroyed the full-sensory life form. Otherwise, humanity would not have paid such a huge price to deal with the hive civilization. Now, however, he did not regret it at all. Self-awareness was easy to say, but it was difficult to actually achieve. This was especially true for powerhouses. There were too many accidents that happened when they thought they had everything under control. Lu Yin turned to the west, where the first night pillar was located. When it had appeared, he had sensed several powerful but decaying auras that gave him the feeling of a flickering candle flame. A scorching candle flame could illuminate the world, but it could be extinguished at any time. There were experts there, but they were all not that far from the great limit, or it could be said that their great limit was about to be reached at any moment. Was that the first night pillar? As he thought about it, the people within the first night pillar seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze and walked out. One by one, a total of 7 people walked out and stood in the sky. Startled Xianghu and Grandmaster Qingqiao both looked over. Some of the stronger cultivators in the ninth heaven also looked over. Hey, is there anyone else in the first night pillar? I thought there was no one there. I thought so too. The first night pillar has never been moved. The first night pillar is the first pillar in the ninth heaven universe. It once destroyed the tomorrow universe and the spirit universe. Of course there are people there, but it has been too long since anyone has been able to get close. Why do I feel like one of them is very familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere before. Master, don't you think that granny looks like the granny in the portrait? 7 figures stood in the sky, overlooking the world. Although they did not have an earth-shattering aura, they were more attractive than anyone else because they were from the first night pillar. It had been too long since anyone had walked out of the first night pillar, and no one had been able to join it. Many people had thought that the first night pillar was a dead place, the only pillar in the ninth heaven pillar that could not move. They had not thought that not only could the first night pillar move the ninth heaven pillar's spirit treasure array, but there were people on it as well. The web version is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star stepping update. Chapter 3980, Star Stepping. How much do you have? Read it for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3981. Lu Yin looked at the 7 figures, and all 7 of them looked back at Lu Yin, exchanging glances with each other. You must be Mr. Lu. As the rumors say, you are invincible under eternal life. Impressive, impressive. Among the 7, a burly man praised. He looked strong, but his hair was white and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The old man beside him said, "That's the chi of life. I can't comprehend it in my lifetime. I'm so envious. How are the young people nowadays so powerful? Our generation also had powerful people. Unfortunately, things have changed. Some people have lived a brilliant life, but they can't live to this day. It's a good thing for the human race to have talented people." Lu Yin looked at them. "Seniors, are you from the first night pillar?" "Ah yes." Lu Yin looked at them deeply. These 7 people had lived for a long time, and it wasn't easy to give him the feeling of having one foot in the grave. Even someone like Yi Gu, who was nearing the end of her life, didn't give him such a feeling, or rather, it wasn't so obvious. These 7 people looked like they were stepping in a coffin. They were decaying, dying, and lonely. On the ground, an old man exclaimed, "I remember now. Is Qin Wudi that Qin Wudi?" "What Qin Wudi?" Someone was puzzled. The old man was excited and knelt down. "Junior greets the ancestor. Ancestor, you're still alive." In the starry sky, the burly old man looked down and saw the old man kowtowing, and then the other cultivators kowtowing as well. Sighing, he said, "Are there any more juniors? Great, at least there's someone to send me off. Old Xian, I won the bet." "Ah." The black-robed old man smiled faintly. "You just didn't lose, but that doesn't mean you won. This old man should also have some juniors to send you off." After saying that, he raised his voice. "This old man is Grandmaster Xian. Are there any juniors coming?" The loud voice reverberated in the sky and spread continuously. One after another, it spread to the entire ninefold universe. No one responded. Grandmaster Xian's face turned ugly and he shouted again. Still no one responded. His gaze dimmed and he closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Qin Wudi glanced at him and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. "The descendant of I, Qin Wudi, is the descendant of you, old devil Xian. Send me off and send you off. There's no distinction between us." Old devil Xian gave a carefree smile. "As expected, you've won this bet." At the side, an old woman walked out and stood between the two of them. "Alright, I'm already so old. What's the point of betting? I wonder if anyone remembers this old granny. 3 Heavens Grandma, it's 3 Heavens Grandma. I remember now. She's the 3 Heavens Grandma in the portrait." Many people exclaimed, 3 Days Grandma? The 3 Heavens Granny who was once the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens? The one who even spiritualized the universe had legends about? I didn't expect him to still be alive. He is a character from ancient times. He once caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to fight and kill each other. The old woman laughed. "I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers me. But this Grandma of 3 Heavens is too unpleasant to hear. At first I was called Fairy of 3 Heavens, then I was called Younger Sister of 3 Heavens, then Elder Sister of 3 Heavens, and now I'm actually called Grandma of 3 Heavens. A skinny old man behind her rolled his eyes. "You just called yourself a granny. It's none of your business. You talk too much." The old woman glared at the old man behind her. The appearance of these 7 people was like opening up history. Countless eyes looked at them, searching for traces of their existence in ancient memories. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianghu looked at the 7 people. Each of them had lived longer than her. She was an eternal realm expert and could live for endless years. She could easily outlive these people to death. However, these people had indeed lived longer than her, but it was not much longer. They were on the verge of death. These people were no longer suitable for battle. Staying at the first night pillar was not to protect it. It was more like retirement. They could only survive until now by relying on the first night pillar's ability. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they were frozen. Under the starry sky, the 7 people walked towards the startled Sparrow Terrace. After climbing up the startled Sparrow Terrace, they bowed to startled Gate Xianghu. "Greetings, startled Gate Xianghu." "Greetings, startled Gate Xianghu." Although their seniority was higher than startled Gate Xianghu, they still had to bow when facing an eternal realm expert. Startled Gate Xianghu raised his hand to support them. "Seniors, you don't have to be so polite." The 7 people were grateful. Then they looked at Grandmaster Qing Chao, who was not far away. "Oh, isn't this Qing Chao? I didn't expect you to become an eternal realm expert. The heavens don't have eyes." Those words were said by Qin Wudi. Not only did he not bow to Grandmaster Qing Chao, but he also spoke rudely. Grandmaster Qing Chao did not mind. He looked at Qin Wudi with a smile. "Long time no see, old friend." Qin Wudi was unhappy. "We are not friends. Back then I beat you up quite badly. Just don't take revenge." Grandma 3 smiled and said, "Qing Chao is not that petty, right Qing Chao?" Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled and looked at Grandma 3. "Compared to Qin Wudi, Fairy has caused me more suffering. The incident of me being chased by a group of people back then is still vivid in my mind. Fairy, don't you plan to give me an explanation?" Grandma 3 shook her head. "We are all old. Why bother about the past?" "Qing Chao, long time no see. Sigh, you can become an eternal realm expert. Sad, the greatest sadness in the world. Let bygones be bygones. Don't bother about it." Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled and looked at the 7 people. These 7 people had been to the spiritualized universe and caused quite a commotion there. After all, they were all geniuses back then. They fought and framed each other and looked down on the spiritualized universe. At that time, Grandmaster Xianxia was considered a genius in the spiritualized universe. Of course, he was still far from these people. Just as Blood Tower Xianghu said, they could beat him up until he could not take care of himself. But it was such a person who became an eternal realm expert. This made Qin Wudi and the others feel aggrieved. Grandmaster Xian sighed. Xianxiao, there are not many people who can be your old friend. Grandmaster Xianxiao looked at Grandmaster Xian and stopped smiling. There are not many. Everyone live well. If there is no one to send you off, I can help. Qin Wudi sneered in disdain. Grandmaster Xianxiao raised his eyebrows. Brother Qin, do you want to spar? You seem to have a lot of fighting spirit. Qin Wudi clenched his fist and raised it. He shouted, I can't beat you. Jingmen Xiangyu. In the distance, Lu Yin retracted his gaze. There was no need to watch the old people reminisce. He released Bai. The karma had increased and ended. Although Bai's karma was not as good as Yu Ya's and the transparent moths, it was still not bad. After all, it was the limit of its combat power and had lived for a long time. As soon as Chang came out, it clawed at Lu Yin without hesitation. The Dianjiang platform hell repeated the past. Any intelligent creature that was forced into the Dianjiang platform hell would experience a painful past. However, there were some exceptions such as the consciousness creatures, the 13 celestial phenomena, and Bai. Bai was a bug. Deep in its origin, it was loyal to the immortal master and could not be changed. Even if Lu Yin created the karma, it could not change it. Bugs did not have joys and sorrows, so they naturally could not experience emotional torment. To Bai, it was just being locked up for a while. Lu Yin instantly appeared above its head and stomped down, pressing Bai into the ground with a loud bang. Bai's appearance attracted everyone's attention to the 7 people. However, the cultivators of the 9th heaven universe did not care about Bai anymore. They knew that Bai could not beat Lu Yin and were now curious about Bai's fate. Was Lu Yin going to kill it or something? Bai was extremely strong, so it was a pity that he had to kill it. This mount was too perfect, just like when he had obtained the Hellworm. At that time, it had been a considerable help. However, Bai was loyal to the immortal master, and its existence was like a set of coordinates that would lead to the hive civilization. Bai's life force was almost exhausted, so it was not as useful to Lu Yin as he had imagined. Although Bai was currently at the limit of combat power below immortality, it was only slightly stronger than Guduanka and the others. It had lost its life force and could not fuse with the immortality substance, so it was not a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin pressed Bai into the ground. Bai struggled continuously, but it could not escape. Lu Yin did not only have Qingxian, but he also had Furball, Danjia, and the longevity steel and Bai that had been pushed into the Dianjiang platform hell. Danjia was very valuable and involved the 3rd stronghold. Although Bai was much more powerful than Danjia, it was not as valuable. After thinking about it, Lu Yin still decided to lock Bai up because Bai was also involved in another important creature. Chaos. After Bai was locked up, the world was cleared and the war was considered to be over. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and saw bug corpses falling from time to time. Although most of the bugs in the 9th heaven had been eliminated, the rest still needed to be cleaned up and it would take some time. This was even more so for the spiritualized universe. The Night Pillar Spirit Treasure Array could not affect the spiritualized universe, so the number of bugs in the spiritualized universe was much higher than the 9th heaven universe. However, he did not need to worry about this. A door appeared in front of him and Lu Yin stepped in. When he reappeared, he was already at the startling Sparrow Arena. Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Yin's gaze fell on Master Grass. Luo-chan is not dead? Master Grass nodded. A strange life form is not easy to kill. Lu Yin frowned. Was that so? Master Grass said, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. There's no other way. Immortality is not invincible. Your Excellency now has the strength to fight against immortality. Lu Yin did not deny it and said in a low voice, as long as the hive civilization is not eliminated, humans will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Startled Gate Xiangyu said, we were just talking about this matter. We must find a way to eliminate the hive civilization. Otherwise, when they recover, they will come to the 9th heaven again. However, we do not know where they are. Mr. Lu, you did not kill that bug. Can you use it to find the location of the hive civilization? Master Xian asked. Lu Yin looked at Master Xian and the others curiously. Startled Gate Xiangyu introduced, these 7 are the seniors of the 9th heaven universe. They have always been at the first night pillar. If not for this war, they would not have appeared. Lu Yin heard the conversation between these people and Master Grass. Their seniority was similar to Master Grass. Greetings, seniors. Lu Yin was polite. They looked at Lu Yin with admiration. We are old. Mr. Lu is young, but you have surpassed us. It is admirable. The human race is fortunate to have you. Unfortunately, you are from the Celestial Prime. The Celestial Prime is also human. There is no distinction between them. Mr. Lu, you did not kill that chi. Do you still want to use it to find the location of the Hive civilization? Grandma Three Heavens asked. Lu Yin nodded. I did consider this, but even if I found the location, who would deal with the Divine Master? That is the real immortality realm. Danju had told him the location, but it was too far away. Compared to the location, the Divine Master was more important. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3982. Thinking of this, Lu Yin looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. In the history of the Nine Clouds universe, have you ever killed an Eternal Realm expert? Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes were heavy. No. Qin Wudi said, the first night pillar was the beginning of the Nine Clouds universe's expedition to the outer universe. Although we are not the first group of people, we are almost there. We participated in the expedition to the Tomorrow universe, the Mind universe, and so on. These foreign civilizations did not have an Eternal Realm expert. But there are powerhouses infinitely close to the Eternal Realm, Master Xian said. Grandma Three sighed. The former Tomorrow Great Emperor, the existence in the abyss of the Mind universe, was infinitely close to the Eternal Realm. As long as they are given time, they can achieve eternal life, but they are always one step away. It's not that they can't do it, but... At this point she suddenly didn't know what to say. Jingmen Xiangyu continued, Tianyun. Lu Yin looked at Jingmen Xiangyu and the others also looked at him. Tianyun? Jingmen Xiangyu slowly said, eternal life is not a realm that can be reached fairly. If all creatures in the universe can try to step into eternal life through cultivation, and every creature has the same chance, then the number of Eternal Realm experts in the universe will be at least 10 times more. But the Eternal Realm absolutely has nothing to do with fairness. It depends on both ability and luck. For example, Master Qingqiao. Master Qingqiao smiled bitterly. I knew you were going to pick me. Master Xian said, indeed, your luck is invincible to be able to break through to the Eternal Realm. Qin Wudi glanced at Grandmaster Grass, and the contempt in his eyes couldn't be hidden. It was contempt for the former Grandmaster Grass. Let me think until I break my head. Even after millions of years, I still can't figure out how a person like you could reach the immortal realm. Cowardly, not good at killing, no fighting spirit, and you don't even have a goal. Yes, why? These 3 words expressed the bitterness of countless people. They chased after it all their lives, but they could not reach it no matter how hard they tried, but it was achieved by someone they never liked. What? This is Tianyun. Jingmen Xiangyu said. Master Qingqiao did not refute. Lu Yin couldn't help but look at him and then at the 7 seniors. Did they really think so of Master Qingqiao? What did they think of Master Qingqiao? Did they really not understand, or did they know too much? Master Qingqiao was cowardly? Not good at killing? He only knew that Grandmaster Qingqiao, as an Eternal Realm cultivator, had dealt with the 4 supreme deities of the Nine-Fall universe and protected the spiritualized universe, preventing the spiritualized universe's people from knowing the truth. He had achieved a balance between the 2 universes. Afterward, he had hidden the Tianyuan universe and isolated the Eternal Realm from the Nine-Fall universe. It was very likely that he had schemed against Mijin Xiangyu and caused his death. There were various signs that indicated that the Grass Grandmaster was plotting something. Even the 3 superior deities were afraid of such a scheme, and they even took the initiative to seek a balance. He had no pursuits? Wrong. His ambition was too great, so great that the Nine Clouds universe couldn't accommodate it. And these were things that Jingmen Xiangyu knew. Only the 7 seniors did not know. They had probably stayed in the first night pillar for too long, and their knowledge was still stuck in the past. They had been abandoned by the times. Lu Yin found it lamentable that the Grass Grandmaster looked at them as if they were clowns. Were those people the winners or losers of the previous era? Lu Yin could not say for sure. Grandmaster Qingqiao smiled faintly at Lu Yin. Master Lu, both the Nine-Fall universe and the spiritualized universe should thank you for this battle. Even if the insectoid nest had been transferred here by the Tianyuan universe, the Nine-Fall universe would not have given up on the Tianyuan universe. War would have still occurred, and the spiritualized cultivators who went to the Tianyuan universe would have been unlucky. Thus, on behalf of the spiritualized universe, I thank you, Master Lu. Grandmaster Xian and the others did not understand what Grandmaster Qingqiao was talking about. What transfer? What going to the Tianyuan universe? But they did not need to know too much. Jingmen Shangyu also spoke up, his voice not only echoing through the startling Sparrow Arena, but also throughout the entire Ninefall universe. I, Jingmen Shangyu, represent the Ninefall universe to sincerely thank Master Lu for his help. If Master Lu had not seen through the insectoid nest, planned the war, killed the insectoid lord, and suppressed Qi, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Master Lu generously gave us the Xiaoling to buy time and prevent many casualties. The Ninefall universe thanks you. Grandmaster Xian and the others faced Lu Yin and bowed slowly. We, the cultivators of the Ninefall universe, thank you, Master Lu. Below the startling Sparrow Arena, Gu Duanka, Qing Xing, Danan and the others bowed in unison. We, the cultivators of the Ninefall universe, thank you, Master Lu. Then countless cultivators bowed deeply. We, the cultivators, thank you, Master Lu. Above the pillars, countless cultivators bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu. At that moment, the Ninefall universe resonated, and the gratitude of countless cultivators converged into a roaring sound that resounded in Lu Yin's ears. He did not know why, but there was a kind of uncontrollable excitement that made Lu Yin want to spit it out. There was a kind of excitement and a kind of emotion that made him want to shout out loud. He looked at the sky and seemed to see every cultivator who was grateful to him. He saw countless people standing in pools of blood and bowing to him. The will of the entire Ninefall universe was speaking to him. He subconsciously walked to the edge of the startling Sparrow Arena and slowly said, "The human race is the first." The moment he finished speaking, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and the Ninefall universe shook. The mother tree swayed and an invisible force covered the sky. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could. It was the karma celestial phenomenon. The sky was still the same sky, but in Lu Yin's eyes, there was another sky, the karma celestial phenomenon. The karma celestial phenomenon covered the Ninefall universe and spread out endlessly. Its scope shocked Lu Yin even now, and he could not see the end of it. Blue Lotus Imperial had clearly left, but the karma celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared, as if it had accompanied the will of the universe and descended. Lu Yin released the karma heavenly Tao, connecting heaven and earth, and touched the karma celestial phenomenon. Boom! Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up, and it was as if the world had expanded 100 times, 1,000 times, and continued to expand. Lu Yin saw the Ninefall universe and the spiritualized universe, and it continued to expand. Through the karma celestial phenomenon he could see even further and further. What was going on? His karma heavenly Tao was connected to the karma celestial phenomenon? This was something that he had never thought of before. Lu Yin had released the karma heavenly Tao more than once, but this karma was not the same as the karma of the Ninefall universe. The karma that the Tianyuan universe comprehended was different from the karma of the Ninefall universe. It was just like how the river of time had tributaries, and the tributaries were separated by a chasm, but they could also merge and converge into the mainstream. It was the same for karma. It was like a chasm that merged with each other. At this moment, Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao had merged with the karma celestial phenomenon, making Lu Yin feel as if he had moved from a small world to a larger one. His sky became even higher, as if he was a giant that could see even further. How could this be? Lu Yin slowly closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of this moment. Lu Yin did not know that at this moment, his aura had undergone a tremendous change. In the eyes of Stargate Imperial and the others, Lu Yin had become ethereal, giving them the feeling that they were looking at Blue Lotus Imperial. They saw the shadow of Blue Lotus Imperial on Lu Yin's body. The 7 senior cultivators were even more depressed. No matter how high their seniority was, they could not be higher than Blue Lotus Imperial. They would not treat Blue Lotus Imperial as casually as they had faced Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass. Now, looking at Lu Yin's back, their expressions unconsciously became respectful, and their breaths subconsciously suppressed. No one knew why Lu Yin had changed like this, not even Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass. They only knew that Lu Yin had changed again. How could this kid improve so quickly? He could already fight against an Eternal Realm cultivator. Now who knew what he would become? No one disturbed Lu Yin, and he stood at the edge of the Sparrow Arena for 100 days. He closed his eyes for 100 days and could not feel the passage of time. He only knew that he was very carefree now. Compared to before, he felt like a blind man seeing the light. Was this the feeling of Blue Lotus Imperial? No wonder Blue Lotus Imperial could easily change the direction of his landing in the Ninefall universe. Under this feeling he was a god. Lu Yin experienced the gap between him and Blue Lotus Imperial. This was the terror of the karma celestial phenomenon, which far exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. This was not a matter of quantity but a matter of qualitative change. This gap was indescribable. If Lu Yin wanted to use karma to fight Blue Lotus Imperial's karma, it would be tantamount to a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It could also be seen as the sea washing away the river. The gap was huge. Blue Lotus Imperial was very strong, so strong that it was exaggerated. It was by no means comparable to Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass. Lu Yin felt it. He was confident that he could fight against Master Greengrass and Stargate Imperial by fusing the chi of life with the eternal matter. However, if he faced Blue Lotus Imperial, who had the karma celestial phenomenon, he would have almost no power to fight back. Was this the strength of Blue Lotus Imperial? Did Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass know? Did Imperial of the Blood Tower know? Did the people of the Ninefall universe know? Lu Yin opened his eyes. It was different. There was a gap between Eternal Realm cultivators. Blue Lotus Imperial was completely different from Master Greengrass. If Stargate Imperial and the others did not know the gap, then would he be the first to know? Furthermore, Lu Yin also realized that he could comprehend karma. It was not just the enlightenment of the Mirage domain, but also related to the will of living beings. He had obtained the recognition of the entire Xuanhuan universe and transformed into the wordless heavenly tome. This was the first step in comprehending karma, which was why he had been able to fuse with the karma celestial phenomenon. Karma was not only something that could be obtained through cultivation, but it also required recognition. It was no wonder that others could not comprehend karma, no matter how talented they were. Karma was the cause and effect of a universe, which existed between living beings. Living beings were the foundation of everything. Without the recognition of living beings, how could one comprehend karma? Lu Yin had been protecting the Xuanhuan universe all this time, and the Xuanhuan universe had reciprocated. He had not seen it clearly in the past, but now he understood. Everything he had done had not been in vain, but it had not been to obtain anything in the beginning. He had simply wanted to protect the Xuanhuan universe. Now that he could fuse with the karma celestial phenomenon, he wondered what Blue Lotus Imperial's expression would be when he returned. He could not let Blue Lotus Imperial know, unless he had no other choice but to use the karma celestial phenomenon to fight. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 392, Karma Celestial Phenomenon Changes are free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3983. There was no one at the startling Sparrow platform, and after 100 days the Ninth Heaven universe had cleared out a large number of bugs. The first Night Pillar had also returned from outer space. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to look for xianxia. It had been a long time since he had obtained xianxia's blood, so it was time to try looking for her. He released the karmic heavenly Tao and used karma as the end. xianxia's blood. He watched as the karma spiraled upwards and then headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin took a step forward and followed closely behind. He could indeed find xianxia with her blood, but he restrained his aura to avoid being detected by the Eternal. He tore through the void and finally landed in a certain location. Lu Yin had not expected it to be here. This was where he had sensed the Eternal and xianxia's gazes when he had chased after xuanhuan. When his consciousness had descended, the Eternal and xianxia had already left. He had not expected xianxia to still be here. No, xianxia should not be here. What was she doing here? It was meaningless. Lu Yin's heart sank and he landed on the ground. He looked down and casually lifted the soil to see xianxia's corpse. Her bones were gone, and only her skin and flesh remained. Her blood had seeped into the soil. He sighed. Xianxia had shed her skin. As expected of the Eternal, there were no loopholes at all. He was not surprised. There were words beneath xianxia's corpse and Lu Yin flipped them over. You are the second Tai Chu. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. The Eternal had left these words behind for him to see. The Eternal had expected that Lu Yin would find him, so he had left these words behind. How interesting. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It felt like he was looking for a rat. The second Tai Chu? Tai Chu was the primogenitor. Back in the Xuanhuan universe, the primogenitor had created a cultivation method and established the above heaven sect. At that time, the Eternal had fled from the Ninth Heaven universe to the Xuanhuan universe. Even though he was not weak, he still had no advantage over the primogenitor. No matter how much stronger the Ninth Heaven universe was, as the primogenitor of the Xuanhuan universe, it was not impossible for him to suppress the Eternal. Thus, the Eternal had hidden under the Above Heaven sect's light and schemed. In the end, the Above Heaven sect collapsed and the Eternals became the strongest power in the Xuanhuan universe. If not for generations of powerhouses resisting them, the Xuanhuan universe would have been completely devoid of normal people. What did the Eternal mean? By comparing himself to the primogenitor, was he implying that he would be like the primogenitor, unable to notice him who was hiding in the corner? Lu Yin stared at the words on the ground in a daze. The words had been dyed red by Mei Shui's blood, and they were dazzling to the eye. Lu Yin's primogenitor's primogenitor, where did the Eternal? Was he so confident that he could turn the tables? A rat like him could only hide and hide. How was he going to turn the tables? Powers like Wangma and deathly stillness kept flashing through Lu Yin's mind. If the Eternity wanted to make a comeback, it would have to rely on these powers. Lu Yin had betrayed the Eternity in the past, so could it be that he wanted to replace the Eternity now? In the past, Eternal couldn't do it. He called himself a failure. Whose failure was it? Deaf ears? Or was it dead silence? The Eternal realm was different now. With a turbid spirit seed, his upper limit had been broken. It was very likely that he was trying to break through to the Eternal realm. I can't let him go, not even a little bit. This guy is too scheming. Lu Yin looked up at the karmic phenomenon. Eternal had divined that Lu Yin would be able to find Qing Shui's corpse, and he had even left behind a mocking message. Then, could Eternal have divined that Lu Yin would be able to borrow the power of the karmic phenomenon? Since the Azure Lotus defense had yet to return, Xuanhuan decided to borrow the power of the Karma Great Constellation to make a move. He wanted to see how powerful the Karma Great Constellation was. He wanted to see if this eternity could deceive even the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon. Thinking of this, the blood of Snow Wang's corpse turned into droplets of blood and soared into the air. They followed the karma spiral at Lu Yin's fingertips and flowed into the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon. The world opened up again and Lu Yin could see the boundless starry sky. It was deep and vast, but he could see through all things with a single thought. Karma surged like the clouds. Those who are not present alone will be replaced by benefits. Those who are not present alone will be replaced by non-existence. The heart is clear and there is no fear of selfishness. The self-illuminating the heavens technique fused the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon with the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon and used it to calculate blood. Droplets of blood shattered and turned into scarlet currents that formed the appearance of Snow Wang within the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon. The world shook, but no one else could feel it. This was the shaking of karma. It wasn't just the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon, but also the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon. It seemed to be connected to something, causing the world to change. The alarmed protector looked up at the sky. What was going on? Grandmaster Grass, who was in the spiritualized universe, also felt it. The world was shaking with spirit threads. The 7 funnels and the lights that converged from them were also shaking. Who had moved this universe? Who had moved what? This feeling could only be felt by the Azure Lotus Protector. Had he returned? In the land of the 9 heavens, below the mother tree, there were many thatched cottages. Ordinary people were farming and some were resting under the trees. The world was shaking and that person frowned and looked up. What was going on? The war had already ended, so why was there such a huge commotion? He was the Eternal. No one could find him. There was a boom and the farmers cheered. Spring thunder is here. It's going to rain. Ah, spring thunder is here. Little thing, hurry up and go home. Be careful not to get struck by lightning. Grandpa was just struck by lightning. Grandpa peeked at Grandma bathing. Grandpa peeked at Grandma bathing. Bastards, get over here. Grandpa will beat you to death. The Eternal retracted his gaze and looked at the scene in front of him. A group of people was running through the mud happily. This joy suppressed his distracting thoughts. Up until now he had not done anything. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that he did not have enough time. He had not expected Lu Yin to reinforce the consciousness universe and return so quickly. The entire battlefield had shrunk, causing the Eternal's plan to fail. Fortunately, he had completed one task ahead of time, and he had found the location. No matter how smart a person was, there were still things that they would overlook. What the mortals had thought of might not have occurred to those high and mighty cultivators. This was also a path to take. When he thought of xianxia, he recalled the words beneath her corpse. He did not know if Luyin had seen them, but he would definitely look for xianxia. The battle at the hive had given xianxia a chance. Otherwise, who knew when she would have been able to sneak in? That was a place that even the Eternal Protectors would not be able to find. Just as he thought of this, the Eternal's vision changed. He saw a pitch-black land and beneath it were walking skeletons. He had arrived. Even the shrewd Eternal could not hide his excitement. He had finally found it. At that moment he shared his vision with xianxia. Xianxia had entered that place. What she saw were skeletons as well as a massive sourcebox array beneath the ground. The Eternal used xianxia's vision to look at the sourcebox array, and he was somewhat shocked. From what he knew, the most majestic sourcebox array he had ever seen was the 9 firmaments pillar. Each pillar was composed of 5 sourceboxes that were equivalent to boundless advanced sourceboxes in the Xuanhuan universe. All 9 pillars were connected, and in total there were 45 boundless advanced sourceboxes. In addition, there were also several perceptive intermediate sourceboxes. This was the largest sourcebox array in history, and it was also the most astounding one. Compared to this, the limitless kinetic energy that Xuanhuan had created in the Xuanhuan universe was much smaller. No other sourcebox array in the spiritualized universe or the 9 firmaments universe could compare to it. However, although the sourcebox array in front of him had not been completed, it already contained 30 boundless advanced sourceboxes. Once it was completed, who knew how many more boundless advanced sourceboxes would be needed? Similarly, there were many more perceptive intermediate and discerning elementary sourceboxes scattered around the array. Furthermore, unlike the 9 firmaments pillar, this sourcebox array was composed of all of the sourceboxes. It was completely different from the 9 firmaments pillar, as all of the sourceboxes had been arranged into a single array. This was Execution's goal, as it had captured Li Gua in order to set up this sourcebox array. xianxia's gaze shifted, and it landed on the sourcebox array's surroundings. Although there were only skeletons around, she still recognized a few people. They were all famous heavenly spirit array masters from the Zhu family, the Qing family, and the Yu family, and they were all here. This enormous sourcebox array looked like a starry sky when viewed from above. It was obscure yet profound. Eternity blinked and cut off the connection with xianxia. He straightened up and his lips curled up. "You finally found it, Execution. This is what you've been trying to do all these years. When you sent someone to capture Li Gua, you should have known that you would be exposed. How many years has it been? Deathly silence has been so cautious, and it's all thanks to Luyin. If it weren't for the fact that Luyin had suppressed you so fiercely and almost destroyed Hidden Sky City, you wouldn't have been in such a hurry to make a move. Now that you've found it, it's time to have some fun." At the same time, Luyin stood high in the sky. Within his karmic celestial phenomenon, xianxia's figure suddenly fell in a certain direction. Luyin stared at that direction and watched as xianxia's blood-red figure fell and disappeared. Luyin took a step forward and chased after it. Finally, he landed on a black swamp that had a dark red color on the ground. It was xianxia's blood. Xianxia's bones were buried here. Luyin looked at the swamp and pondered for a moment before vanishing. The swamp was known as Black Marsh. Although it was a swamp, it did not have much of an impact on cultivators. Due to some special reasons, this swamp had become a place that many cultivators yearned for. Thus, there was a huge city on top of the swamp called Black Marsh City. Almost everyone in Black Marsh City was a cultivator, as normal people would not be able to cross the swamp. At this moment, Black Marsh City was filled with smoke, and the sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. Why aren't reinforcements here yet? There are too many bugs here. These bugs burrow into the swamp and are impossible to guard against. We can't escape even if we want to. Escape? If you dare to escape, then don't ever come back to Black Marsh City. This is troublesome. The bugs in other places have mostly been wiped out, but we still have so many here. Compared to the entire universe, most of the bugs have been wiped out, but they're scattered in some remote corners. There are still quite a few of them here. Our family is also fighting with them and asking for reinforcements. You're still thinking that, Luyin? Those big shots can't even see us in this corner. Alright, don't talk too much. Outside Black Marsh City, strange black bugs were the same color as the swamp. They were shaped like bamboo and would occasionally charge out like sharp swords. Cultivators were constantly being stabbed and some were even killed. Their corpses were being dragged underground. On the ground, bugs constantly twisted and appeared. Even further away, the walls of Black Marsh City were being attacked by the Brocade Azura. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere. Those were the injuries caused by Qianli. The pain was enough to make people commit suicide, and it brought fear to Blackmarsh City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3984. A group of cultivators rushed out of the city. That was the damaged part of the city wall and someone had to guard it. Otherwise the worms in the swamp would rush in. Finally, there's backup. Quick, we can't hold on much longer. There were more than 10 cultivators in the group, but the people who had been guarding the area heaved a sigh of relief and retreated. Half a day later, the worms retreated, and the group of cultivators continued to wait. It was only when someone from the city lord's office came with special materials to repair the city wall that they could finally relax. Dozens of people lay on the ground, panting. It's finally over. Far from it. Without the help of some big shot, the worms in Blackpool will probably never disappear. Blackpool City is not going to be peaceful. Be content, at least the blue immortals didn't come. Do you think there are a lot of them? They are the opponents of those big shots. It's already very difficult for a brocade azura to appear here. Not only do they have the power of a half-ancestor, they can't be seen and can move anywhere. Very strange. What's there to complain about? I didn't see you fight the brocade azura. All the cultivators above the half-ancestor level in Blackpool City are focused on the brocade azura. We're already very lucky. Hearing the discussions around him, Luin quietly leaned against the city wall and used pills to heal his non-existent injuries. He had come to Blackpool City and changed his appearance to disguise himself as a destitute cultivator. The reason he did this was because he did not want to be discovered by the Eternal. Xianxia had no value, but the Eternal behind her was valuable. Luin knew how cautious the Eternal was. It was not easy for him to use the karmic phenomenon to find clues, and this was definitely beyond the Eternal's expectations. The Eternal would never have dreamed that Luin could use the karmic phenomenon to attack. Now that he had found a clue, he could not waste it. It would be useless to search for Xianxia Bai rashly even if he caught her. What he wanted was to use Xianxia Bai to lure the Eternal over. Why Xianxia Bai was in the underground of Blackpool City was also a mystery. In order not to alert the enemy, he did not use his consciousness to scan the underground and did not dare to make any movements. This underground might be related to Deathly Silence or Mang. Even the Eternal could not find these powers, so he would definitely be discovered if he attacked. There was no breakthrough from the cultivator's point of view, so he would start from the point of view of ordinary cultivators or even mortals. This deathly stillness, or the fact that they weren't hiding in a place where there were no signs of human habitation, but under the Black Swamp City, meant that they were using the bustle of Black Swamp City to hide. Then he would use Black Swamp City to look for them. This was the most undetectable method. The clues were not easy to come by, so they had to be extremely careful. Someone patted Luin on the back. It was a burly man. Thanks for just now, brother. Luin smiled. You're welcome. When he was fighting with the underground worms, he had saved this man. Otherwise, this man would have been crippled even if he didn't die. It was a life-saving grace. The big man was scared. If you didn't save me, I would have died. My sister would have no one to take care of her. Brother, don't say such discouraging words. Beside the large man was a dark-skinned woman with an exquisite appearance. With a single glance, one could tell that she had been fighting all year round. Her gaze was resolute, and she carried a bow and arrow on her back. She thanked Luin as well. Thank you for saving my brother. Luin waved his hand. We should help each other on the battlefield. Perhaps you'll save me in the future. Don't worry, with my arrows, those insects won't be able to get close to you. The woman clenched her fist and said. The big man rolled his eyes. That's what you told me before. The woman glared at the burly man. The burly man smirked. I still don't know how to address you, brother. My name is Ling Guang and this is my sister Ling Shu. You can just call me Fugue. Luin said without blushing or skipping a beat. Ling Guang and Ling Shu looked at each other strangely. Fugue? Luin smiled. My elders gave me this name. They told me to use this name to train. They said that a lowly name is easy to raise and won't die easily. Haha, so that's how it is. Brothers' elders have foresight. Ling Guang laughed. He thought that Luin wanted to hide his identity, but he couldn't refute this reason. Ling Shu also laughed and chatted with Luin. 2 days passed quickly. The worms attacked Blackpool City again and the fighting started again. Luin, Ling Guang and Ling Shu worked together with ease. They were not afraid of the worms at all. Even when the brocade azura ambushed them once, Ling Shu noticed it in advance and forced Luin and Ling Guang to retreat. Ling Guang was scared after that incident. Brocade azura. For half a month, Luin stayed in Blackpool City. Not only did he become familiar with Ling Guang and the rest, he also got to know other people. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. Their cultivations weren't high, but they had rich combat experience and were especially good at survival. During this time, a few girls tried to seduce Luin, reminding him of his experience during Earth's Armageddon. Fugue, your swordsmanship is amazing. Have you been to the seventh night pillar? Someone asked, attracting the attention of many. Luin revealed his swordsmanship slightly. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, his swordsmanship was extremely strong, and he became famous in a short time. Oh, you should go to the seventh night pillar then. It's a holy place for the sword dynasty. Even the 4 Lin sword sects people go there. There's also the fifth night pillar, swordmaster Tai Tsang. Everybody in the continent of the 9 clouds uses swords. There's a 9 firmament sword leader there. The seventh night pillar isn't that easy to climb. Luin was puzzled. Someone said, it used to be, but it's different now. I heard that Senior Lonely Dwanka moved the stone wall that recorded the sword moves outside the night pillar. That's why anyone can look at it, but you still have to be careful. Brother, it's best to wait until you break through to half ancestor or even higher. After all, the sword intent recorded there isn't ordinary. Ling Guang agreed. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Wait until you break through. I heard that even Mr. Lu left his sword intent there. Ordinary people can't look at it. Luin blinked. That Mr. Lu? Yes, that Mr. Lu, Ling Guang said solemnly. Everyone's expressions turned solemn as well. Although Senior Lonely Dwanka is the head of 9 firmament swords, everyone has to admit that Mr. Lu's sword intent might surpass Senior Lonely Dwanka's. Someone sighed. Back then he crossed the western and southern regions with 1 sword and killed Hefang Mountain. He established his reputation as being invincible under eternal life. That was also his sword intent. Someone retorted, but I heard that he used a trick. Although I don't know how, I firmly believe that Senior Lonely Dwanka is still the head of 9 firmament swords. Luin can't compare. That's right. Luin can't compare. I think that Mr. Lu's sword intent is the strongest. Definitely not, everyone was arguing. This was something that Luin often heard during this period. In the 9th firmament universe, some people were grateful to him, while others disliked him. It was normal. However, there were still many people who were grateful to him. Otherwise, the 9th firmament universes would not have recognized him, and he would not have been able to integrate the Karma Heavenly Tao into the Karma constellation. Alright, there's no need to talk about those big figures. They have their own worlds and we have ours. We will never cross paths. Let's talk about digging treasures in Blackpool City, someone shouted. The surrounding people immediately became excited. They had come to Blackpool City to dig for treasures. Luin heard the term digging for treasures on his 3rd day here. This was also the only way for him to get close to Snowy Bones. There were treasures under the Blackpool. This was a legend that spread far and wide, and it had indeed been confirmed. That was why Blackpool City had been created and why so many cultivators had come here. Otherwise, how could there be resources here that could attract so many cultivators? Legend had it that the huge Blackpool had once buried a power. No one knew what that power was called. It was said that it was too ancient and there were no records of it. One could dig for treasures in the Blackpool and some people would occasionally dig up good things. Over time, Blackpool City was formed. Luin felt that this place was similar to the western regions. Buried under the yellow sands of the western regions was research on spirit treasure arrays from the Garnery universe. So many people dug for treasures there. Blackpool was the same. However, the difference between Blackpool and the western regions was that this place was not that big. Logically speaking, it should have been emptied long ago. However, it was said that the buried power could move, perhaps with the help of spirit treasure arrays or for other reasons. Some people said that the power was being carried by a huge scorpion that lived in the swamp. It was constantly moving, so it was impossible to determine its location. Secondly, Blackpool City did not allow anyone to destroy the Blackpool, so no one could harm the swamp itself when digging for treasures. The purpose of Blackpool City was very simple. Blackpool City could only exist if the treasures were still there. Otherwise, why would cultivators come here? Over time, this place became a place where many independent cultivators wanted to soar. Did you hear about that tomboy from last year? She's so lucky, someone commented. Someone else immediately said, I heard. That tomboy disguised as a man and dug for treasures with a bunch of people. She actually dug up a cultivation spirit and leapt several realms, becoming a progenitor. That's nothing. In the past, someone dug up a primordial realm cultivator's cultivation spirit. That was even more shocking. There was also someone who dug up rare resources and was bought by the city lord. That person soared to the sky. Beside Luyin, Ling Guang was envious. How good would it be if we could dig up a cultivation spirit? Ling Shu was annoyed. Don't say it. If you say it, we definitely won't be able to dig it up. Fugue, what do you want to dig up? Ling Shu looked on curiously. Luyin thought for a moment. Spirit seed. Not a spirit seed? Spirit seed is better, but it's very difficult. You're practical, but there's no use in digging up spirit seeds. There's too little of them and they're all scattered. Luyin did not understand. Haven't you thought that digging for treasures might be a way for Blackpool City to attract independent cultivators? Ling Guang and Ling Shu looked at each other and said matter-of-factly, so what? Someone will get something good. That's enough. No one asked why. Luyin thought about it and agreed. It was not easy for independent cultivators to cultivate. They would not let go of any opportunity. Actually, if you want to dig for treasures, it's best to follow the city lord's people. The chances are much higher. Unfortunately, without strength and connections, it's impossible to get close to the city lord's mansion. Ling Guang was helpless. Ling Shu wiped her bow. We're risking our lives here to accumulate merits and see if we can get a chance to join the city lord's mansion's treasure digging team. There's a treasure digging team in the city lord's mansion? Luyin was curious. Yes, the city lord's mansion is very diligent in digging for treasures. Many people have guessed what you said before, but after a few city lords of Blackpool City dug up good things and left, this guess was dispelled because they found that the good things those city lords dug up were good things. The West is really good. The city lords who left before were scattered all over the place. Some were robbed and died in battle, so they all felt that this treasure had nothing to do with Blackpool City. It really does exist. Luyin nodded thoughtfully. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3985. Treasure, Underground, White Bones, Oblivion or Dead Silence. Had they not been discovered by the Immortal Lord for so many years been relying on this method? Even if the Immortal Lord had swept through every piece of land and came to Blackpool City to see so many people digging for treasures, he would not care. The Great Hermit was hidden from the world. In the vast Nine Heavens universe, the bugs had been cleared out on the surface, but in reality the bugs in every corner were difficult to clear out. It would take time, either a year or 10 years. Fortunately, the Nine Heavens Pillar Spirit Treasure Array did not allow the bugs to enter. Otherwise it would have been endless. More than 10 days passed. On this day, someone from the City Lord's office came to transfer cultivators to participate in the defense on the other side. There were a lot of cultivators here. Many people were unwilling to go because the brocade azura would occasionally appear on the other side. On this side, there were only bugs that emerged from the swamp, and the strongest were the envoys. Luyin went and so did the Ling Guang siblings. There were also a few braver ones or those who thought they were lucky enough to follow the City Lord's office. The brave ones are stuffed to death and the timid ones starved to death. If we don't make this trip, when will we be able to join the City Lord's treasure digging team? Even if we don't contribute enough, being familiar with the City Lord's people will help us join the team in the future, someone said to himself. He comforted himself. A few people beside him agreed. The leading man from the City Lord's mansion had a smile on his face. That was the logic, but they had to be alive to get familiar with them. The few batches of people they had found before were almost all dead. These people were actually bait, because once the brocade azura appeared, they would first attack those with low battle power to give the other cultivators time to react. But if they could survive until the end, they would be praised by the City Lord. After all, they were brave. Not long after, Luyin and the rest arrived at the other side of Blackpool City to defend the city wall. The war had begun again. After rounds of fighting, the people around them gradually died, and the City Lord's office pulled another group of people over. Luyin and the Ling Guang siblings were still alive, and they cooperated seamlessly. No one could tell that Luyin was hiding his cultivation, especially when Ling Guang broke through halfway. This made Ling Shu happy for a few days. This breakthrough allowed him to reach the strength of a half-ancestor. The brocade azura would not be passive. As time passed, the three of them had become familiar with the people in the City Lord's mansion. As long as they could survive until the end of the war, the City Lord's mansion would guarantee them a spot in the City Lord's mansion's treasure digging team. They could even cultivate in the City Lord's mansion. The sky above the black swamp was dark, and there was no sunlight all year round. It was because of the swamp and also because of the mother tree's canopy. They were at the roots of the tree and the leaves were too far away. After the battle, Lu Yin sat in a corner and drank some water, exhausted. The Ling Guang siblings leaned over. Fugue, are you okay? You seem to be scratched. Ling Shu tossed a pill to Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's fine, it'll be fine after a while. Ling Guang nodded. It would be great if you could also break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. With the two of us working together and the girl's long-range assistance, we would definitely be able to survive until the end of the war. Lu Yin smiled. I'll do my best. Not long after, Lu Yin closed his eyes to rest. What are you doing? The startling gate superior's voice traveled into Lu Yin's ears, startling him. He opened his eyes to take a look, and then heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the gate had not appeared. If the door appeared at this time, then it would be strange. The sudden appearance of the door meant that the alarmed gate was in charge. Wouldn't this small black pool city turn the sky upside down? Even an idiot would know that there was something wrong with him. I might have found information about Deathly Stillness or Duanmu Realm. Blackpool City? Underground. I've investigated this place before, but that was a long time ago. It's right under my nose? How provocative. Lu Yin said, Senior, don't alert the enemy. Deathly Stillness and Duanmu Realm are one thing, but I still need to find the Eternal. The Eternal might not necessarily be here. I understand, otherwise you wouldn't have to hide your identity. With your strength, once you act, no one in the Black Swamp can escape. I'm looking for you to ask if you've found the location of the Hive civilization. Lu Yin looked ahead, where sporadic fighting could be heard outside the city. The location is not fixed and Danji can't fool me. The Immortal Master should be approaching us. The karmic phenomenon prevents Eternal Realm cultivators from entering as they please. Does that mean that once the Immortal Master comes into contact with the karmic phenomenon, Senior will know? The alarmed gate protector slowly said, The premise is that the Immortal Master must come into contact with the karmic phenomenon and enter its range. Otherwise I don't know. After all, this is the power of the Azure Lotus Protector, and us Eternal Realm cultivators can borrow it to a certain extent. The power of karma already exists, but it's limited. These words reminded Lu Yin of the scene in the Mirage where Master Qingqiao used the karma of the Forbidden Land to seal him. Master Qingqiao did not cultivate karma, but he could use it to attack. Even if it was a very shallow attack, it was enough to seal him at that time. However, Master Qingqiao also said that he would be sealed for 100 years. At that time, the gap between him and the Eternal Realm cultivators was too big. Therefore, Master Qingqiao could only seal him for 100 years. This proved that Master Qingqiao really did use the karma of the Forbidden Land to seal him. Otherwise, the desolate ancestor would not have been able to save him. If it was the Azure Lotus Protector who sealed him, not to mention the desolate ancestor, even he would not be able to escape now. Lu Yin was helpless. In that case, Senior can't move and neither can Master Qingqiao. Luo Chan's ability can allow the Immortal Master to enter the ninth heaven at any time. That would be a disaster. I understand. I hope Qinglian and the others will come back soon, the alarmed gate protector said. Lu Yin frowned. Although the human civilization had 4 Eternal Realm cultivators, which seemed to be more than the Hive civilization, how many of them could really be moved? They could only ensure that it was enough for conventional combat. This did not include Master Qingqiao, who could betray them at any time. Senior, there is something that I can't figure out. Please enlighten me. What is it? Lu Yin looked up at the startling Sparrow Terrace. Senior Qinglian Protector has been here for so many years. Have you really not found any clues about Deathly Silence or Wangdi? He fused the Karma Heavenly Tao into the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon and soon found traces of the snow-white bones. The karma great celestial phenomenon belonged to the Green Lotus upper defense. How many years had it been? Wangdi's clue? It did not make sense. The alarmed gate protector said, because he has been marked. Luyin was surprised. Marked? Chi Su is behind Wangdi. Although Chi Su is dead, for some reason Qinglian will not let Chi Su's power disappear. This also allows Wangdi to continue to hide with Chi Su's power. After all, he is an eternal realm cultivator. Chi Su also knows that Qinglian has the karma celestial phenomenon. The concealment of the karma celestial phenomenon will not be easily exposed. As for deathly silence, although it appeared late, there is the death universe behind it. It is a cosmic civilization that can bring death calamity to our human civilization. It has a strange power. When the death universe approached, Deathly Silence's master killed Qinglian Protector. Once Qinglian Protector uses the karma celestial phenomenon to search, she will be discovered. In other words, the karma celestial phenomenon is transparent in Zhu's eyes. Luyin was surprised. Zhu is not an eternal realm cultivator, but he can see through the karma celestial phenomenon? Not see through it. Transparency does not mean that he can see through it. It just allows this power to appear in front of him. This is the power of the death universe. You should have seen Deathly Silence's method. It can make a creature's bones leave the body. It is marked. In other words, it is planted with bone language. Remember, do not let the death universe plant bone language. Do not let your power be marked or everything will be transparent, the alarmed gate protector reminded. Luyin remembered what he had heard when he had looked into those eyes. Could he have been marked? The death universe's method was strange. It could make a person's bones leave the body. Li Guo had been seriously injured like this, and Wangdi's Jiezun had also been seriously injured. Luyin could not imagine what it would feel like to have his bones leave his body. But it should not be that easy. Li Guo had mentioned the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, saying that Xuanhuan had used some methods to plant bone language in him. Xuanhuan and Li Guo were at the same level, but Xuanhuan still needed to expend energy to plant bone language in him. It should be even more difficult to plant bone language in him. Luyin always felt that the words he had heard back then had been marked. If he had really been marked, then was the location of the snowy bones real? He had not been played, had he? Luyin got up and walked to the city wall to look underground. There were two possibilities. One, he had been played by Eternity and Deathly Silence. The snowy bones were indeed under the Black Marsh, but just like the corpse, Eternity had deliberately left them here to attract attention. He had noticed. Two, he had not been marked. He had indeed found the snowy bones on his own, but he had done so with the help of the karma celestial phenomenon. If Azure Lotus Protector had been marked, the karma celestial phenomenon would have been transparent. Would Deathly Silence have noticed? Would the snowy bones traces be fake? 3. He had been marked, but he could still find the snowy bones. It was not his own ability but Eternity. Eternity had betrayed Deathly Silence, and xianxia had followed Eternity, which was the same as betraying Deathly Silence. Since Deathly Silence could mark Azure Lotus Protector, he could naturally mark Eternity as well. But even now, he could not do anything to Eternity, which meant that Eternity had the ability to counter Deathly Silence. Thus, Eternity also had the ability to help him. The fact that he had found xianxia was coincidentally hidden by that countermeasure, making it difficult for Deathly Silence to notice. Eternity and xianxia could not mark him or Azure Lotus Protector, so they did not know either. Thus, whether it was Deathly Silence or Eternity, he was now hidden here. What was the situation now? Luyin could not determine. In fact, he was leaning towards the third possibility, which came from his confidence in Eternity. He believed that Eternity had the ability to block Deathly Silence's detection and find out Deathly Silence's location. He understood Eternity. If that was the case, then Deathly Silence might be beneath his feet. I hope so, a coincidental alliance, Luyin mumbled to himself. Whether or not his guess was correct, he had to hide his identity and stay in Blackmarsh City. This little bit of time was nothing. He also wanted to return to the Tianyuan universe, but now was not the right time. The Immortal Master could appear at any time. The startling gate protector had to wait for the Immortal Master to enter the range of the karma celestial phenomenon before finding out. Every inch of the karma celestial phenomenon, including the Tianyuan universe. Thinking of this, Luyin looked into the distance. He was homesick, so he had to find time to visit. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3986. Everyone listen up. The city lord has ordered us to ensure that no insects attack the south gate in 3 days. If we can do it, everyone will be rewarded with a chance to join the treasure-digging team. Someone from the city lord's office shouted. This reward excited many of the wandering cultivators, and they immediately acted to eliminate the insects. Ling Guang laughed. If we can do it, we will have 2 chances to join the treasure-digging team. Fugui, work hard. Luin smiled and nodded. It was not difficult to have no insects for 3 days. Before this, it was normal for there to be no insects for 3 to 5 days as long as they were ruthless enough. Overwhelming attacks fell outside the city. Half a day later, many cultivators rushed out, their eyes red with killing intent. They longed for the chance to reach the heavens in one step. Just like those who dug sand in the western region, wandering cultivators wanted to protect themselves. Their cultivation was always accompanied by anxiety, and the more anxious they were, the more they wanted to reach the top. Ling Guang, and Luin also rushed out and fought with all their might. Finally, all the insects were killed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, no more insects appeared. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a group of people arrived at the south gate of Blackpool City. The city lord personally welcomed them and brought them into the city. Ling Guang was surprised. That is Xianxia? Luin raised an eyebrow. Xianxia? The 5th of the 7 fairies, Xianxia? Although he had never met Xianxia, he had heard from Lu Xiu that this girl was the one who proposed the condition for Luin not to force Luli to agree to the 5th Night Pillar's participation in the Universal War. Brother, you know her? Ling Shu was curious. Ling Guang's face was solemn. No, but I have seen Xianxia's beast carriage. Have you forgotten? It is in Dai City. Dai City? Ling Shu did not remember. Ling Guang said, it is normal that you don't remember. After all, the name of the 7 fairies is too deep for men like us. I remember now, she is the 5th of the 7 fairies, Xianxia? Ling Shu exclaimed. They were not the only ones, as many cultivators around them were discussing. Xianxia was not a mystery. Compared to Lu Xiu, Xuanhuan, and the others, Xianxia's background was much lower. Her father was Yumi, the city lord of Dai City, which could not be counted as a faction. However, Yumi had some ability. He had united hundreds of cities around him and established the 100 City Association. Although it wasn't a force, it was close. At the very least, their influence in this area was much greater than that of the Xuanhuan clan and the solitary Swan Island. Blackpool City was also one of the 100 Cities Association, second only to Big One City. Blackpool City's City Lord Yu Sheng is the younger brother of the 100 Cities Guild Lord Yumi, and this Xianxia is his niece. No wonder she would come here. The reason we fought before was to open up a path for Xianxia. Ling Guang said, looking at the beast carriage entering the city with infatuation. Ling Shu snorted. Stop staring at her. She's a genius. Marry her if you can. Ling Guang smiled bitterly. They could only dream about it. How could mortals like them covet the 7 fairies? To the 7 fairies they were just mortals. Luin was also watching the beast carriage enter the city, and he did not expect to see Xianxia in such a situation. In the city lord's manor, Xianxia got off the beast carriage. Even though her face was covered by a veil, it was still difficult to hide her beauty. She added a touch of gentleness to the austere atmosphere of Black Swamp City, causing the sky to brighten. Yu Sheng saw Xianxia coming down and pretended to blame her. Nonsense, why did you come to Blackpool City at this time? Do you know how dangerous it is? Xianxia smiled and bowed slightly. Sorry to disturb you, uncle. Facing Xianxia, Yu Sheng could not get angry. He shook his head. You brat, you're usually not willful. Why did you have to come now? Are you hiding from your father? I heard that the little Azure Prince went to Big One City. As he spoke, he brought Xianxia in. Outside the city lord's manor, many people looked away reluctantly. They did not see Xianxia, but just her beautiful figure was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. If one could marry one of the 7 fairies, then it would be a meteoric rise. Unfortunately, the gap was too big. Xianxia's arrival did not affect the war. The insects attacked a few days later, but their numbers were obviously less than when Luin first arrived in Blackpool City. Luin climbed up the city wall. Arrows flew past him and hit the insects, causing a tremor. Hey, did you hear? Xianxia came this time to run away from the marriage. Some people were discussing. Now that the war situation was not tense, many people liked to gather in 2s and 3s. That can't be. How can it not be? The insects are scattered all over the 9 firmaments, and the Junior Imperial Pavilion is open. Those talented junior imperial masters have all awakened to participate in the war. The little Azure Prince went to Big One City, and so did the Boat of Bitterness and Luoning. Big One City City Lord Yumi wants you Xianxia to marry the little Azure Prince. I heard that the little Azure Prince agreed, but Xianxia did not, so she ran to Blackpool City. Don't talk nonsense. The little Azure Prince did not agree either. Yumi forced Xianxia to bring him to Big One City, so she ran away. How do you know? My third uncle's sister-in-law's neighbor's brother's master is in Big One City City Lord's manor. How can I not know? You're crazy? Luin listened quietly. Was that so? None of the 7 fairies wanted to marry? The little Azure Prince was the most talented disciple of Qinglian Shangyu. He was also a legend during his slumber. His legend was so exaggerated that no one could refute his title. He was the second Qinglian Shangyu. Although he did not comprehend karma, he was still regarded as the successor of Qinglian Shangyu. Half a king walking the world. This was the little Azure Prince. It said that realms are meaningless to the little Azure Prince. I wonder if it's true or not, Ling Guang said enviously. Ling Shu said, I heard about it too. Once, the little Azure Prince broke through 5 realms in one day, shocking the 9 heavens. That was why everyone recognized him as the successor of Qinglian Shangyu and gave him the title of Little Azure Prince. Someone else added, it's true. It was recorded in my family's history. It was a strange story. If not for Qinglian Shangyu's insistence on letting the little Azure Prince sleep, the little Azure Prince might have reached the peak of coup adversity by now. The little Azure Prince sleeps in the east of the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Although there are 8 directions in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, the 4 directions are different. Luin was curious. Well, I'm not sure. The Junior Imperial Pavilion has never said anything about the little Azure Prince sleeping in the east. I know. A girl said excitedly, the Bitter Abyss disciple is in the north. I'm absolutely sure. Ling Guang was curious. How do you know? The girl was proud. Someone in my family is a disciple of the Bitter Abyss. Really? That's amazing to be able to join the Bitter Abyss. There are so few disciples in the Bitter Abyss. Your family has reached the heavens in a single bound. I originally wanted to go to the spirit universe to see if I could cultivate the Bitter Abyss technique, but those bugs messed up my plans. Luin recalled that he had agreed with the Bitter Abyss to go to the spirit universe to try cultivating the Bitter Abyss technique. The time had already passed, but even if the Hive civilization did not come, he would not have been able to go. If he was not returning to the Tianyuan universe, he would have been supporting the Pansensory universe. Over the past few days, the topic of discussion had been Xianxia, the 7 fairies, and the little Azure Prince. During this time, some people had mentioned Luin. They talked about how he had helped the Donglin sword sect's Lu Xizhan become the head swordsman and how he had destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll to help Ming Xiaolong. Someone even said that the 6th Night Pillars expedition to the Pansensory universe had something to do with Luin. Luin did not know how these rumors had spread, but most of them were correct. Of course, there were also some rumors that left him speechless. I'll tell you in a low voice, but don't spread it. A small man with shifty eyes whispered, pulling a group of people to squat by the wall. He smiled mischievously. According to reliable sources, Mr. Lu rejected the 7 fairies. Originally, one of the 7 fairies would definitely marry him, but they were rejected. What? Someone would reject the 7 fairies? Lower your voice, what's so strange about that? This is Mr. Lu, and his status is comparable to the Eternal Emperor. The 7 fairies can't compare to him. But the 7 fairies are beautiful. That's true. Shut up, do you still want to hear it? The small man rolled his eyes. Do you know why Mr. Lu rejected them? Luin came over. Why was he being mentioned again? The small man saw that everyone was staring at him and coughed. He proudly said, that's because. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he whispered, he likes to eat all of them. Luin spat out a mouthful of water. The people next to him were dumbstruck, staring at the small man. Ling Guang was stunned. Hey, don't talk nonsense or you'll be struck by lightning. The small man took out a few books. Look for yourselves. Someone saw with their own eyes that Mr. Lu got into the carriage several times. How can this be fake? When Mr. Lu first entered Jiushao, he wasn't so powerful. A senior had his eyes on him and wanted to take him as a disciple. He had been observing him, but he didn't expect him to like eating all of them. So the senior gave up. The books were snatched by the crowd and the titles of the books were stunning. Mr. Lu and eating all of them. On the sturdiness of the beast carriage. The Great Five Palm sect welcomes Mr. Lu. The authors were the same, there was a senior. There really is a senior. Ling Shu was speechless. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be this kind of person. Ling Guang patted her head. What are you thinking? Don't talk nonsense or you'll get into trouble. He then threw the books to the small man. Brother, don't go overboard or you'll be in trouble sooner or later. The small man disdainfully said, believe it or not. At this time, a hand reached out and picked the small man up. It was someone from the city lord's office. The small man panicked. Sir, what's wrong? The person from the city lord's office glared at him. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Is Mr. Lu someone you can slander? Take him away. Sir, please don't. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I was the one who pretended to be a senior. I just wanted to gain some fame. I won't do it again. The crowd watched as the small man was taken away, and they hurriedly dispersed. The person from the city lord's office shouted, I think you all have nothing better to do. Be careful not to get ambushed by the brocade Azura. He then left. Lu Yin leaned against the city wall, speechless. He hadn't expected to be ridiculed like this, but such things were common in the Xuanhuan universe. It was just that he hadn't seen it before. The cultivation world was also a world where people interacted with each other. It was essentially no different from the world of ordinary people, and there were also such gossips. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 396, Star Stomper. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3987. Brother, why don't you think Mr. Lu wants to marry the 7 fairies? I heard that he rejected the 7 fairies. Don't talk nonsense. That kind of person isn't someone you and I can talk about. Just look at Fugui. Yeah, he's so calm. Lu Yin. Not long after, someone came and asked Lu Yin, Ling Guang, and his sister to go to the city lord manor. The 3 were surprised, but they did not hesitate and followed the person to the manor. When he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he saw Yu Xiang'er's beast carriage and Yu Xing standing beside it. Greetings, city lord. The 3 bowed. Yu Xing nodded and glanced at the 3. You must be the rogue cultivators guarding the south gate. I've seen you before and you work well together. I have a mission for you. If you complete it, you'll be rewarded with a chance to join the city lord manor's treasure-digging team. Ling Guang and Lu Yin looked at each other, then at Yu Xing. May I ask what the mission is? Yu Xing said, follow this beast carriage. Wherever it goes you go. Protect the people inside. I believe you know who they are. Ling Guang said respectfully, we know, but our cultivation is too low. I'm afraid we won't be able to. Yu Xing smiled. Most of the bugs in Black Marsh have been cleared out. You're just following for peace of mind. Besides, you're not the ones protecting Xiang. At most, you'll just clean up the trash. It's simple. Ling Guang sighed in relief. If that's the case, thank you for your kindness. Lu Yin bowed as well. Thank you, city lord. Yu Xing grunted in acknowledgement. When they left the city lord manor, Lu Yin and the rest were no longer the 3 of them. They followed Yu Xiang'er's beast carriage and headed out of the city. Ling Shu was puzzled. What's Yu Xiang'er doing outside the city? Ling Guang smiled foolishly. I don't know. Ling Shu was speechless. Brother, you're just a guard. Don't think too much. Ling Guang pointed into the distance. Ling Shu looked over and was even more speechless. A group of cultivators were leaning on the wall and watching enviously. Their discussions could be heard. That Ling Guang and his sister are so lucky to be able to protect the 7 fairies. If only I could join. I'm clearly stronger than Ling Guang, but he didn't invite me. You're ugly. Scram. Even Fugui has gone. What a pity. He's just a block of wood. How good would it be if I went? What a waste. Ling Shu shook her head and looked at Lu Yin. She immediately felt much better. This Fugui really was a block of wood. His expression didn't even change. Ling Guang was almost drooling. He was very close to the beast carriage and could smell its fragrance. Aside from the Ling siblings and Lu Yin, there were also quite a few half-martial ancestors and progenitors in this group. There would definitely be other experts following them in secret, but Lu Yin did not investigate. After all, the area beneath his feet was related to deathly stillness or mantis, and any carelessness could lead to failure on the verge of success. However, he could feel that there was an expert hiding in the dark. His gaze swept past him from time to time. The fleet quickly left Black Swamp City and entered the swamp. Lu Yin and the rest now knew why Yu Xiang'er had left the city. Her reason for leaving Big One City was to go to Blackpool City to dig for treasures. So, if she really wanted to dig for treasures, even if it was just an excuse, she still had to put on an act. And after following Xianxia for a few days, there were quite a few insect attacks, but they were all dealt with, so there wasn't much danger. However, Xianxia's personality was even more surprising. She was a lazy girl who didn't care about anything. If you asked her which direction to go, she would be fine. If you asked her if she wanted to dig for treasures nearby, she would be fine. If you asked her how to deal with the insects, she would be fine. She didn't seem to be interested in anything at all. Behind her back, Ling Shu said that Xianxia was not suitable to be married as a sister-in-law. Lu Yin couldn't help but look at her. That would have to wait until Ling Guang could marry her. He was very clear that Xianxia's personality flaw originated from Qiu Su, one of the 7 emotions. It was no wonder why Xianxia had agreed to Qiu Hongya's request so that Lu Yin wouldn't make things difficult for the 6th Night Pillar. She really didn't care about anything and just went with the flow. Some people relied on their strength to survive, while others relied on pure luck. Xianxia belonged to the latter category. But if not for Qiu Su's emotions, she might not have been like this. She definitely hadn't taken the initiative to become one of the 7 fairies. Instead, it had been the Azure Lotus Emperor who had thought of a way to make her one of the 7 fairies. Otherwise, with her personality, it would have been impossible for her to bring Yuan Ba to the Karmic Sea. This is from the young mistress. Thank you for your help along the way. Xianxia's maid took out cultivation spirits and gave them to Lu Yin. They were all at the half-ancestor level, which was quite good. She had given out more than 10 half-ancestor cultivation spirits in one go. This didn't matter to Ling Guang as he was a half-ancestor himself. But to an emissary like Ling Shu, this was a pleasant surprise. As long as she was willing, she could immediately become a half-ancestor powerhouse. Even for progenitor realm experts, it was a good thing to be prepared. Not every cultivator could obtain a cultivation spirit. Normally speaking, it wasn't easy for progenitor realm experts to obtain a cultivation spirit at the quasi-ancestor realm, let alone a cultivation spirit at the same level. A single half-ancestor cultivation spirit could be sold for an astronomical price. Thank you, young mistress. Everyone was grateful. As expected of the daughter of Dia City's city lord and one of the 7 fairies, she was so generous. The beast carriage continued its journey through Black Marsh, and no one knew how long it would take. Lu Yin measured the ground with every step, using his emissary-level strength to probe the ground. He wouldn't be discovered because he wasn't as excessive as those who were digging for treasures. There was a rumble in the distance as the beast carriage passed by. They saw a group of people digging into the ground. Of course, the area was very small, and they didn't dare to make it too big to avoid being expelled by Black Marsh City. In the swamps, the most common method of digging for treasures was a hook, similar to a fish hook. Once the hook was inserted into the ground, no one knew what would be hooked. The deeper the hook was, the more likely it would be to obtain good things. This required the strength of the person digging for treasures and the quality of the hook, especially the quality of the line. Thus, although Black Marsh City wasn't near the sea or river, there were still many fishing tools. 7th sister, Xianxia's voice rang out. At this moment, Lu Yin was very close to the beast carriage. Every guard's position was constantly changing, and this time, Lu Yin happened to be the closest to the beast carriage. He heard Xianxia's voice and even heard Lu Xiu's from Huai. 5th sister, what's going on? I heard that City Lord Yu forced you to marry the young Azure King? Lu Xiu was making a fuss and her voice wasn't soft. Xianxia's voice was soft. No, he just wanted me to entertain them. I didn't want to go, so I came to Black Marsh City to seek refuge with second uncle. That's too much. It's not like City Lord Yu doesn't know your temper. My father wouldn't be like this. Yeah, it's always been you forcing Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu has never dared to force you. I know I'm wrong. Alright, 5th sister, the young Azure King is a good person. You really don't feel anything? Xianxia was helpless. It's too tiring. It's so comfortable to be alone, free and unrestrained. Why find another person to share the rest of my life with? Lu Xiu said, I haven't played enough and I don't like anyone. 5th sister, your realm is high and you don't like anyone. How about I introduce Lu Yin to you? Outside the beast carriage, Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. This girl is asking for a beating. Xianxia smiled faintly. You like Mr. Lu, don't drag me into it. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I like him? 2nd sister told me. You specifically asked 2nd sister to agree to his conditions. I'm not the only one who asked for mercy. 6th sister also asked for mercy after all. Alright, there's no need to explain, we all understand. I really didn't, fifth sister, you've misunderstood, I'm just thanking Luin. No, this misunderstanding has to be resolved, I'll contact him now and introduce you to him, that should be fine, right? Outside the beast carriage, Luin hurriedly put Huixi back into his cosmic ring. Seventh sister, don't mess around, Mr. Lu might be discussing the war of the insectoid civilization with Qinglian Yu and the others, he doesn't have time to care about such trivial matters. Alright, when he's free I'll definitely introduce you to him. Oh right, the young Azure King and the others won't chase him to Blackpool City, right? Yu Xianxia said, they don't have time, the Junior Imperial Pavilion has always been fighting for the position of the first Junior Imperial Pavilion, and many people want to eliminate Mr. Lu's influence, hoping to raise a genius who can compete with Mr. Lu, so this heavy burden can only fall on the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Compete with Luin? Can they do it? I don't know, but don't underestimate those Junior Imperial Pavilions, they're all top geniuses of their respective eras, and any one of them can reach the Ku Air realm with normal cultivation, or even the Ku Air realm with perfect mastery. As for people like the young Azure King, many people say that he'll be the next Eternal Realm powerhouse, and once they're fully nurtured by the Ninth Heaven universe, they definitely won't be bad. Alright, then I'll wait and see, they don't know how powerful Luin is. Although it's frustrating that he's from the Tianyuan universe, that guy is really powerful. Soon the beast carriage quieted down. Yu Xianxia pulled open the curtains, her snow-white arms resting on the windowsill as she looked outside, her gaze lifeless, sometimes not even willing to think. Luin thought of something, though. Although he was hiding in Blackpool City, how could he come into contact with the underground? He had wanted to dig for treasures before, but the underground existence wouldn't be unguarded against treasure diggers, and no one had been able to touch the underground for so many years, proving that it wasn't easy. Then what if another group of people tried, for example, the young Azure King? What would happen if these people came to Blackpool City? Their cultivations weren't too high, but they were all difficult to deal with, and their identities weren't ordinary either. The arrival of these people could easily stir up trouble, but it wasn't enough to scare the underground existence. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the startled gate Xianghu. The Blackpool region was vast, and Blackpool City was located in the central west of the Blackpool. Far to the south of the Blackpool was an even larger city, Dawun City. Dawun City was outside the Blackpool, surrounded by mountains and built under the clouds. It was extraordinarily lively, and its geographical location was very special. From the southern region to the western region, many people would pass through Dawun City, and even if they used the sky cable to get to other regions, it wouldn't be far from Dawun City. And from this direction to Blackpool, one would have to pass through Dawun City. It could be said that Dawun City was a city that many people would definitely visit in their lifetime. With Dawun City as the center, the 100 Cities Association spread out, encompassing the entire Blackpool region. It wasn't a powerful force, but its influence wasn't small. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3988. In Dei City, at the end of the central street was a mountain wall surrounded by clouds and a rainbow bridge. A woman stepped on the rainbow and landed, followed by an old woman. It was Qingyun and Granny Yin. Luoning welcomed them. Why are you looking for us instead of killing the bugs? Granny Yin asked Luoning. Luoning bowed. Miss, we are going to Heizei City. Qingyun was puzzled. Why? The fight for the title of first young master is in Heizei. Qingyun and Granny Yin looked at each other. Who said so? Senior by Xia. Miss, may I ask? No need, I am not interested in the title. Qingyun said. She was also in the Junior Imperial Tower in the south, but she was not interested in the title. Regardless of whether she had the title or not, her position in the Jiuxiao universe was the most special. Qingyun looked at Luoning and smiled. Thank you for telling me. When are you going to Heizei? Luoning thought for a moment. The little Azure King has already left. I will go immediately after meeting you. Qingyun nodded and looked at Luoning deeply. Let me remind you of two things. Luoning bowed again with a solemn expression. Please speak. Qingyun looked in the direction of Heizei. The purpose of the Junior Imperial Tower supporting you is very simple. They hope that in 100 or 1,000 years, one of you can compete with Luin. This is something that no one in this era can do. They can only place their hopes on you because you are the geniuses of every era. But this is just a dream. Miss, Granny Yin could not help but say. Luoning looked at Qingyun in surprise. It was not appropriate for Qingyun to say such words. It was equivalent to admitting that no one in the Jiuxiao universe could compete with Lu Yin. Qingyun forced a smile. There is a gap between dreams and reality. I did not think that no one could compete with Lu Yin in the past, even if he suppressed the 4 regions. However, in the battle with the insectoid nest, he killed 2 insectoid lords alone. The strength of the insectoid lords is not something you can understand. It is not a matter of strength but the strangeness of life. Even my mother is troubled. If there is someone in the Jiuxiao universe who can compete with him, they should have appeared long ago instead of waiting for the fight for the title of first young master. Resource support. These can't support of a genius who can compete with Lu Yin. Granny Yin's gaze was complicated. She wanted to say something but she couldn't. Lu Yin, who was from the Xuanhuan universe, had suppressed the entire Nine Clouds universe. Even though the entire Nine Clouds universe was grateful to him, he was still from the Xuanhuan universe. Against foreign civilizations they were on the same side. What if Jiuxiao and Xuanhuan were to fight one day? It was not impossible. Previously, some people had said that Lu Yin would join forces with the spiritualized universe to deal with Jiuxiao, which was why he had deliberately delayed dealing with the Sea of Insects. This speculation had always existed, and it would not be forgotten along with Lu Yin's contributions. Unless the 3 universes of the human race were unified, there would always be conflicts. The 9 Firmaments universe needed someone to stand up against Lu Yin's brilliance. Luo Ning took a deep breath. I understand Mississippi, even if Lu Yin doesn't belong to the continent of the 9 Clouds, he's still a human being. Besides, you can't do anything. We have 3 imperial gods in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Granny Yin's expression relaxed. That's right. No matter how powerful Lu Yin was, if he was unfavorable to Jiuxiao, there was still Xianyu. It would be difficult for anyone below the Eternal Realm to compete, but the Eternal Realm was on another level. Even if Lu Yin broke through to the Eternal Realm, he would still be alone. There were 3 in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Secondly, do you really want to compete with Prince Qin and the others for the first young Imperial Master? Luo Ning's eyes darkened and he was silent. Granny Yin looked at Luo Ning. This boy was still lacking. Qing Yun slowly said, your talent is not low, and you are qualified to sleep in the Junior Imperial Tower. It also means that you are indeed qualified to compete with them, but do you really understand them? Sleeping in the right direction and sleeping in the wrong direction are different. Luo Ning, you need to see the facts in advance. The wrong direction is the whetstone for the right direction. Luo Ning was surprised and looked at Qing Yun in a daze. Qing Yun didn't say anything more and left with Granny Yin. Luo Ning stood in the same place, staring at the rainbow in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. On the street in the center of the city, Granny Yin looked back and couldn't bear it. Miss, isn't it too cruel to say that? Qing Yun said, instead of waiting for him to suffer a blow, it's better to tell him now that the Elysium Luo family is very pitiful. I hope he can bear it. Granny Yin sighed. Yes, the dignified Elysium Luo family is gone just like that. I can see that this boy's mentality has changed. In fact, I quite admire him. It is said that he would rather die than accept the escape of spiritual cultivation. The one he faced at that time was Lu Yin. Qing Yun didn't say anything. This was also the reason why she reminded Luo Ning. Luo Ning had backbone and talent. He could rebuild the Luo family. She hoped that he wouldn't disappoint her. At this moment, at the edge of the Black Swamp, dozens of people were hurrying along. However, they were overtaken by a person in red clothes. He carried a strange weapon and left in a flash. Who is it? So fast? Father, where did the bloody smell come from? It's that person just now. It's him? Senior, do you know that person? I don't know him, but I recognize that weapon. That is the Blood Tower. Blood Tower? I seem to have heard of it. I remember now. The 8th Night Pillar, Blood in the World. The 8th Night Pillar's Night Chief? Blood Tower's eldest disciple, Blood Tower? Impossible, the Blood Tower's Night Chief should be at the 8th Night Pillar. He is a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter disaster realm. How can we see him? Senior, did you see wrongly? I didn't see wrongly. However, there are only 2 people who use the Blood Tower as a weapon. One is the Blood Tower's Night Chief at the 8th Night Pillar. The other is Xuanhuan, the son of the Blood Tower's Night Chief, a genius who is in deep sleep at the Junior Palace Tower. That means that person just now was Xuanhuan? Just as they said this, another gust of wind blew past. A loud shout could be heard, Xuanhuan, don't run. Our fated battle has begun. For you I have been in deep sleep. That is? I don't know. He could even command a war that involved human civilization. That person had suppressed the entire Junior Palace Tower. Where's the little green king? He went to Hei's. Alright, I'll go too. Southern Region Junior Palace Tower. Bai Xia put away the huaixi irritably. Why are you all asking? If I knew I would have said so earlier. So annoying. Behind him, the maidservant carried a gun. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Bai Xia frowned and looked at the gun. It seems like a gun can no longer describe my feelings. Let's find something even more unpleasant. How about dual blades? One in each hand? Not bad. I can consider it. Young master, what's going on? The Junior Palace Tower is going to Hei's. They said that the Junior Palace Tower is going to compete for the position of the first Junior Palace Master. Bai Xia put his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky. How would I know? Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Someone is pushing it behind the scenes. I just don't know what their motive is. Who's pushing it behind the scenes? Could it be those people who are enemies of Mr. Liu? Bai Xia shook his head. Not necessarily. Those people hope to find a genius who can compete with Liu Yin. It's easier said than done. They all have their eyes on the Junior Palace Tower. What's the use? Don't I know how abnormal that Liu Yin is? If it's useful, I would have done it long ago. Look at the star-stepping technique. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3989. Who else could it be? The maid was puzzled. Bai Xia's eyes flickered. Other than the god of defense, I can't think of anyone else who has the ability to avoid me and directly affect the Junior Defense Tower. The Alarm Defense Tower? Humph, the Alarm Defense Tower doesn't have the time to care about the Junior Defense Tower. Someone must have instigated him, and that person is obvious. Mr. Liu? Why would he do that? Bai Xia was about to answer when he suddenly realized something. He angrily rebuked, "Stupid girl, what are you asking? How would I know?" "Shut up." The maid smiled faintly. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't ask any further. However, she was truly curious. At Mr. Liu's level, the Junior Defense Tower shouldn't even be worthy of his attention. Why would he interfere with the tower? Liu Yin quietly followed the carriage in Black Marsh. At this moment, the Junior Defense Tower and the people who wanted to compete with the Junior Defense Tower had probably all arrived. The Junior Defense Tower was where the geniuses of the various eras of the Nine Firmaments universe lay dormant. Every era would have more than one or two geniuses, and there would always be competition. Liu Yin had previously heard from Si Jiushi that some people were very stubborn and had set their sights on a particular Junior Defense Tower. Thus, the Junior Defense Tower might not be the only Junior Defense Tower here. Liu Yin was looking forward to it. He hoped that these fellows would turn Black Marsh upside down and see how the underground existence would hide. Half a month passed quickly. The carriage had been in the swamp for a long time and had been attacked by many bugs. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The most dangerous time was when 3 brocade azuras attacked them. Liu Yin worked with Ling Guang and Ling Shu to take care of one while the other 2 were taken care of by others. During this time, Yu Xiang didn't get out of the carriage. However, her maid was curious and would occasionally get out of the carriage. She had become familiar with Liu Yin. That's the brocade azura. It said that they can travel on flat surfaces and can't be seen, especially in books. The maid sat in front of the carriage. The old man driving the carriage was calm and not good with words. He just listened to the maid speak. Ling Guang said, "I heard that the brocade azura is a bug that the insectoid nest civilization uses to destroy their inheritances. It's very sinister. It's a good thing that the insectoid hive was dealt with. Those bugs were too terrifying," she said. She then looked at Liu Yin. "Hey Fugue, are your injuries all right?" When the brocade azura had appeared, Liu Yin had purposely allowed his shoulder to bleed a little. "I'm fine." Liu Yin moved his arm. At the side, Ling Shu said, "Fortunately, it's not too deep. Otherwise this arm would be gone." The little handmaiden sympathized. "Have you always been like this? Walking in danger?" Ling Guang smiled and said, "This is a rogue cultivator. It's very normal." Liu Yin smiled as well. "We've encountered many dangers and many of them were life or death situations. You don't want to experience that kind of life." The little handmaiden nodded. "I just want to follow Miss and live my whole life." With that, she smiled and got into the beast carriage. Ling Shu was envious. It would be nice to have a lady like Yu Xiang. On this day, Yu Xiang's cry of surprise came from inside the beast carriage. Many people were on guard. Why would they come to Black Marsh? Lu Xiu's voice was heard. Third sister told me that they are going to compete for the position of first young master in Black Lake. Seventh sister, fortunately you reminded me in time. I have to go. With that he opened the curtains. Everyone, please return to Black Lake City as soon as possible. No one dared to delay and hurry to Black Lake City. Luin laughed. They knew that Prince Xiaoqing and the others were coming to Black Marsh, so they wanted to leave. But even if they wanted to leave, they had to go to Black Lake City to inform them. They had been hurrying on their journey for the past few days. However, after going around in circles, they were too far away from Black Swamp City. It was a distance that mortals would never be able to cover in their entire lifetime. As for cultivators, even if they were half martial ancestor experts, they would still need time to return to Black Swamp City. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by a sea of insects. Inside the beast carriage, Xianxia looked at the dense swarm of insects in the distance. Her face turned pale. Why is there a sea of insects? The little handmaiden panicked. Didn't they say that there are no more insects in Black Marsh? The cultivators around the carriage spread out and faced the sea of insects, starting to fight. Lu Yin, Ling Guang, and Ling Shu stayed beside the beast carriage. From time to time, they would be torn by the seven-star sword and the beast carriage would bear the brunt of the impact. With the emissary's cultivation, she could not keep up with the seven-star sword's speed and could only endure the impact. Even Ling Guang, a half-ancestor, could not see through it. Fortunately, everyone was prepared to face these insects. Although this group of cultivators was mostly made up of spirit seeds, they could not be underestimated. Qian Li's appearance caused many cultivators to tremble. They were not afraid of the powerful stone dragon or the extremely fast seven-star sword, but they were most afraid of Qian Li. That kind of agony was worse than death, was too torturous. If Qian Li appeared anywhere, it would lead to a large-scale bombardment, and the cultivators swore to eliminate her. Lu Yin held onto the beast carriage tightly, but the shockwaves from the impact almost sent him flying. Ling Guang hugged Ling Shu and frowned. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his pupils flickered. This was a sign of extreme pain. He had also been injured by Qian Li. Qian Li could cause a half-ancestor to commit suicide. Bro, bear with it. Ling Shu screamed. Lu Yin grabbed Ling Guang and Ling Shu and pushed them aside. The brocade Azura appeared where they had been standing. If he had been any slower, Ling Shu and the others would have been torn apart. Although Lu Yin had hidden his identity, he had developed feelings for the Ling siblings after interacting with them for some time, and he could not bear to see them die. The expert who had been protecting Xianxia in the dark should have made his move. Just as he thought of this, the void in front of him trembled and boiled, as if tiny arrows were piercing through the void. In an instant, the surrounding sea of insects began to fall. Qian Li, the brocade Azura, and even Guilan, who had been hidden in the void world, all fell out. None of the insects could dodge the void arrows. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, and the others subconsciously looked over as well. The attack had come from that direction. In the distance, a youth was walking over. He seemed to have emerged from the void, and it was so unreal that it seemed like a mirage. As he approached, the ripples in the void gradually softened, and they seemed to form a lotus that bloomed. He had emerged from the lotus. Every step he took caused the insects to die. Everyone watched in a daze as he approached, but they did not move. Ling Guang's pain lessened, and he stared blankly at the youth. The youth walked to the front of the beast carriage with a calm expression. Xianxia. Everyone gulped. Xianxia? That was too intimate. Who was this person? Could it be Xianxia? Just as he was lost in thought, Xianxia stepped out of the beast carriage. Behind her, the little handmaiden followed her step by step. Xianxia faced the youth and slowly bowed. Xianxia greets Senior. Senior? Everyone understood. No wonder he was a disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor. There were many such disciples, but they did not know who he was. The youth looked at her. You're hiding from me. Xianxia shook her head. No. You and I are brother and sister, so there's no need to be so formal. Senior Yumi hopes that you can marry me and I won't object. If you don't want to, I won't force you, the youth said. The moment he said this, everyone knew who he was. The young Azure King was sleeping in the east of the Junior Defense Tower. Countless people believed that he would become an eternal realm cultivator in the future. He was a king with half his body and could walk the world. No one had expected to see the famous young Azure King in such a situation. That was a sign of an era. In the era when the young Azure King was born, no one could surpass him. He was accepted as a disciple by the Blue Lotus Emperor. He and the seven fairies were accepted at different times. Some of the 7 fairies were accepted earlier than him, while some were accepted later. Regardless, the young Azure King was a true direct disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor. The 7 fairies, including Mingjue and Jing Lian, were all nominal disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor. The young Azure King truly represented Yi Hai. Greetings, young Azure King. Greetings, young Azure King. Greetings, young Azure King. Everyone hurriedly bowed to show their respect for Yi Hai. Lu Yin also pretended to bow. Ling Guang endured the pain and bowed as well. The young Azure King's gaze swept across everyone and his eyes trembled. Those who were tortured by Qianli instantly felt relieved. Ling Guang relaxed and almost fell to the ground. The pain was gone. He was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, young Azure King, for saving my life. Ling Shu's eyes turned red. Thank you, young Azure King. More than one person who was tortured by Qianli was grateful to the young Azure King. The young Azure King walked forward and entered the beast carriage. Let's go. Bring me along. Xianxia blinked and looked at the beast carriage. She seemed to want to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. She entered the beast carriage with the help of her maidservant. When the curtains were drawn, everyone retracted their gazes and suppressed their shock. They actually saw the young Azure King. That was the young Azure King. Who knew how many years later, the young Azure King might attain immortality and become a supreme expert of the human race. Now that they saw him, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. If they could catch the young Azure King's attention and be taken in as a disciple, no, an attendant would do. If they could become the young Azure King's attendant, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Wasn't this better than digging for treasures? People like the young Azure King disdained to dig for treasures. For the rest of the journey, whenever they encountered bugs, the cultivators would attack with all their might. In short, they did their best to display their prowess, hoping to catch the young Azure King's attention. Lu Yin also put in some effort. Everyone was working hard. If he didn't do anything, he would be too conspicuous. Even Ling Guang was doing his best. In his words, it wasn't because he wanted to catch the young Azure King's attention, but because he wanted to repay the young Azure King for saving his life. He didn't want these bugs to disturb the young Azure King. In the beast carriage, Xianxia looked outside and then looked at the young Azure King. Senior brother is more popular than me, one of the 7 fairies. Look at those people, they almost went up to bite the bugs. The young Azure King closed his eyes and rested. He didn't care. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She leaned lazily in the beast carriage and looked outside blankly. The maidservant peeked at the young Azure King from time to time, but she didn't dare to speak. When the beast carriage entered Black Swamp City, everyone relaxed. However, they also felt that it was a pity. It would be great if they could encounter the Sea of Bugs again. They could show off what they had learned in their lifetime and show the young Azure King, even though the possibility of being valued was not high. Sister, it would be great if you could marry someone like the young Azure King. Ling Guang was envious. Ling Shu was speechless. Brother, stop dreaming. Is that kind of person someone you and I can think of? Why don't you ask me to marry Mr. Lu? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Was this a confession? Look at Star Stomper. It, too. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3990. After the carriage entered the mayor's mansion, Lu Yin and the rest dispersed. They had obtained the right to join the treasure-digging team, which would begin once the bugs were completely cleared. For Ling Guang and the other wandering cultivators, this was a rare opportunity. In addition, they had been assigned by the mayor's mansion once, so they had the right to join the treasure-digging team twice. Ling Shu was reluctant to leave and so was Ling Guang. Only Lu Yin looked indifferent as he left the mansion. Looking back, the show was about to begin. On the other side, Yu Sheng had arranged for little Azure King to rest alone in the courtyard. Xianxia quickly bid farewell to Yu Sheng and was about to leave. Xianxia, are you looking down on the family? Yu Sheng looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. Xianxia did not expect Yu Sheng to be so serious. Uncle, what do you mean? Yu Sheng said, ever since you became a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple, the family's treatment of you has changed. Everyone is overly accommodating and letting you do whatever you want. But you should think about the family occasionally. Little Azure King has just arrived in Black Swamp City, and you leave, what will the family do? Who doesn't know your father's intentions, but you didn't even give him a chance and escaped to Black Swamp. Do you know how much ridicule your father received? Outsiders say that the 7 fairies are a group of their own. Whether it's Zhu's second Miss Heartless, Wanxiang Valley's Ming Xiaolong, or Donglin Sword Sect's Lu Xiu, no one dares to offend you in the family. The status of Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple gives you honor and glory, but even without this status, you still have a good life in the family, right? Before you became a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple, how did the family treat you? Yu Xiang'er whispered, I really don't want to get married. Yu Xing sighed, the family doesn't mean to force you, but you should at least give your father some face. Yu Xiang'er looked at Yu Sheng, father wants me to marry Little Azure King even in his dreams. If I give him face I'll really get married. Uncle, you know my father's temper. Even if Little Azure King doesn't marry me, he doesn't want to give up. He wants me to interact with Little Azure King more. According to his theory, I'll develop feelings for him after a long time. As for Little Azure King, Yu Xiang'er was helpless, he doesn't care. He doesn't want to marry me, he can marry me. Yu Xing had a headache. Are you really that unwilling to marry Prince Qin? I don't want to marry anyone. I just want to live alone. That's better than anything else. Yu Xiang'er was very serious. Yu Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. What's wrong with your personality? Fine, since that's the case, you have to think of a way to save your father's face without making yourself feel uncomfortable. In short, Xiang'er, regardless of whether you're a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple or not, your father treats you very well. Yu Xiang'er returned to her residence and leaned on the windowsill. She watched the birds fly around in a daze. You guys can be free but I can't. What is a person pursuing in life? After some thought, he contacted Lu Xiu and poured out all his grievances. Fifth sister, I think your uncle is right. Your father didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted you to live a good life. Lu Xiu said, I didn't see it clearly back then and now my father. Blackpool City was shaken because one person had come, Bloody Battle, Junior Imperial Towers, Junior Imperial Towers, Junior Imperial Towers' son, and also Blood Towers Senior Imperial Disciple's Grand Disciple. On the city wall, Lu Yin watched as Bloody Battle walked towards the City Lord's mansion with a bloody aura. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking for trouble. Even though City Lord Yu Sheng was quite strong and had a cultivation of sequence law, he had no advantage against a progenitor like Bloody Battle. As soon as Bloody Battle entered the city, another person followed closely behind and issued a challenge loudly. His voice spread throughout Blackpool City and stunned everyone. Who's that? I don't know. I've never seen him before. The expected battle didn't break out. Similarly, they entered the City Lord's mansion. Many people were waiting because City Lord Yu Xing didn't have the power to suppress Junior Imperial Disciple, not to mention the young Azure Prince. But there was no movement for several days. Until another person arrived and left a sword shadow at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion and entered. No one knew who that person was, but since he dared to enter the City Lord's mansion and wasn't chased away by Yu Sheng, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Isn't that the young master of the Nanlu family? Why is he here? Nanlu family? The southernmost Nanlu family in the southern region? Which other Nanlu family? Beside Lu Yin, Ling Guang was surprised. Nanlu Feng. I didn't expect him to come to Blackpool City as well. Brother, he's that Nanlu Feng who's known as the first young master of the Nanlu family? Ling Shu was surprised. Ling Guang nodded. The Nanlu family is located in the southernmost part of the southern region, between the third and fourth night pillars. They have a vast territory and are much larger than Blackpool City. The Nanlu family belongs to the Nanlu family, and even though they aren't a power, they are like the 100 Cities Association and are considered the masters of their territory. They have quite a bit of influence, especially in the third and fourth night pillars. Many people have received favors from the Nanlu family, and they have a good reputation. As for this Nanlu Feng, he has the style of his ancestors and his cultivation talent is extremely high. The people of the Nanlu family see him as a genius who will definitely be able to enter the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Lu Yin watched as Nanlu Feng slowly approached the City Lord's mansion. This person had probably heard that the young Azure Prince and the others were coming and wanted to compete. There were more and more people coming. There were a few other young experts who had arrived before him, but they didn't dare enter the City Lord's mansion. They rested nearby and kept an eye on it. Those people were already weaker. The fact that Nanlu Feng dared to approach the City Lord's mansion meant that he was confident. Under the gazes of countless people, Nanlu Feng arrived outside the City Lord's mansion and slowly bowed. Nanlu Feng of the Nanlu family requests an audience with Senior Yu Sheng, the City Lord of Blackpool City. The people inside the City Lord's mansion looked over, but no one answered. Yusheng looked outside the city lord's mansion and wanted to receive him, but he shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to receive him, but that he had been warned. The one who had warned him was the person who had left behind the sword shadow. That person's background was ordinary and not as strong as the 100 Cities Association, but he himself was not ordinary. Yusheng had seen legends about that person in historical records. That was a genius who could compete with the young Azure Prince. If he hadn't been sealed in ice and waiting for the young Azure Prince, he wouldn't have been as strong as he was now. There would definitely be a place for him in the Nine Firmaments universe. Even though he was only a progenitor, Yusheng didn't dare to slight him. Blackpool City could only stay out of the battle for the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Nanlu Feng asked for an audience again, but there was still no response from the City Lord's mansion. He smiled and looked at the sword shadow at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. He took a step forward and walked towards the sword shadow. Separated by 3 meters, Nanlu Feng had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He reached out to grab the sword shadow. In the distance, Luyin looked away. This person still wasn't qualified to participate in the battle. The next moment, Nanlu Feng was sent flying. Blood flowed out of his palm and countless wounds appeared. He was shocked. Impossible. He was confident that he could stand at the peak of the younger generation and was about to go to the Junior Imperial Pavilion to sleep. He heard that the young Azure Prince and the others had awakened and come to Blackpool City. He wanted to compete with them, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even enter the gate. He was unwilling to give up. He walked towards the sword shadow and used everything he had learned in his life. In the City Lord's mansion, Yusheng shook his head. He couldn't even break through a sword shadow, let alone himself. This Nanlu Feng was far from enough. In a courtyard of the City Lord's mansion, the person who had left behind the sword shadow slowly drank tea. Young Azure Prince, when will you and I fight? I've been waiting for this battle for too long. In another courtyard, the young Azure Prince opened his eyes. There's no rush. What should come will come. Let's settle it once and for all. The person who had left behind the sword shadow laughed and put down his teacup. That's right. Let's settle it once and for all. All right, we'll settle it once and for all. Let's see how bad the Junior Imperial Pavilion's judgment is. Someone spoke, his voice spreading throughout the City Lord's mansion. It was the person who had challenged Xuanhuan. He was like a ghost and his name was Crafty Strike. In a courtyard even further away, Xuanhuan's body was shrouded in a bloody aura. Faint sounds of fighting could be heard. And even further away was Xianxia's courtyard. Xianxia was vexed as she listened to their conversation. How could such a thing happen to her? If it was her 7th sister, she would be very happy. She liked to watch a good show, but she didn't. Who else would come? She wanted to leave, but she couldn't. If she left now, then she would think back to when she left in Freshman City. That would only embarrass her father. That would confirm that she was running away from the young Azure Prince and the others. How troublesome. At this time, the Huai vibrated. Xianxia picked it up. The screen was pitch black, but a voice sounded. 5th sister. Xianxia was surprised. Her eyes widened. Eldest sister? The person who had contacted Xianxia was the Death Hill Lord, the eldest sister of the 7 fairies. It's me. I heard that you're in trouble now. Xianxia was distressed. Eldest sister, please save me. After complaining, Xianxia looked at the screen expectantly. The Death Hill Lord's voice sounded. You're lazy, not greedy, and have a peaceful state of mind. We sisters know that. Since that's the case, why don't you generously give your father and the young Azure Prince and the others enough face and bring them to tour Blackpool City? Xianxia was helpless. I'm afraid that my father will think too much. Senior Martial Brother and the others should be fine. They can just refuse directly. But eldest sister, you don't know my father's temper. My father is the type of person who refuses to leave. He's also the type of person who thinks he's wise and astute. He always thinks that he's good for you. I know. It's fine as long as your father can't force you. Then I'll give you a move. The price is quite high. You decide for yourself. Thank you, eldest sister. On the city walls of Blackpool City, Luyin watched as one elite genius after another tried to break the sword shadow but failed. He had to admit that the owner of the sword shadow was extremely strong among his peers. Even Luyin was impressed. Of course, he was only impressed by the strength of the progenitor realm and not compared to himself. What was he like when he was in the progenitor realm? Luyin recalled the past. Anyway, no one could defeat him at the same level. It was the same for these Xiaoyu. Exclamations could be heard from time to time. These rogue cultivators had never seen so many talented geniuses. Every one of these people was famous. Although they were not famous in the 9 heavens, they were still famous in certain regions. Especially since most of these people had good backgrounds. This was what the rogue cultivators envied the most. Xianxia is out. Someone shouted. Countless gazes were attracted to the city lord's residence again. They saw Xianxia walking out with her maids and strolling on the streets. There were no beast carriages or guards following them. They were just strolling around Blackpool City. Then they walked and walked until they reached the city walls. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3991. Someone on the city wall advised, "Miss, please stay away, it's dangerous here." Xianxia looked up and swept her gaze over the crowd before walking up the city wall. Someone wanted to stop her, but in the end they didn't, allowing Xianxia to walk up the city wall towards Lu Yin and the Lingguang siblings. Lingguang stared blankly. Why was Xianxia here? And from the looks of it, was she looking for him? No, it was Fu Gui. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia standing in front of him, a little confused. Why was she looking for him? Xianxia smiled at Lu Yin. "Fu Gui, we meet again." The maid standing behind Xianxia winked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was at a loss and slowly bowed. "Greetings, Mississippi." Xianxia smiled. "I said that when we return to the city you and I will talk in detail. Let's go back to the city lord's mansion." Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? How was it related to him? "Let's go, Fu Gui, your chance to soar is here." The maid urged with a smile. Lu Yin was puzzled. "What is it?" Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. "Let's go." Just one word, and Lu Yin felt the might of a progenitor pressing down on him. Xianxia was a progenitor, and her cultivation was not weak. Facing an emissary like Lu Yin, she could easily lead him by the nose. Lu Yin couldn't refuse and could only leave with Xianxia. From beginning to end, the Lingguang siblings were confused. What was going on? Lu Yin looked at Xianxia's back. Was something out of his control? Why did Xianxia suddenly look for him? Something was wrong, but the only one who knew of his existence was Alarm Gate Xianghu. No one else knew he was hiding in Black Swamp City. Alarm Gate Xianghu and Xianxia had nothing to do with each other. Why was Xianxia looking for him? "I'm sorry to have involved you in this matter, but don't worry, when this matter is resolved, I will give you a good fortune, enough to let you get rid of your identity as a rogue cultivator and soar into the sky." Xianxia's voice sounded in his ear, and the pressure she exerted on Lu Yin was gone. Lu Yin pretended to be relieved and wiped his sweat. "Miss, may I know what's going on?" "Let's return to the city lord's mansion first," Xianxia said. Lu Yin looked at the maid curiously. The maid pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say anything else. Soon, under countless gazes, Lu Yin and Xianxia arrived outside the city lord's mansion, standing in front of the illusory sword. "Please make way for Jianghu," Xianxia said, looking in the direction of the city lord's office. In the courtyard of the city lord mansion, the person who left behind the shadow of the sword looked outside. "Come in by yourself," Xianxia said faintly. "The battle for the throne has nothing to do with me. Please get out of my way." The man did not reply. Xianxia frowned. The maid angrily rebuked, "Who the hell are you? This is the Blackpool City Lord's mansion. Since when is it your turn to block guests?" That person still didn't answer. In the distance someone shouted, "Trying to get in through the back door? How could it be that easy? He didn't even give face to the 7 fairies. He's obviously not ordinary." "That's right. This person thinks that he can enter with the 7 fairies. If word gets out, he'll be on the same level as the young imperial tutor. What a joke. He should take a look at himself first." The maid glared angrily into the distance. "Shut up." Those few people didn't need to say anything. They could occasionally mock them, but they couldn't really offend the 7 fairies. That would be fatal. They just didn't like Lu Yin. What right did this guy have to sneak in? One had to know that many elite geniuses had been stopped before. How many pairs of eyes were watching now? Lu Yin was calm, very calm. He was so calm that the maid felt that something was wrong. Being ridiculed and provoked like this, he didn't care at all. Inside the city lord mansion, Yusheng was dissatisfied. He walked out, wanting to push the shadow of the sword away. "City lord, you don't worry." This was the voice of the little verdant prince. Yusheng looked over. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked at the door and was attracted by a strange phenomenon. Was that a lotus? At this moment, countless people inside and outside the city lord mansion were looking at the door. Xiang'er's palms were clasped together, and countless palm shadows bloomed to form a lotus. From bottom to top, it covered the shadow of the sword. The sky blue light illuminated Blackpool City, and also Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin looked at this scene in surprise. What a powerful battle technique. Lotus release hands. Someone blurted out, looking shocked. The bystanders were confused, and some were shocked like that person when they recalled it. Inside the city lord mansion, the person who left behind the shadow of the sword stared at the door. His shadow of the sword was lifted up. The little verdant prince smiled. How could the disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor not be able to lift up a shadow of the sword? What did these people think the 7 fairies were? Was it a title? Wrong, the disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor were never just titles. These were the real 7 fairies. Their appearance and family background overshadowed their own. Their identity as disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor made them incomparably noble, so much so that no one dared to provoke them. However, everyone overlooked their own strength. Even if they weren't in a deep sleep in the Junior Defense Tower, the 7 fairies were definitely the top powerhouses of their generation, especially those who weren't of the same generation as them. For example, he couldn't see through that big sister. Xiang'er didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that it was useless. It was just that she didn't want to make a move. At this moment, her move shocked countless people. Lotus release hands, the ultimate technique of the Blue Lotus Emperor. How many years has it been? History has almost forgotten. The Blue Lotus Emperor not only has karma, but also this peerless ultimate technique, Yu Xing murmured. Outside the city lord mansion, those who were mocking were speechless. They stared blankly as the shadow of the sword was lifted up. The maid pulled Lu Yin in, and then Xiang'er slowly walked in as well. After she entered, the shadow of the sword fell down and blocked the door just like before. A single shadow of the sword could only seal the door of the city lord mansion, but it couldn't seal the other places. But with this shadow of the sword, anyone who wanted to compete with the little verdant prince and the rest couldn't take other paths. Their dignity wouldn't allow it. Xiang'er was the first to enter through the shadow of the sword. After Xiang'er and the rest entered the city lord mansion, they went straight to their own courtyard. On the way, the person who left the shadow of the sword was standing in front of them. The maid was furious. "It's you, right? The guy who left the shadow of the sword, get out of the way." The person who left the shadow of the sword looked at the maid with interest. "You haven't seen me before, but you can recognize me with a single glance. You have good eyesight." The maid snorted. "Shameless." That person didn't care and looked at Xiang'er. "I'd like to see your lotus style." Xiang'er refused. "I don't like fighting." The lotus style is the ultimate technique of the Azure Lotus defense. You don't want it to be covered in dust, right? Since the Azure Lotus defense was taught to you, it's because I hope you can carry it forward. You're wrong. We 7 sisters know it, and so does senior brother. You'll see it for yourself. The little verdant prince is the little verdant prince. His lotus style is different from yours. I don't fight. After saying that, Xiang'er walked past the person with Lu Yin and the maid. She didn't even look at him. That person's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the maid and landed on Lu Yin. "As a man, you're hiding behind a woman. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lu Yin blinked and looked at that person. Xiang'er pulled Lu Yin's arm and whispered, "Don't mind it. This has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin looked at that person. "What's your name?" That person was indifferent. "Jianghu." "Just you wait. Today's humiliation will be avenged in the future." Lu Yin was serious. Jianghu laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule. "You? Based on what?" Xiang'er scolded. "Jianghu, you can compete with the little verdant prince. There are almost no peers in the world who can fight with you. Why do you have to make things difficult for a rogue cultivator?" Lu Yin looked at Xiang'er seriously. "You've gone too far." Xiang'er was stunned and looked at Lu Yin blankly. The maid was also stunned. Was this guy stupid? Jianghu was also stunned and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin was serious, unprecedentedly serious. "You shouldn't have stopped him from making things difficult for me. This will hinder my desire to improve. I'm a person who works hard and wants to stand at the top of my peers in the future. Having a good opponent like Jianghu is exactly what I want. I don't need you to reject him for me. Rejecting him now won't make me feel good, but I'll let it go since you're doing it for me. You shouldn't have brought me in just now. I have to think of a way myself. Even if it's 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years, there will be a day when I can fight my way in. I won't give up. But since you brought me in, I'll let it go. Don't do this in the future. Let's go." With that, he left along the path. His words left everyone dumbfounded. They felt that something was amiss. In the distance, the person who challenged the blood battle named Phantom Strike blinked. What a guy. He's living off a woman. Xianxia and the maid looked at each other and followed. Hey, you're going in the wrong direction. Sorry. Jianghu looked at Lu Yin's back from where he stood. This guy spoke so loftily and seemed to be very ambitious. Then why did he run? Jianghu was baffled. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. He was just casually mocking Lu Yin, but in the end he felt like he had eaten a dead fly. He felt inexplicably sullen. On the way back to the courtyard, the maid looked at Lu Yin strangely. Xianxia also looked at Lu Yin differently. This guy was different from the one she knew. Please take a seat. Xianxia made an inviting gesture. Lu Yin was very polite. Thank you, Mississippi. Xianxia looked at him deeply, her attitude completely different from before. She was like a completely different person in front of him. The maid looked at Lu Yin curiously. This guy's attitude changed so quickly. May I know why Miss is looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia said, to ruin my reputation. Ha! Lu Yin and the maid exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Xianxia in a daze. They felt that they had heard wrong. The maid did not know about this either. Xianxia sighed and told him her thoughts. Lu Yin was speechless. What a ruthless person. Xianxia's father Yumi forced Xianxia to choose a husband. He valued the Little Azure King and those geniuses who could compete with the Little Azure King. However, Xianxia was not willing. Even if she clearly refused, even if the Little Azure King and the others rejected her, her father still did not believe her. He felt like he could force her to be together forever. Besides this, her father was quite good to her. She did not want him to lose face. Xianxia had no choice but to ruin her reputation. On one hand, she listened to her father and met the Little Azure King and the others openly. On the other hand, her reputation was already ruined. The Little Azure King and the others would not marry her, and her father would not force her anymore. And the way to ruin her reputation was to trouble him. We can talk through the night. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin calmly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3992. Looking at Xianxia's serious expression, Lu Yin knew that she was not joking. Why me? Because your name is Fugue. In the cultivation world, there are geniuses and ordinary people, but even ordinary people rarely have such a name. This shows your uniqueness and untainted nature. Speak human language. Your name is so ordinary that no one dares to bully you. Lu Yin was speechless. This was too straightforward. Was that so? Well, who would bully a silly Fugue? He regretted it. He should not have called himself Fugue. Xianxia was right. Who in the cultivation world would have such a name? In a group of geniuses, ordinary people would be particularly conspicuous. His name was the same. No matter how weak a wandering cultivator was, at least his name would not be so unpleasant. Even mortals who did not cultivate rarely had such a name. Lu Yin felt like he had used too much force. He did not think too much about it before. He just wanted to blend in with the wandering cultivators. Perhaps he had been led astray by the progenitor. Fugue sounded better than a pillar. He had been high and mighty for too long, so he lacked the ability to think about certain things. Above heaven's progenitor had been schemed against by the Eternal. The Eternal hid in a corner, advancing step by step, while the progenitor shone brightly and eventually led to the destruction of above heaven. Lu Yin thought that he would not ignore the dark corners, but in fact he had already ignored them. He had been staring at the Eternal and saw him as a threat in the dark. However, the threat was not limited to the Eternal. To the progenitor, the Eternal was not a threat. It was precisely for this reason that he ignored the Eternal. Now, in the dark, there must be someone who was dissatisfied with him and wanted to scheme against him. He did not like such people, but it was hard to guarantee that they would not be the next Eternal. Lu Yin took a deep breath, his expression heavy. He wanted to find out the existence under Black Marsh. In fact, he was already very cautious, but he still subconsciously ignored it. He did not even consider the impact of a name. This was a big taboo. If he was really cautious, Xianxia would not have found him at this moment. He would still be standing on the city wall and watching the show without being targeted by anyone. Fortunately, Xianxia had given him a warning. The dark corners were dark because they could not be seen. He might not be able to see all the dark corners. Xianxia saw Lu Yin's serious expression and carefully said, "I'm sorry, did I go too far?" Lu Yin looked at her and smiled, No, you're right. Thank you. Xianxia was puzzled. Thank you? Luin smiled and nodded. Thank you. Fugue, what's wrong with you today? The maid was puzzled. Luin shrugged. It's nothing. So, miss, you called me here just to have a candlelight talk and ruin my reputation? Yes, I hope you can help me. Xianxia then took out a number of cultivation spirits from her cosmic ring. These are just compensation. Once this matter is over, I will introduce you to other places. The Four Lin Sword Sect, the Jew clan, the Night Pillar. You can go anywhere you want. I have people there. Luin didn't hesitate and put away the spirit. All right, let's work together. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as she had not expected Luin to agree so readily. He was grateful that Xianxia had given him a timely warning. Victory after victory had made Luin feel even more superior. The Tao of Karma had merged with the great phenomenon of karma, making him feel as if he was omnipotent. However, there was no such thing as omnipotence or omniscience in this world. Otherwise, how could dereliction and deathly silence survive? The Azure Lotus Guard had long since become invincible. The so-called power of karma, time, and invincibility were all just abilities of living beings. There were too many strange abilities in the universe. Luo Chan's teleportation ability was difficult to deal with, and Luo Chan was only a verdant immortal. It must have been born in a universe where creatures could teleport. Then, where were those creatures that could teleport to? Were they dead? Luin didn't quite believe it. If they could teleport, then they shouldn't be dead. Humans were insignificant, and he hadn't even reached immortality. He didn't have the right to play with the world. All gains came from how much one knew. Similarly, all losses came from ignorance. Immortality could also lead to death. Let alone him. Miss, are you really going to do this? The maid was worried. Xianxia replied, of course. You know my personality. The maid sighed. If she did this, it would be difficult for her to get married in the future. However, she had no intention of persuading her, as Xianxia was just like that. The only ones qualified to persuade her were the 7 fairies, but this move seemed to have been taught to her by the 7 fairies. It was this foolish Fugue who had taken advantage of the situation. He could reach the sky in a single bound by acting. With the Mrs. Face, he would be good wherever he went. He would no longer be a rogue cultivator, and could be considered as one of the 7 fairies. Of course, there would be danger. Once someone was jealous, it wasn't impossible to secretly send someone to kill him. That night, Luin stayed in the courtyard. The maid walked out and stood guard outside. Inside the courtyard they were chatting by candlelight. When Yusheng heard the news, he rushed over to drag Luin out, but was stopped by the maid. Second master, the miss said that no one is to disturb her, or else she won't give anyone face. Yusheng looked into the courtyard and stomped his feet anxiously. Does this girl know what she's doing? The maid didn't answer. Yusheng watched for a while, then helplessly retreated. Gradually, the news spread out of the city lord's mansion to Black Swamp City, and then to the 9th heaven at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia of the 7 fairies was chatting by candlelight with a man, and the maid was still standing guard outside. This news was no less shocking than thunder, and even the war with the insects was suppressed. Countless people inquired about the man's identity. They only knew his name, Fugue. Fugue? What name? Are you sure it's Fugue? Did you hear it wrong? Master, it's Fugue, countless people discussed. Yumi, the city lord of Big One City, almost fainted from anger. On the city walls of Black Swamp City, Ling Guang stared blankly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Fugue, Fugue. Ling Shu sympathized, brother. Ling Guang was bitter. Fugue, I hope he's safe, this is not a good thing. They knew very well that Luin and Xianxia didn't have much interaction. They weren't stupid and guessed that Luin was being used. It was easy for a rogue cultivator to get involved in this kind of thing. The next day, Xianxia and Luin walked out of the courtyard. Her usual calm expression was replaced by a happy one. She even went to look for the little verdant prince, wanting to show him around Black Swamp City. At the same time, she invited Shuizhan, Jianheng, and the others. She invited them as the 100 Cities Association's little princess. Yusheng was bitter, listening to Yumi's scolding, but there was nothing he could do. Big brother, you know Xianxia's temper, she doesn't care about anything, but if she really causes trouble, it will be hard to clean up, I can't handle it. What's the situation with that kid? Xianxia purposely found that stupid Fugue, is that kid really called Fugue? Check his background for me. Get to the bottom of it. Understood, I've already sent people to investigate, but that kid was just being used, nothing actually happened. Nonsense, how could my daughter take a fancy to some fugue? But we still have to investigate why did she choose this fugue, see if there's anything special about him. Okay. The little verdant prince gave face. Xianxia brought Lu Yin and the maids to invite him to tour Black Swamp City, and he went. Along the way, he looked at Lu Yin with interest, occasionally saying a few words. Unlike Jianheng's ridicule, he was calm and showed respect. Lu Yin was even more polite, putting himself in the shoes of a rogue cultivator facing the little verdant prince. And in the eyes of Xianxia and the maids, his attitude was different. Why was this guy changing every day? Could he be schizophrenic? Xianxia and the rest toured Black Swamp City with the little verdant prince, strolling the streets, drinking tea, and watching the fight with insects outside the city. The conversation between the little verdant prince and Lu Yin became more frequent, and he asked a lot of questions. They strolled for a whole day before returning to the city lord's mansion. He met someone at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Ningxiao. Lu Yin looked at the gate curiously, and there stood an elegant man whose bearing was not inferior to the little verdant prince's. Ningxiao. He was one of the sleeping junior emperors in the junior imperial tower, and he had heard of him before. At this moment, countless people shifted their gaze from Lu Yin and the rest to Ningxiao. Ningxiao was standing in front of the sword shadow. This sword shadow blocked a group of elite geniuses, preventing them from stepping into the city lord's mansion. Those who were qualified to step in were all extraordinary people. Lu Yin and the rest saw Ningxiao, and Ningxiao also saw them and greeted them. His gaze paused on Lu Yin for a moment, and he nodded in a very friendly manner. Xianxia's maid's eyes lit up. Compared to the little verdant prince, Ningxiao was the man of their dreams. The little verdant prince's status was too high. He was the disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor, the successor of Yi Hai, and was recognized by countless people as the most likely powerhouse to reach the eternal realm in the future. Such a person was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the other hand, Ningxiao was a rogue cultivator, a true rogue cultivator. Logically speaking, if one wanted to hibernate in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, they had to have a great power behind them. However, without the support of a great power, where would a genius come from? It was too difficult to find a true genius among rogue cultivators. Ningxiao was the genius that countless rogue cultivators looked forward to. Such a person's future was limitless, but he also had the identity of a rogue cultivator, which made him not seem unattainable. He also had a chivalrous air, and his carefree temperament was enough to conquer countless women. In his era, his identity as a rogue cultivator could not hide his brilliance. The sword shadow was broken, but it was not broken. Ningxiao passed through the sword shadow alone, and it was unknown how he did it. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Interesting. These junior imperial attendants were not simple. Ningxiao had just used a strange battle technique to get close to the sword shadow. No matter how the sword shadow slashed, his battle technique constantly changed, blocking and deceiving the sword will, allowing him to pass through the sword shadow easily. This was even more carefree than Xianxia's Blue Lotus release. At this time, a tall figure entered the city and arrived outside the city lord's mansion in a few steps. Ningxiao, don't run. Ningxiao had already entered the city lord's mansion. He looked back and smiled. Gee, the one you should challenge is him. As he spoke, he pointed his folding fan in the direction of Lu Yin's group, where the little verdant prince was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3993. Ji looked over and saw the young Azure King. His eyes flashed with battle intent, but he didn't provoke him. He stared at Ningxiao. I will deal with you first. Then the giant palm slammed down. With a bang, the ground cracked and the sword shadow shattered. He stepped out and entered. Everyone was shocked. What great strength. He actually shattered the sword shadow. The young Azure King praised, this strength? If his cultivation reaches the peak of the bitter disaster realm, he might be able to compete with Mr. Lu. Xianxia was surprised. Can he compete with Mr. Lu? The young Azure King smiled. I don't know, but in terms of strength, this person is unparalleled among his peers. It is too difficult for the Nine Clouds universe to produce a genius comparable to Mr. Lu, but it is not impossible to find someone who can compete with him in every aspect that Mr. Lu is good at. But it is only a comparison. He looked up at the sky. Mr. Lu's strength is unparalleled. No one can surpass him. All we can do is to be qualified to compete. This is already the limit. No one can participate in the power struggle between Mr. Lu and the Insect Lord. After Yu Xiang'er and the others entered the city lord mansion, Jianheng threw out another sword shadow to block the entrance. Many people were helpless. This was the certification of qualifications. The young master came to Blackpool City to compete for the title of first young master, but no one knew how to compete. The young master pavilion didn't make a clear statement. They all wanted to compete with each other, but it was still very peaceful. On the second day, the young Azure King took the initiative to invite Lu Yin to visit Blackpool City. This news spread out and made Blackpool City boil. What? The young Azure King invited Fu Guei to visit Blackpool City? No way. The young Azure King invited Fu Guei to drink? The young Azure King invited Fu Guei to spar? Impossible. The young Azure King invited Fu Guei to spar. The young Azure King, please give Fu Guei some pointers. Walking on the street, Lu Yin heard the discussions. The more the rumors spread, the more unbelievable it became. Beside him, Yu Xiang'er felt strange. She didn't expect the young Azure King to invite Lu Yin to go shopping. The young Azure King naturally heard the discussions. The rumors of the world have their own hopes. Ordinary people hope to be extraordinary, and the dazzling people hope to be ordinary. This is the world. Young Azure King, please forgive me, Lu Yin respectfully. Little Green Monarch smiled and looked at Lu Yin. They're not wrong. I'm indeed here to discuss the Tao with you. Lu Yin was confused. Looking for me? Tao debate? The Little Green King didn't explain. As he walked, he looked at the lively scene on the street. The insects were almost all cleaned up, and Black Swamp City had returned to its former prosperity. Countless hawking sounds filled the streets. Fu Guei, can you tell me your cultivation path? The path of cultivation? What do you mean? Little Green King was startled. He looked at Lu Yin and said, You didn't. Lu Yin shook his head blankly. In fact, the purpose of your cultivation is very simple, it's to survive. It's very similar to the universe forest in the continent of the 9 clouds. It's normal but not normal. We can't see it but you can. Everyone is the same. Lu Yin nodded and said. Lu Yin stared at the verdant prince in a daze. It couldn't be, right? Yu Xiang'er was also dumbfounded. How could she give him an epiphany? This was a genius? The verdant prince had an epiphany, but on the second day he invited Lu Yin to go shopping again. Then on the third and fourth day he invited Lu Yin every day. As for Yu Xiang'er, it was up to her whether she wanted to follow or not. At first, everyone thought that the verdant prince had designs on Yu Xiang'er or wanted to test whether Fu Guei was worthy of being friends with her. But later they realized that wasn't the case. He really had his eyes on that silly Fu Guei. The world is divided into black and white. Ordinary people and extraordinary people are all people, and the universe that people live in has its own destiny. We will never be able to see the side that ordinary people see, but that side is what we want to cultivate as well. What is the essence of cultivation? Ordinary people go to extraordinary people, and extraordinary people go to ordinary people. This is the essence of cultivation. The verdant prince's words spread throughout Black Swamp City, shocking countless people. They didn't understand, but they felt that it was very profound. In the city lord mansion, those junior Yuan geniuses couldn't sit still. The verdant prince was going to have consecutive epiphanies just because of Fu Guei? Yes, Fu Guei was ordinary. They were too talented and couldn't see the side of ordinary people. They also wanted to see what the verdant prince saw through that silly Fu Guei. Fu Guei, so that was the reason why Yu Xiang'er had chosen this person to talk to. Perhaps they really were talking because Yu Xiang'er also wanted to see the side of ordinary people through Fu Guei. The Azure Lotus Emperor was particular about karma. Ordinary, extraordinary, one side after another. Wasn't this in line with the teachings of the Azure Lotus Emperor? So Yu Xiang'er saw it and so did the verdant prince. This was cultivation. These two were really ruthless. They couldn't sit still and immediately went to find Fu Guei. If they were a step late, the verdant prince might have transformed. Not long after, in the courtyard, Lu Yin looked at the people in front of him in shock. They were using him as a springboard. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to see the world through the eyes of an ordinary person. They wanted to see the path of cultivation in themselves. They wanted to see the other side of the universe, a side that they had never seen before. Because they had seen that side, the verdant prince had an epiphany, and they wanted to do the same. But was that really the case? Of course not. Lu Yin's realm was higher than theirs, and he could tell at a glance that the verdant prince's epiphany wasn't because of what he had said, but rather because of the thread. That's right, it was the thread, and Lu Yin's words were the thread. The verdant prince could have had an epiphany himself, but he lacked the recognition of a third party. Lu Yin, an ordinary person, had become the third party that had allowed the Verdant Prince to make a breakthrough. It was true that Lu Yin was an ordinary person, but there were far more ordinary people than cultivators in this world. Thus, the Verdant Prince thought that he had seen some kind of essence and achieved the goal of an epiphany. In reality, this epiphany should have appeared. It was just like how many people needed recognition, encouragement, and faith to do things. Humans were essentially social creatures, and no matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't escape the characteristics of their species. Lu Yin understood this, but he couldn't explain it to these people. He was just an ordinary person, someone who could show these geniuses the world of ordinary people. He couldn't understand their state of mind, so he just had to tell them what he saw and knew. He was like a video recording machine of the ordinary world. Fugue, let's go shopping together. Sly Strike approached with a face full of smiles, completely different from when he had chased after Xuanhuan. Jianghu was indifferent. Fugue, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. No. His gaze turned cold. There are countless chances. Come at me. The 3-meter-tall Ji raised his hand and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, revealing a simple and honest smile. Fugue, you should be stronger. Let's go, I'll train you. Outside the courtyard, Xuanhuan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. You guys are too impatient. You should ask Fugue what he thinks now. What's there to ask? Let's go. Sly Strike rolled his eyes. Jianghu growled, no, we want to hear what Fugue has to say. That's right, everyone reacted. They wanted to see the world of ordinary people through Fugue. They wanted to hear more, see more, and think more. This was what they wanted to do. Suddenly, everyone quieted down and looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Lu Yin was speechless and looked at xianxia for help. Xianxia was exhausted. Why are you making things difficult for Fugue? He doesn't know anything. Sly Strike smiled. Yes, he doesn't know anything. That's why we're here. Ji said, he doesn't know about our world and we don't know about his world. Come, Fugue, share your worldview. Jianghu was indifferent. I want what the little Azure King hears and sees from you. Lu Yin coughed. Well, you guys are thinking too much. Actually, I don't want to say anything. Why? Ji was puzzled. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm tired. Ji looked deeply at Lu Yin. Really? Tired? But you clearly didn't do anything. Is it too tiring to live in this world? We cultivators have never thought about how ordinary people feel when they get along with us. Now we know that they are very tired. Jianghu looked up. The word tired speaks of bitterness. Cultivators think that cultivation is very tiring, but they have a goal. They want to live forever. But what about ordinary people? They just want to live well, but even so they are still very tired. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Tiredness is relative. Lu Yin was stunned. How could this be? The little Azure King had a timely epiphany, but these people wanted to forcefully achieve it. Fugue, your name has a meaning, right? Sly Strike asked. Lu Yin blinked. I want to get rich. Sly Strike grinned. It's a very ordinary wish, but it goes straight to the heart. Humans know how to hide things. The higher their cultivation, the more hypocritical they become. Some people appear to be sage-like, but they're actually cultivating to the point of going mad. This is the state of the mind. Many people pursue the state of the mind their entire lives, but they're actually just ordinary people. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. That was right. Cultivation was a circle and so was the universe. From life to death and then from death to life, who could say for sure? People died but the world remained. Perhaps they weren't dead, but their consciousness had overlapped with someone else's, allowing them to experience another life. For some reason he actually comprehended a little. It had to be said that there was value in talking to geniuses. Even if there was no value, he could forcefully create value. Lu Yin had always felt that the world of mortals was the most important place for cultivators to experience the state of the mind. As a result, in order to break through to the primordial realm, he had wandered through mortal cities and divined for people, seeing through each person clearly. This was very effective in tempering the state of the mind. If mortals and practitioners were two different groups, then the state of mind of an emperor among mortals was equivalent to that of an eternal life realm expert among mortals. Both of them could kill and seize, but they were also subject to various restrictions. If the emperor killed as he pleased, the dynasty would decline. If an eternal realm cultivator killed as he pleased, even if Lu Yin didn't know the outcome, it wouldn't be a good outcome. At the very least, the karmic chain would prevent them from doing anything. In the world of mortals, ordinary people dreamed of climbing up. Without any cultivation methods, they could only rely on their family background, schemes, talent, and so on. In the world of cultivators, cultivators climbed up as well. They relied on their family background, schemes, opportunities and so on. Look at /star step then remember domain name colon w w w /8 2 z w c o m . Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3994. Two groups. The universe was still the same universe, but the experience was completely different. That was why Emperor Jin used the method of getting lost to experience the various states of the world. Xuanhuan was also pursuing the various states of the world. The various states of the world did not refer to the stories of 100 people, but could also be the stories of 100 classes. If one wanted to experience the state of mind, why not find the corresponding mortal class? Then what was his corresponding class? Prime Minister? Great General? Or what? Lu Yin found the next stage of life that he needed to see through. Riches and honor to mortals are like resources to us. Riches and honor? If one day you become the richest person among mortals, what will you think? Jianhu asked. Lu Yin sat down. Have you all forgotten that I am not a mortal? I am also a cultivator. There is no difference. Ji was very honest. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Xianxia blocked in front of Lu Yin. You all go, I want to talk to riches and honor through the night. Bloody War looked up at Xianxia. Why are you looking for him? Xianxia was about to speak. Jianhu continued, because he is called riches and honor, a person who is honest to his heart, a person who is fearless of hiding, and a person who can let you see the world of ordinary people. Xianxia, as a disciple of Blue Lotus Emperor, your state of mind has indeed surpassed us, including little Xuanhuan. But now we have seen clearly that you should not monopolize it. Riches and honor belong to all of us. Xianxia was stunned and did not know how to answer. Behind them, the maid could not react until now. How did riches and honor belong to everyone? He was so popular? The development of the situation was getting stranger and stranger, so much so that they were seriously thinking about every word that Lu Yin said next. These were words from ordinary people, but they were also guiding lights for their state of mind. Little Xuanhuan came. Seeing so many people surrounding Lu Yin, he greeted Lu Yin awkwardly and left. Lu Yin found that Ning Xiao did not come. Right, that person was a rogue cultivator and had experienced a lot of hardships. Riches and honor? What do you think of the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? Jianhu suddenly asked. Everyone stared at Lu Yin. Even Xianxia was curious. They were all geniuses and never considered how ordinary people looked at them. In their eyes there were only geniuses. In the eyes of ordinary people, what were geniuses? Lu Yin pondered for a moment and looked at everyone seriously. In my eyes they are all the same. Sly Strike raised his eyebrows. Impossible. How can we be the same as ordinary people? Ji shook his head and didn't believe it either. Lu Yin's expression was serious. Trust me, in my eyes you're no different from ordinary people. Bloody War stared at Lu Yin. That's right, it's all the same. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Shuizhan's tone was low as he retracted his gaze. Geniuses and ordinary people are all the same if they don't reach immortality. This is our understanding. But in Fugue's eyes, the people he can't catch up with are all geniuses. Jianhu came to a sudden realization and looked at Shuizhan in amazement. Not bad, your state of mind is not bad. Anyone who can't compare to wealth is a genius. Is there a difference? It's all the same. Ji nodded in agreement. Sly Strike also understood, and he looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. Fugue, I've touched on your sore spot. Lu Yin felt numb, but it was all the same. Xianxia was displeased. Everyone, you may leave now. Jianhu turned and left. That's all for today. Fugue, let's go shopping tomorrow. Don't stir up trouble. Who can take Fugue away alone? Actually, you can find other ordinary people. Even ordinary people are hypocrites. Some people have not yet developed their minds, so they use such names. Fugue is the only cultivator I've ever seen, and one whose realm isn't too low to use such a name. Such people are 1 in a billion. That's why he can bring us to see the world of ordinary people. Then let's do it tomorrow. We can't let little Azure King take him away. Of course. Why don't we not go back? We'll sit around to prevent anyone from taking Fugue away. Agreed. Agreed. Their voices gradually faded away. In the courtyard, Lu Yin rubbed his head. Geniuses, they're really good at imagining things. They're all very smart and they can make more connections with just one sentence. How good would it be if he could deceive himself like them? Thinking about this, Lu Yin suddenly froze in place and stared at the ground in a daze. Deceive himself, deceive himself, deceive himself. Yes, deceive himself. He could deceive himself, but his own karma still existed. Why had he never thought of investigating his own karma? No, he couldn't investigate his own karma because it belonged to him. Fortune tellers had never divined his own karma. There was only one exception, and that was when he faced a calamity and used the calamity itself to calculate its effects on himself. It was just like when he had battled with Avicii, when he had been devoured by Avicii's time template. At that time, he had used Avicii's calamity as a starting point to calculate his own karma and how he would die. He had also seen Avicii's ability. Aside from that, without a primer he would not be able to calculate his own karma. However, he still had the karmic phenomenon. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. In the past, he had not been able to calculate his own karma, but with the help of the karmic phenomenon, things were different. With himself as the cause, effect, and end, he could create karmic threads that constantly collided with each other. He could calculate whether or not he could calculate that someone was watching him or that someone was plotting against him. This was different from when he had calculated the future. The first time he had comprehended karma, Lu Yin had calculated that someone was watching him, and this kind of gaze could be shifted and used different methods. However, if he used karma to calculate his own karma, then any methods that were plotting against him would not be able to be hidden. Perhaps he might not be able to see clearly what methods were used, but he would definitely know that someone was plotting against him. For example, by Gu's mark. Yes, he could calculate karma horizontally and use the karmic phenomenon. Also, the transformation of one's state of mind could also deceive oneself. Others plotting against oneself was deceiving, and so was oneself plotting against oneself. However, it could allow one to gain a deeper understanding of one's state of mind. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Mortals could deceive themselves and calculate horizontally. He wanted to laugh. This trip had not been in vain. Even if he couldn't find deathly stillness or Wanli, it would not be a loss. I'm sorry, Fugue, Xianxia apologized. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why? Xianxia sighed. You might not be able to rest easy after being targeted by them. Lu Yin laughed. It's fine. They're all good people. Xianxia's gaze was complicated. She wanted to say something but she did not. She only said, I'll take you away from Blackpool City as soon as possible. As for Fugue, you shouldn't use it anymore. Change your name. These geniuses can be very extreme sometimes. Lu Yin nodded and did not refuse. There were several rooms in the courtyard. Xianxia went back to rest. The maid came over and looked at Lu Yin curiously. What's wrong? Lu Yin was puzzled. The maid was even more puzzled. Something's wrong with you. Lu Yin touched his face. What's wrong? Are you schizophrenic? Why are you scolding me? I'm not scolding you. It's just strange. Look, you dared to provoke Jianghu and you were so respectful to the young Azure King. At first, you were a little reserved in front of those geniuses, but then you didn't care at all. Just now, you looked like you had comprehended something. I keep feeling that the you I'm seeing is not the real you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You're thinking too much. This is me, an honest and ordinary person. Fugue. The maid blinked and looked away. Well, maybe I don't understand what you're thinking. After all, I've been with Miss since young. You should rest well. To the outside world, it was another candlelight talk. The next day, Jianghu and the others came again and began to talk to Lu Yin. Then the third day and day after day, Lu Yin couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be beyond what an ordinary person like him should do. As an ordinary rogue cultivator, he struggled on the line between life and death all year round. For a spot in the treasure hunting team, he would fight to the death. What right did he have to refuse to talk to these famous geniuses? Moreover, these geniuses had given him benefits. 10 spots in the treasure hunting team. 20. I'll go and talk to City Lord Yu. Permanent spots. You can come whenever you want. In the distance, Yu Sheng was helpless. This was directly making the decision for him. Lu Yin felt that talking with these geniuses was sometimes very rewarding. Although they were geniuses, they were also human beings with stories and a thirst for knowledge. In his eyes, these geniuses were no different from ordinary people. Even the young Azure Emperor, who many people thought could become an eternal life realm genius, was very ordinary in Lu Yin's eyes. He also wanted to know what these ordinary people were thinking in their stories. However, it had been a little too long. He was worried that the existence underground would notice the clues and run away. Now that everyone except the boat of hardship was here, it was time to start. But the way to start had to be changed. In the past, he wanted Bai Xia from the Junior Imperial Tower to show up. Now there was no need. Fugue, in the eyes of ordinary people, what are the strong like? Someone asked. It was Ji. Luin thought for a moment. Like the young Azure King. They raised their eyebrows and stared at him. The young Azure King? Jianheng's eyes turned cold. Luin nodded. As the strongest of the younger generation, the young Azure King is the strongest in our eyes. Jianheng sneered. Are you kidding? Who told you that the young Azure King is the strongest? Luin was puzzled. No, it can't be you, right? Jianheng's eyes flashed coldly. Xuanhuan looked at Luin. Why do you think the young Azure King is the strongest? Luin said, it's not me. It's us who think that the young Azure King is the first junior imperial censor. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Is that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. It's time to decide the first junior imperial censor. Sly Strike's eyes lit up as he stared at Xuanhuan. I forgot to. I should have defeated you long ago, Xuanhuan. Ji clenched his fist. Where is Ningxiao? Jianheng turned around. Everyone, since Fugue and these ordinary people think that the young Azure King is the strongest, let's let them see who is the strongest. I suggest that we decide the strongest at the top of Blackpool City. The loser will step aside and the winner will step up. Sly Strike licked his lips. We should have done this long ago. Fugue watched carefully. This is a peak showdown. There may not be such an exciting showdown in the next few generations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3995. Luin was excited. I will definitely see it clearly. Although a normal person like me might not be able to understand it, I will try my best to tell you what I understand. Good. Ji shouted and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. What you see is different from what we see. Watch carefully and don't let your guard down for even a second. Little Azure King, come to the top of the city wall. Jianheng stepped out and his sword-intense soared into the sky. Inside the mayor's residence, Little Azure King looked up. Okay. That one word caused a commotion in Blackpool City. The people on the city wall hurriedly went down and made way. Countless people were excited. It was finally about to begin. The battle for the position of first young master was what many people in the Ninth Heaven universe wanted to see. They wanted to gather the resources of the Ninth Heaven universe to cultivate a peerless genius comparable to Mr. Lu and spread the name of the Ninth Heaven. They did not want someone from the Xuanhuan universe to suppress countless people. Ningxiao, are you coming? Ji shouted. In the mayor's residence, Ningxiao folded his fan. Of course. Powerful auras soared into the sky. Beside the mayor's residence, similar auras appeared from the genius cultivators who had yet to enter the mayor's residence. At the top of the city gate, gods and mortals would witness the battle for the position of first young master. The so-called gods were the geniuses and mortals were ordinary people like Fugue. Since ancient times, the battle for the position of first young master was rarely witnessed by ordinary people. This time it would definitely be recorded in history. Yusheng had the biggest headache right now. If they fought in Blackpool City, the entire city would be gone. But he could not stop it. Inside the mayor's residence, Lu Yin looked into the distance. The position of Snowy Bones had not changed since he had arrived. What was going on down there? Outside Blackpool City, a few insects climbed the city wall, but no cultivators blocked them. They were allowed to climb in before attacking. On the city wall, the brocade azura appeared from time to time. There were also some stone dragons and Qianli. Inside the city wall, the houses were empty. Everyone retreated to the north of the city and waited for the battle to begin. Ji was the first to reach the city wall. He raised his hand and killed a bunch of insects. None of them could withstand his palm. Next, crafty attack also arrived, followed by bloody battle. Figures descended one after another. When the young Azure King arrived, everyone came as well. At the top of the city wall were the young Azure King Xuanhuan, Ningxiao, Jianheng, Sly Strike and Ji. These were the 6 experts who had entered the city lord manor. There were also some young cultivators who believed that they could join them. They also stood on the city wall. Lu Yin, Yu Xing and Yu Xiang stood together watching from afar. The first to act was Crafty Approach, who had been eyeing bloody battle for a long time. Ji slapped at Ningxiao. Jianheng's sword intense swept out, yet he didn't make a move against the young Azure King. Instead it swept towards the others. Those young geniuses who thought they could join the battle were directly swept out by a single sword strike, allowing them to clearly see the gap between them and the young Azure King. The young Verdant King raised his foot and took a step forward, brushing past Jianheng's body. Jianheng was prepared for this, and the tip of his sword pierced through the entire city wall and into the ground. In the distance, Luin raised his brows. Dust fell from the ground. In the spacious underground, skeletons sat calmly. Some skeletons raised their heads to look, seemingly uneasy. Xianxia also did not move. She stared blankly at the incomplete spiritual treasure array. Eternity, who shared her vision, was still sitting under the tree, listening to the chirping of birds and cicadas. "Why did you come to Heizei? Master, please tell us," a skeleton said from underground. There was no reply and the underground was silent. "Master, are you not here?" Huixi trembled and a screen appeared. There was no one, but a voice sounded, "There's no movement from the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Did Baixia ask them to come to Heizei to compete for the position of first young master? I can't find out, but their battle has nothing to do with the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Then it's fine. These juniors won't be able to touch this place. Just in case, be prepared at any time. Unless the alarmed lord makes a move, no one will be able to obtain everything here." In Heizei City, countless people witnessed the battle of geniuses. They were clearly only progenitors, but they were able to unleash a power that made even sequence law adepts like Yuxing tremble. All the progenitors and sequence law adepts stepped forward to stop the battle, hoping to prevent the aftermath from destroying Heizei City. The others stared into the distance. They couldn't understand what was going on, but it was extremely exciting. Shuizhan's blood chi soared into the sky. He used the Xuelo's 8 styles to fight until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His blood chi condensed outside his body, forming a towering mountain. It flickered with a scarlet cold light, swallowing the world. The crafty attack that was fighting against him was really like a ghost. It wandered between Shenren's blood chi and blood, ignoring the cold light as if it was nothing. It even tried to suppress the blood chi and blood. Ji's power was shocking, causing the void to collapse and crack continuously. Countless black cracks extended into the sky and the earth. Ning Xiao still had a carefree bearing. A folding fan easily blocked Ji's power. One couldn't see what was in front of him, but the changes in the 9 heavens had already appeared behind him. He was also very serious. Every step the young Azure King took left behind ripples on the ground. From bottom to top, he was like a sharp arrow piercing through the void. He used the void as a disc and he could pierce through it with great precision. Jianheng slashed the void with his sword. His sword intent was unparalleled, causing countless people to be blinded and unable to look at him. The battle between the 6 of them was like a battle, causing everyone's blood to boil. The others were all beaten down and couldn't get close to the battlefield. They fought in pairs with tacit understanding. It was only when the boat of hardship arrived that the battle situation changed. The boat of hardship created an abyss to suppress everyone. "Everyone, I don't want to be the first junior emperor. I just want to see how you will break through my power of the abyss." As soon as he finished speaking, the abyss was broken through. The 6 of them worked together, directly sending the boat of hardship flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Something like this had actually happened. The boat of hardship coughed up blood as it fell. It shook its head helplessly and left. Luin was speechless. What had this guy come here for? Although the battle is balanced, this situation can't last for long. The junior emperor is still the junior emperor. The junior emperor pavilion won't make a mistake, and senior Baixia won't either, someone said. He was a primordial realm expert. No one had seen him at first, but now that he spoke, even Yuxing had to bow. The person waved his hand. "I've lived in seclusion in Blackpool City for many years. There's no need to be so courteous." "Senior, have you noticed something?" a woman asked curiously. The person nodded. "Shuizhan conquers the world. His aura is unstoppable, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. He's just like his father, the most suitable for the battlefield. Although the person fighting him can hold on for a while, he won't be able to last for long. Being able to fight Shuizhan to a standstill for a short while is probably due to that person's firm confidence. It's a pity that he doesn't understand the 8 styles of the Xuelo. Once he uses the 8th style, that person will definitely be defeated. However, Shuizhan definitely won't use the 8th style against that person. His opponents are still the young Azure King and Ning Xiao. As for Ning Xiao, it will be even easier. I understand Ning Xiao very well because I fought against him when I was young." Everyone was surprised. He was from the same generation as Ning Xiao? Luyin was surprised as well. What a coincidence. That person sighed. I once thought that I could defeat Ning Xiao, but I didn't know that Ning Xiao's physique was extremely terrifying. It can be described as hidden. Any attack that hits his body will form an instinctive memory of his body, allowing him to subconsciously avoid the attack and even learn how to attack. Hidden, he can see through everything. He can learn too many battle techniques. Even when he fought with me, he used other people's battle techniques. It made me feel very aggrieved and helpless. As for the reason why that big guy is bothering him, if I'm not wrong, it should be because the two of them have cultivated the same technique. It's called the Art of Nine Deficiencies. The Art of Nine Deficiencies? Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? Yuxing was surprised. Beside Luyin, xianxia said, I've heard of it too. It seems to be a widely spread but incomplete body refining technique. The person said, the Art of Nine Deficiencies. No one knows who passed it down. It's one of the rare techniques that has dozens of pages. Even the changes of the 9 heavens that have been passed down don't have that many pages. It just so happens that 9 pages are missing, so no one knows the true name of this technique. Hence, it's named the Art of Nine Deficiencies. The Art of Nine Deficiencies specializes in body refining. Many people use it to supplement their cultivation. Those who don't rely on physical strength to fight won't cultivate it too deeply. Even if they want to cultivate it, it won't be easy because 9 pages are missing. However, there are always people with extraordinary talent who can ignore the missing 9 pages and cultivate powerful physical strength. That big guy is obviously one of them. Ning Xiao also cultivates the Art of Nine Deficiencies. That's why he has been keeping an eye on Ning Xiao. It's probably because of this. Everyone understood. What about the young Azure King in Jianghu? Xianxia's maid asked. The person shook his head. I don't know about that. Beside Luyin, Xianxia spoke in a soft voice, as if she was speaking only to Luyin. Senior brother young Azure King is known as a half-body king who walks the world. He has the ability to pray. Pray? Luyin was stunned. Xianxia said, Senior brother young Azure King prayed that he could run faster when he was born, so he used all his prayers on his feet, which led to the creation of battle techniques like piercing a willow leaf at 100 paces, sealing oneself, and one step one ghost. Hence, he is known as a half-body king who walks the world. Wait, what is praying? Is this a talent? It was the first time Luyin had heard of such a talent. Wasn't it similar to luck? Xianxia shook her head. I don't know what it is. I heard that it is praying. Luyin looked at the battlefield in the distance. These geniuses were really strange. Chen Shu and Luo Ning were like this, Shuizhan, Ning Xiao, and especially this young Azure King were even stranger. He didn't know if others felt the same way when they looked at him. Although many people thought that Xiaoyu would win, the battle had lasted for 2 days without a clear winner. It was not without reason that Jianghu and the others dared to challenge young Azure King and the others. These 2 days also allowed everyone to see the abilities of Jianghu and the others. Although it was not obvious, each of them had a strange talent, especially Jianghu. Although his sword intent was far from being comparable to that of a crossing bitter adversity powerhouse, he could condense his sword intent and form a constantly changing sword move. Coupled with his sword intent, he could display the power of a sect swordsmanship, which stunned many swordsmen. It could be imagined that when Jianghu achieved crossing bitter adversity, or even the great perfection of crossing bitter adversity, he would be a strong competitor for the 9-cloud sword head. Luyin had to admit this. The battlefield had moved from Black Swamp City to the swamp outside the city as early as yesterday. The further they went, the larger the attack range. If they didn't move away, Black Swamp City would be gone. Luyin secretly released Hairy Ball Qingxian and asked it to gather the remaining insects in Black Swamp and bring them to the area above where Snowy White Bones was. Hairy Ball Qingxian patted its chest and promised that it could do it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3996. On the 3rd day, Shuizhan's aura changed. It was time to end Sly Strike's suppression. Sly Strike's expression was solemn. On the other side, Ning Xiao used the Art of Nine Deficiencies to forcefully resist Ji's power and suppress him instead. Ji could not believe it. Little Azure King stepped on the ground, creating a ghost with each step. Jianghu struggled to hold his sword and almost dropped it. A ghost with each step. Every step could create inner demons. This was an extremely terrifying battle technique. Even Luyin was amazed. It was no wonder that the people of 9 Firmaments Universe placed their hopes on Xiaoyu. Little Azure King and the others had suppressed their opponents without truly using their trump cards. It was time. In the next moment, countless insects gathered in Black Marsh and attacked Little Azure King and the others. Everyone in Black Marsh City was shocked. Why are there still so many insects? Impossible, we've already cleaned up most of them. No, look, those insects are from the westernmost part of Black Marsh, and the 7-star sword should be from the easternmost part. All the insects in Black Marsh are here. Behind the sea of insects, Furball Green Immortal was proud and could not help but look into the city to claim credit. As for escaping, it had never thought about it at all because it had seen Tian in Mount Supreme. Tian's aura made it tremble, and it instinctively knew that it was the strongest Green Immortal. If Tian had been captured, what right did it have to escape? The arrival of the Sea of Insects disrupted Little Azure King and the others' battle, but it also changed the battle into a different method, eliminating the Sea of Insects. Under Lu Yin's orders, Furball constantly led the Sea of Insects in one direction. Fortunately, Snow was not too far away from Black Marsh City, so she could arrive in half a day. With a furious roar, Ji threw the strongest punch he had ever thrown in his life at Ningxiao. As if it was a signal, Sly Strike and Jianheng attacked at the same time to determine the victor. The ground shook as layers of space were cut open. The surrounding space collapsed, turning into a huge circular ripple that spread out. In Black Marsh City, the primordial realm expert blocked the ripple, but he was still forced back a step. He was shocked. As a primordial realm expert, he was actually forced back by a progenitor's shockwave. This was unimaginable. With such a great disturbance, the entire Black Marsh City shook. Lu Yin stared at the ground, but it wasn't enough. He still hadn't seen any defenses that could make the underground existence feel at ease, and he didn't need to use any methods to see through them. This was the reason why he had attracted Xiaoyu's attention. To be able to hide underground for so long, one had to be extremely cautious. Any method would have been detected, allowing some people to escape. It was still not enough. Fortunately, the battle between Xiaoyu and the others had not been decided yet. They had only eliminated Jianheng and the others. At the same time, under the Black Swamp, the White Bones were talking. Of the 7 layers of the earth, 3 layers have already been shaved off. Let's move. We can't move. Once we do, the alarmed lord will notice. Let's wait. The Xiaoyu's battle can only damage the 6th floor at most. It's impossible for him to touch the 7th floor. That's the maximum range we can accept. Master hasn't returned yet. Inside the Blackpool City, countless people were excited. That's great. Remember, after the Battle of Xiaoyu ends, immediately start digging for treasures. Choose that location. Of course, it wasn't easy to break through such a large area. There are many people who have their eyes on that area. We have to snatch it as soon as possible. Ling Guang and Ling Shu had their eyes on that area as well. They wanted to call Lu Yin over, but when they saw him standing with Yu Xiang'er and the others, they gave up on the idea. They felt that Lu Yin was already different from them. Above the Black Swamp, more than half of the Sea of Insects had been eliminated. There were still some scattered insects around, making horrifying noises. The young Azure King, Xuezhan, and Ningxiao were 1,000 meters apart from each other. The hindrances have finally been dealt with. Now it's our turn. Xuezhan stared at the young Azure King. The young Azure King smiled faintly. It's not really a hindrance. They are qualified to fight with me. In my eyes, they are no different from you. Ningxiao smiled. Then let's give it a try. An even more intense battle began. This was the true battle of Xiaoyu. All 3 of them were sleeping in the Xiaoyu pavilion. The ground kept shaking. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Under the influence of the insects, the 3 of them were fighting in that area. The first one to be swept away was Xuezhan. He used the Xuelo 8 styles to forcefully attack the young Azure King and Ningxiao. In the end, he was swept away by the 2 at the same time. In the end, only the young Azure King and Ningxiao were left to fight. Another layer of the earth was shaved off. Under the ground, the White Bones raised their heads. They were getting closer. It's already the 5th layer. It's not over yet. Soon. What can these 2 juniors do? Breaking through the 6th layer is their limit. They can't touch the 7th layer, let alone the ones below. The young Azure King and Ningxiao couldn't do it. The White Bones divided the earth into 7 layers. In the eyes of outsiders, there was no difference. It was just a kind of distance. But in the eyes of Lu Yin, it was different. When the young Azure King used the Lotus Sanzhou and Ningxiao used the 9 deficiencies technique, they reached the 6th layer. Lu Yin finally saw the true face of the underground defense. The 7th layer was also a distance. But at this moment, Luin could clearly see the extraordinary defense below the 7th layer without any tricks. It was the chaos of time and space. It reminded him of the way Yixia and Zhanming worked together to store the key to the Gate of Arts. It was located in such an unstable void. Once touched, the things inside would disappear. Luin guessed that the underground existence must have some special means to hide for so long, but he didn't expect it to be like this. How should he put it? It felt like a mutual destruction. If anyone wanted to touch the underground, everything underground would disappear. As for where it disappeared to, no one knew. Maybe there was a destination, maybe there wasn't. The chaos underground could hide from Luin until the young Azure King and the others overturned the earth. Luin couldn't find the reason. If there wasn't such chaos of time and space underground, it was normal that the alarmed god couldn't find it. The eyes was too lively. People were digging for treasures everywhere. Even the god of defense couldn't sweep through the entire 9 clouds. But there was chaos of time and space here. It was impossible not to attract the attention of the god of defense. It was too strange that they hadn't been discovered until now. But now, as long as he could see clearly, it would be easy. The alarmed god of defense could definitely leave everything underground, but there was no need for the alarmed god of defense to do it. The eternal life realm was a great killing weapon. If they could avoid it, they wouldn't be much of a threat. In the distance, the battle between the young Azure King and Ning Xiao attracted everyone's attention. Only Xianxia noticed that Luin had disappeared. She felt strange and looked around. He's not here? Where's Fugui? The maid was startled and looked away. What's wrong, miss? Where's Fugui? The maid looked around. Where did he go? The battle above Hei's was getting louder and louder. Many people didn't expect this. The young Azure King and Ning Xiao's battle power erupted completely. Underground, Baigu was restless. They've broken to the 6th floor. If they can break to the 7th floor, we'll move. We can't take the risk. Agreed. Agreed. No need. It's too dangerous. My lord said that once the 6th floor was destroyed, it was intentional. Wait, who is it? Baigu suddenly reacted and looked in the direction of the voice. His consciousness descended and stopped everything. Someone slowly walked out. Luin. Underground, a group of Baigu stared at Luin in a daze. They only had the word impossible in their hearts. How did this person come? How could he come in? Without anyone leading the way, he couldn't come in. And there was no movement at all. In the corner, Qing Shui looked at Luin in shock. She also felt that it was impossible. She could come in because she was Baigu and Lord Eternal's ability to counter Guyu. But how did this person come in? This space should be completely enveloped. At the same time, Eternal, who was sharing a line of sight with Qing Shui, retracted his gaze and got up to look at the distant fields. Luin was still found. Above the black swamp, the young Azure King and Ning Xiao were still fighting. Under the black swamp, the broken needle was inserted into the soil above Lu Yin's head. It was this needle that allowed him to come down quietly. The underground space was enveloped by chaotic time and space. Anyone who touched it would cause everything below to be transferred away. But what about time that didn't belong to this part of the universe? During Eternal, he had a long river of time, and that needle could draw out time that didn't belong to the Jiuxiao universe's long river of time. It allowed Luin to avoid the current time and enter alone. It could be said that without the broken needle during Eternal, Luin could easily come in. However, it was impossible not to alert the existence underground. Then he would really have to ask the alarmed guardian. That was also somewhat dangerous. After all, whether it was DG or Meng, they had the ability to avoid the alarmed guardian. No one knew if they had the ability to temporarily deal with the alarmed guardian and let him escape. Lu Yin's consciousness swept through the underground space and saw a pile of white bones, but he didn't pay them much attention. His gaze swept past them and landed on the giant spirit treasure array. Eternal was shocked, and so was Lu Yin. There were a total of 30 boundless advanced source boxes, and they were only half finished. Lu Yin didn't know how many boundless advanced source boxes would be needed to set up this array, and this didn't even include the many perceptive intermediate and discerning elementary source boxes that were scattered around. The moment Lu Yin saw this source box, he immediately thought of Li Guo's attack. As expected, it was because of this source box array. Why would DG want to set up this source box array? There were more than 100 skeletons underground, and some of them were quite strong. However, Lu Yin was more concerned about the skeletons surrounding the source box array. They were definitely Origin Array Heavenly Masters. These were source boxes and Origin Array Heavenly Masters that DG had collected over countless years. What was DG trying to do? On the other side, DG skeletons stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They couldn't understand how Lu Yin had managed to sneak in, but that was no longer important. They just wanted to move these source boxes away, but they couldn't. Against Lu Yin, even DG's master was useless, let alone them. Without reaching the eternal realm, it would be difficult to deal with Lu Yin. Dust continued to fall from underground from the battle between the young Azure King and Ning Xiao. Lu Yin walked past the skeletons until he arrived at a corner. It was empty, but there had been a person or a creature that had once lived here. Streams of light shuttled around him as he retraced the flow of time. In the past, he had only been able to see for a few dozen seconds, but now he could see what had happened over the past 3 days. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3997. Time kept flowing backward and the scene kept flowing backward. In the end, this place was still empty. This proved that the creatures here had left 3 days ago. He had been in Black Marsh for more than a month. When did the people here leave? Lu Yin asked. His gaze landed on the skeleton closest to him. It was also the strongest skeleton in the entire underground world. It had the battle prowess of a consummate crossing calamity. The skeleton met Lu Yin's gaze. Its empty eye sockets were pitch black. I don't know. Then, when did you find out that the people here had left? Lu Yin asked again. The skeleton didn't answer. At this moment, the broken needle shattered. Chaotic time and space erupted, forming a terrifying force that swept towards the ground. On the ground, little Azure King and Ning Xiao were shocked and hurriedly dodged. The chaotic flow of time and spatial cracks instantly covered the sky above Black Marsh like a huge monster. Countless people were shocked. Despair only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the consciousness blasted the world from below, forming a visible wave that scattered the stars and restored the sky above Black Marsh. Despair and hope intertwined, making everyone think that it was an illusion. Only little Azure King Ning Xiao and the others stared at the ground uncontrollably. Just now, the consciousness had appeared in front of them and swept up. Even a glance at it gave them a feeling that they couldn't resist. It was a torrent of the world, a vast and profound pressure. Further away, Shuizhan, Jianghu, and the others also looked at the ground below Black Marsh. They also saw the consciousness coming out from underground. Where did the terrifying flow of time and space come from? Where did such a terrifying consciousness come from? A figure slowly walked out from underground and gradually entered their sight. It was Lu Yin. Little Azure King and the others narrowed their eyes. Was him? In Black Marsh City, Yu Sheng and the others looked into the distance and blurted out, "Mr. Lu?" The primordial realm expert was shocked. He bowed slowly. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Yu Sheng reacted and shouted, "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Countless voices echoed in Black Marsh, forming a sound wave. Little Azure King took a deep breath and bowed slowly. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Ning Xiao, Shuizhan, Jianghu and the others bowed. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Gigi was excited. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." They didn't expect Lu Yin to appear here. This shock was even greater than the consciousness. No wonder that consciousness was so powerful. It came from this person. Lu Yin was recognized as an absolute expert second only to the eternal life realm in the ninth heaven universe. It was not strange for him to do anything. Lu Yin grunted, "You guys continue, don't worry about me." Little Verdant King and the others raised their heads and looked at Lu Yin. "That's Fugue's clothes." "It can't be." Could it be? They couldn't see through Lu Yin's disguise, but they could tell that his clothes were exactly the same as Fugue's. It couldn't be helped. They were too obsessed with riches and honor. Back in Blackpool City, Yu Xiang stared blankly at the distant Lu Yin. She was very familiar with those clothes. They were Fugue's clothes. How could this be? "Missy." Yu Xing growled, "Don't talk." In the distance, the Ling Guang siblings looked at each other and stared blankly at Lu Yin. They all recognized that the clothes belonged to Fugue. Lu Yin was Fugue. Lu Yin tapped the void with his finger, and the ripples pushed little Azure King and the others away. They did not resist and allowed this force to take them away. Resistance was useless. Ji resisted with all his might, but he was still dragged away. This was an unstoppable force. Their line of sight was blocked, and a door appeared beside Lu Yin. Startled Gate Superior appeared. Dead silence. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. One of them ran away. It should be the skeleton that created the dead silence. When I came to Blackpool, that skeleton must have discovered me and ran away quickly. "He marked you?" Startled Gate Superior was surprised. Luin thought for a moment. Should be. Luin learned that Qing Lianyu was marked after he chased Snowy Skeleton to Blackpool. In other words, when he learned that he would be marked, he had already been discovered. Unless this underground was silent and not dead silence. If it was silent, everything he did would still be hidden. If it was dead silence, even if he was discovered, he could not leave. If he stayed, it meant that this place was not only targeted by him, but also caught the eye of Startled Gate Superior. Dead silence would not act rashly. It was one thing for Startled Gate Superior not to discover dead silence, but if he did, whether he could control dead silence was another matter. If this underground was really dead silence, Luin was betting that they would not dare to move. Even if they knew that he was watching them, they would not dare to move. Being watched by him was better than being watched by Startled Gate Superior. Dead silence would also bet on whether they were being watched or not. Therefore, Luin was constantly stirring up trouble and causing a fight for the title of first young master, so that dead silence would not know whether he was watching them or not. Dead silence was afraid of Startled Gate Superior. They were afraid that once they moved they might really be watched. The result was that everyone needed time to think of a solution. Therefore he could still follow the established plan and hide his identity to enter Blackpool City. Moreover, he hoped that the underground was silent. Then, no one would be able to detect his presence. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. It was really dead silence. The Lord of Dead Silence still escaped. He was too cautious. When he knew that Luin had come, he would still escape regardless of the spirit treasures below. He wanted to gamble that he was not being watched, but he also wanted to protect himself. Therefore he did not take the spirit treasures with him. He was afraid that he would attract Startled Gate Superior's attention, and he would not be able to escape. It could only be said that they did not understand dead silence. If Luin had known that he was being watched, he would not have come to Blackpool City. Luin had done everything he could, but in the end there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he still managed to uncover Dead Silence's deepest hiding place. The loss of these spirit treasures was a great loss to the Lord of Dead Silence. It had not been easy for him to collect these spirit treasures for so many years. No matter what his goal was, it was definitely not a good thing for the Ninth Heaven universe. Thus, it was good that his plan had been ruined. Dead Silence's power is actually not that strong. They are afraid of eternal life and do not dare to expand. Now, it seems that most of their energy is spent on searching for these spirit treasures, Luin said. Startled Gate Superior nodded. No wonder we could not find any trace of Dead Silence for so many years. They did not plan to do anything at all. They only have one goal, which is the spirit treasure array. Nothing else. I'm very curious. Dead Silence hides underground and does not let the cultivators find it when they are digging for treasures. They rely on the chaos of time and space. So, how did this power hide from you? Luin was puzzled. He had just looked around but could not find a way to hide from eternal life. Startled Gate Superior frowned. If it is as you said, it is indeed impossible to hide from us. Unless that skeleton left and took something with it. Luin was thoughtful, but he did not think too much about it. Although the skeleton ran away, this can be considered a heavy blow to them. If we can find the eternal life, it will be perfect. Startled Gate Superior and Luin looked at each other. Are you sure? Luin shook his head. No, Dead Silence hides with the power of the death universe. Wang Imo relies on Chi Su, who is an eternal life. It is not easy for the eternal to hide, and his personality is more cautious than that skeleton. I can only try my best. I will leave it to you. Startled Gate Superior nodded. I will gather all the spirit array heavenly masters to deduce the use of this spiritual treasure array. You do your thing. Luin left and returned directly to the Blackpool City Lord's mansion. He gave some instructions and then went into seclusion. Yu Sheng's attitude was extremely respectful. I will not let anyone disturb Mr. After that, he ordered that no one was allowed to enter the City Lord's mansion, including himself. Yu Xianxia and the others looked at the City Lord's mansion with complicated feelings. Riches and honor were Luin. What was Luin doing? What secrets was this Blackpool hiding? Yu Sheng wanted to know, and so did little Qingwang and the others. They gave up the duel and returned to Blackpool City to wait for Luin to come out. They figured out why they came to Blackpool. It must be related to Luin. They were being used, at least they should know what they were being used for. The saddest thing was not being used but not knowing what they were being used for. This was not something that little Qingwang and the others could accept. Their pride did not allow it. Yu Xianxia also could not accept that an ordinary cultivator was by her side. It turned out to be the famous and invincible Luin. Moreover, Luin had interacted with the 7 fairies before, which made her thoughts very chaotic. The little maid was very nervous. She had said that riches and honor was schizophrenic. Would he settle accounts with them later? Really, why was this Mr. Lu pretending to be riches and honor all of a sudden? What kind of name was this? Wasn't this a scam? Regardless of what others thought, Luin sat alone in the city lord's mansion and released the karma heavenly Tao. He merged it with the karma phenomenon and searched for traces of xianxia. Xianxia had taken advantage of the explosion of time and space to escape. This was a chance that Luin had purposely given her and also a chance for himself to find eternity. Far away in the black pool, a figure walked out. Lu Yin's voice rang out. The figure grinned. All right, she can't escape. This person was the great master. Lu Yin knew that he had been marked and might act in the future. He might become bait and not act, so naturally someone had to act. The great master was the most suitable candidate. Whether it was her comprehension or the power of time, she could deal with many situations. Throughout the 9 clouds, the great master was one of the experts second only to him. With the great master following him, unless eternity did not show up, he would definitely be able to catch his tail. The black pool change attracted the attention of many people in the 9 clouds universe. No one had expected that something would happen to the black pool before the war with a foreign civilization had even ended. As the news of the black pool change spread, many unfamiliar yet familiar terms appeared. White bones. Everyone had white bones, but these white bones were not what ordinary people thought of. The word, deathly stillness, also awakened some people's memories. Some families and forces hurriedly checked ancient records to find clues about deathly stillness. Even though deathly stillness was low-key after so many years, if no one knew about it, it could not be completely hidden. Especially when there was a traitor like Eternity. Only heaven knew how much he had leaked. And the god of defense also knew about the existence of deathly stillness. Since he was in the 9 clouds universe, it was impossible to hide from the god of defense. And the huge spirit treasure array under the black pool also caused some things to surface. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3998. Since there was such a huge numinous treasure formation and so many numinous treasures, it meant that there was definitely a way to obtain them. Entering the black swamp through the channels was also a process. Some of the processes were completely concealed, while some of the processes were occasionally exposed. Everyone was caught. Regardless of whether these people had anything to do with the silence, they had to be captured and interrogated first. At the same time, Jingmen Xiangyu also knew why the Eternal could find he eyes. It was because of these channels. Gods had their Tao, humans had their Tao, and rats had their Tao. The Eternal knew too much about the way to survive in the dark, and he also knew about the silence. He had sensed the purpose of the silence before anyone else. He tracked the numinous treasures and naturally found this place. One by one, the spiritual array heavenly masters came to He Eyes and began to study the huge numinous treasure array. They were shocked that someone had gathered so many numinous treasures to set up the array. They were also curious about what kind of numinous treasure array it was that required so many numinous treasures. Moreover, it was an array that was no less difficult than the 9 heavens pillar array. Li Guo also came. Looking at the huge numinous treasure array in front of her, she knew why she was targeted. So that was why. If you can see the purpose of this numinous treasure array, you can see the silence and some of the truth. Jingmen Xiangyu's voice sounded. All the spiritual array heavenly masters bowed. Greetings, Jingmen Xiangyu. Among them, Zhu Ling and Yu Jing had come. Most of them were cultivators from the West region. There were also spiritual array heavenly masters from the spiritualized universe. Jingmen Xiangyu's gaze swept across everyone. Everyone, please. Everyone bowed deeply. We will not let you down. Soon, Jingmen Xiangyu disappeared, but there was more than one door left on the spot. It was used to protect this area. At the same time, anyone who could see the purpose of the numinous treasure array could directly enter the startled sparrow stage. On the spot, Li Guo exhaled and looked at the huge numinous treasure array again. Was this the purpose of the silence? If one could see the numinous treasure array clearly, they would be able to see the silence. Not far away, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling walked over and stood in front of Li Guo. Li Guo looked at the two with a cold gaze. The two looked at each other, then faced Li Guo and bowed deeply. Zhu Yu apologized to Heavenly Master Li Guo. We do not ask for your forgiveness. We only hope that we can compensate you as much as possible to eliminate the hatred in your heart. The others looked at this scene and did not say anything. They were very clear about the grievances between Li Guo and the three great clans of Hidden Sky City. If it wasn't for the three great clans forcing him, Li Guo wouldn't have accepted Xiaoling, and his future would be even brighter. Ever since Li Guo joined the Death Hillock and became a consummate crossing coup adversity expert, she settled down in Shao Mountain and targeted the three clans. For so many years the three clans were extremely sullen, and nothing they did went smoothly. In particular, she saved many people who were persecuted by the three clans, causing the three clans to have a large number of enemies that they wanted to get rid of but were helpless against. It also forced the three great clans to keep an eye on all the abnormal lock-breaking processes, which gave the three great clans an additional shackle that would bring them bad luck if they were exposed. The pressure made it difficult for the three great clans to breathe. It could be said that Li Guo's revenge had been avenged. He had caused great losses to the three great clans, but the matter of him accepting spiritual cultivation was irreversible. No one thought that one day the three great clans would apologize to Li Guo. Li Guo didn't expect this either. She frowned at the two of them. Did you guys take the wrong medicine? The two of them weren't angry. Yu Jing sighed and looked at Li Guo with a complicated expression. Wrong is wrong. The debts of the past have to be repaid. We apologize not because of the fight between the Taoist master and us, but because of the arrogance and oppression of the three great clans. There is no reason. We were wrong. Juling nodded. Yes, we were wrong. Li Guo thought that the two of them were deliberately showing generosity, saying something like, for the sake of Jiao Shao, or for the sake of unity, or for the sake of the spiritual treasure array. But the two of them didn't. They apologized for the past because they were wrong. Everyone could feel that they were sincerely apologizing. Li Guo looked at the two of them deeply. Who changed you? For so many years, no matter how I forced you, the three great clans never bowed your heads. You could be schemed against, you could bear the losses, but you never apologized. I'm very curious who could change you. Yu Jing smiled bitterly. It's not that anyone changed us. We live in a corner and have our eyes on the top. In the face of a civilization war, we are too insignificant. We are all frogs at the bottom of a well. Participating in a foreign civilization war to exterminate Xiao Zhu was completely different from his own civilization encountering a crisis. One was filled with a sense of superiority, even though it was cruel. The other was filled with apprehension and was even crueler. Li Guo was surprised. She looked at Yu Jing and then at Zhu Ling. She did not say anything else and walked towards the spiritual treasure array. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling looked at her back, then looked at each other again. In an instant, their breathing became smooth. Humans, only when they saw the wider world, would they realize how childish their previous actions were. There was 100 cities meeting in the south of Black Lake. At this moment, Dei City's mayor Yumi was heading towards Black Lake City. He did not expect such a big thing to happen in Black Lake. He did not care about anything else, he only wanted to protect his daughter. His daughter was fine. He would take his daughter away first. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Xianxia kept heading in one direction, sometimes taking turns, sometimes hiding and resting. The great master kept Xianxia under Lu Yin's guidance, not allowing her to escape. Yumi also rushed to Black Lake City to take Yu Xiang'er away. Father, I can't go. Yu Xiang'er insisted. Yumi looked around and whispered, Don't be silly, do you think it's over? There's deathly stillness under Black Lake. This is not something you and I can participate in. Why are you staying? If it wasn't for second brother being unable to leave Black Lake City, I wouldn't have come to take you away personally. Be good, come with me. Yu Xiang'er looked at the mayor's mansion. We've been played, we need to know the reason. Yumi was helpless. Good daughter, the reason is simple. That Mr. Lu hid his identity because he was afraid of deathly stillness running away. This is not hard to understand. You didn't care about this before, why now? Yu Xiang'er looked at Yumi, he made me feel guilty. Because of me he was targeted by the senior brothers. That's why I felt uneasy during that period of time. You know, I don't care about anything, but the uneasiness during that period of time tortured me. Yumi looked at Yu Xiang'er in a daze and apologized. It's my fault, if I didn't force you, you wouldn't have done this. Yu Xiang'er shook her head and muttered to herself, Why did I choose him? Miss, didn't you choose him because his name was ordinary? The maid reminded her. Yu Xiang'er looked at the mayor's mansion deeply. She had thought so before, but now that she thought about it, from the first time she saw this person and traveled with him in Black Lake, this person seemed to have left an impression on her. It wasn't that she liked him or anything, they didn't have any contact, so how could she like him? This was also something she was curious about. Why did this person leave an impression on her, to the extent that she went to the city wall to choose this person to talk to through the night? There must be a reason. She didn't care about anything, but she couldn't bear to be affected by some unknown effect. This was what she cared about the most. Outside the mayor's mansion, little Xuanhuan and the others were all there, looking at the mayor's mansion, waiting for Lu Yin to appear. They wouldn't leave either. Their interaction with Lu Yin had made them doubt their own cultivation. Riches and honor, a very ordinary person, made them have consecutive epiphanies. But in the end they found out that riches and honor was Lu Yin. Then was it the ordinary riches and honor that made them have an epiphany, or was it the invincible Lu Yin? Ordinary and extraordinary, was it what they thought? They were led to come to Blackmarsh Lake by Lu Yin. Then was their epiphanies purposely guided by Lu Yin? They were very confused now. If they didn't understand, even if they could cultivate to the primordial realm in the future and pass through the bitter adversity, they would never be able to take the step of eternal life. It was very difficult to reach eternal life. The hope was 1 in 100 million, and it was absolutely impossible to reach it. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would work hard. But if they couldn't understand their experiences during this period of time, this glimmer of hope would be gone. Their dignity wouldn't allow them to be played, and their cultivation wouldn't allow them to leave just like that. Even if they were facing that Mr. Lu, the Mr. Lu that even the immortal emperor had to treat with respect. Someone had come to Death Hill. She was a legendary figure, the lord of the first peak of Death Hill, known as the walking bag of fortune, xianxia. Blackmarsh City was bustling with activity. Countless people headed towards the mayor's mansion, wanting to see this woman. It was rumored that xianxia had an extraordinary beauty. Other than the lord of Death Hill, she was the only powerhouse who had cultivated to the great circle of the bitter adversity. She had almost no hardships in her life, and was blessed with good fortune. When such a person came to Blackmarsh City, it directly made the city boil. Yumi, Yu Sheng and the others hurriedly paid their respects. Even little Xuanhuan and the others were extremely respectful towards xianxia. Xianxia was now the size of a normal person. Her beauty even Yu Xiang couldn't compare. On the city wall, Ling Guang looked into the distance. Brother, don't look anymore. He's not the same kind of person as us. Ling Shu comforted. Ling Guang smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect, that the riches and honor who had gone through thick and thin with us, was actually that Mr. Lu. Little sister, we didn't say anything bad about Mr. Lu, right? Ling Shu thought for a moment. I don't think so, I don't remember. Ling Guang rubbed his head. Don't ever say it. Otherwise if Mr. Lu sneezes we're both finished. Ling Shu rolled her eyes. You're exaggerating. Mr. Lu isn't a bad person. I think he's a good person. Who knows, maybe he'll help us reach the heavens in a single step. Ling Guang shook his head. He didn't dare to think too much about it. But this experience would definitely be remembered for the rest of his life. It would become a topic of conversation for the rest of his life. Very quickly a few days passed. On this day Snow-White Bones came to a mountain village. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Some people were busy in the fields. Children were playing. Old people sat under a tree and chatted happily. There were also people playing chess until their faces turned red. Snow-White Bones didn't appear. It stood quietly in the shadows at the foot of the mountain. Only when the sky turned dark and those people returned did it walk out. It came to a secluded tree. There was nothing there. The great master's gaze drifted outside of time, not letting Snow-White notice. Snow-White Bones stood under the tree, not moving at all. If a normal person saw this scene they would be scared to death. Suddenly the tree split open and a white skeleton fell out. It suddenly hugged Snow-White Bones. A scarlet power spread like magma enveloping the two of them. The great master was shocked. He hurriedly moved and slammed the door. Behave. In Lu Yin's eyes, the karma great celestial phenomenon churned and connected with the karma heavenly Tao. It transformed into a karma spiral that pierced through his body. Karma threads continuously shot out and collided with each other. At the same time, an indescribable feeling caused Lu Yin to subconsciously look in different directions. In one direction he saw a middle-aged man. In another he saw an old woman. In another direction he saw many people, far too many people. These people were all within the karma of the karma great celestial phenomenon. Although he had not interacted with these people and had never seen them before, the karma great celestial phenomenon enveloped the entire ninth heaven universe, allowing him to see them. Whether or not he could see them was not important. All karma schemes had karma, and if there was karma there would be karma. As the karma threads collided, Luin was able to see some details. He saw that these people had gathered at a certain time, and something had happened at that time. In the end, the karma that was involved was the entire sequence of events. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Among these people, there were people who had wanted to kill him a long time ago, when he had just entered the ninth heaven. Among these people, there were people who had joined forces with Xuanhuan, who had wanted to see through him and drive him away. Among these people, there were even people who had tried to smear his name during the war between the Hive civilizations. It was these people who had spread rumors in the Ninth Heaven universe that he had deliberately delayed the reproduction of the Hive civilizations so that the Ninth Heaven universe and the Hive would perish together. He had originally thought that this matter had been resolved. The one who had acted in secret was Mang Min, who had let someone called Blackie control the Yen family in the southern domain. He had joined forces with other families and cultivators to denounce Lu Yin. This was Eternal or Mang Min's method. But aside from these people, the denunciations of the Ninth Heaven universe had not all come from Mang Min. Some people simply did not like Lu Yin and had followed the trend to denounce him. These people had not only denounced him at that time, but they had also been the ones who had chosen the first junior master to replace Lu Yin. These people looked down on xuanhuan and spiritualized cultivators, believing themselves to be high and mighty in the Ninth Heaven universe. Even if they had been beaten down to the mortal realm, they would still be arrogant, but they did not dare to stand out. Lu Yin immediately transmitted the appearances of these people to Death Hill. He would let the Ninth Heaven universe resolve this matter on its own. These people were not worthy of him personally taking action. This was the Ninth Heaven universe, and he could only deduce the people or things that were plotting against him in the Ninth Heaven universe. The stronger the people involved, the more karma would be consumed, and the greater the karma would be. Lu Yin looked up at the karma celestial phenomenon. It seemed that many people were plotting against him. Those people just now were just small fries, and they were not worthy of the karma celestial phenomenon's reaction. But now there was a reaction. In the sky, karma boiled and rumbled. In the Ninth Heaven universe, countless people were panicking. Countless people prayed and knelt down. They did not understand what was happening, especially after experiencing the battle with the insectoid nest. They did not want to face another civilization war. On the startled sparrow terrace, startled gate Xianxia looked up at the sky. Was this the karma celestial phenomenon's reaction? Lu Yin could trigger the karma celestial phenomenon. How had he done it? Even as an eternal realm cultivator, startled gate Xianxia could see through karma to a certain extent and could even use some karma to take action. However, he could not truly control karma, let alone Qinglian Xiangyu's karma celestial phenomenon. Lu Yin could trigger the karma celestial phenomenon, which was tantamount to an ant trying to pry open the scales. Startled gate Xianxia wondered how he had done it. In the spiritualized universe, Grandmaster Qingqiao also looked up. He let out a deep breath. Karma celestial phenomenon. If you enter the mirage domain again, I'm afraid that even if I use the mirage domain's karma, I won't be able to do anything to you. Thus, you should see this universe more clearly. Whether your choice is the same as mine or not, I'll wait and see. The mother tree swayed and leaves scattered across the sky. Countless black shadows drifted across the land. In the city lord's manor, the leaves drifted and the wind grew stronger, blowing Lu Yin's hair. Karma connected the heavens and the earth, but no one saw such a magnificent scene. Suddenly, the karma celestial phenomenon surged and Lu Yin opened his eyes. His gaze traversed the distance and saw a person who seemed to be sitting calmly at the peak of a mountain. However, karma was boiling fiercely, pointing directly at him. This person was plotting against him. Who was this person? He had consumed so much karma and caused such a violent reaction from the karma celestial phenomenon. Even an ordinary complete coup adversity cultivator would not be able to do this. The insectoid nest civilization war had shown Lu Yin the Ninth Heaven universe's foundation. Even the 7 old fellows from the first night pillar who could not fight had appeared, but such an expert was still hidden. This person was not right. The karma celestial phenomenon lowered again, suppressing countless people. The person sitting at the peak slowly looked up. He had naturally sensed it, and there was a sense of unease in his heart. He should not be feeling uneasy. At this moment there was only a will to fight against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's battle with Ho had completely aroused his will to fight, and now he was sitting at the peak trying to suppress it. However, for some reason, his will to fight was growing fiercer and fiercer, to the point that his mind was filled with Lu Yin. Fight. He wanted to fight. The boiling will to fight was like the seething karma celestial phenomenon. A door opened in front of Lu Yin. It came from the Gate of Wonder, and when he stepped out, he appeared at the peak of the mountain. When the door appeared at the peak of the mountain, that person's will to fight froze and he stared at the door. The Gate of Wonder? Lu Yin walked out of the door and faced that person. That person looked at Lu Yin and his eyes narrowed. Across from him, Lu Yin also saw that person clearly. He saw those scarlet vertical eyes. Deaf. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was indeed useful to calculate himself horizontally. If he only had the heavenly Tao of karma, he would not be able to calculate himself. However, with the help of the karma celestial phenomenon, he could do it. In the current universe, only he could do it. Because the karma celestial phenomenon came from the Azure Lotus Lord, the Azure Lotus Lord could not calculate himself. This was Lu Yin's unique advantage. Now, with this advantage, he had found death. Originally, he wanted to rely on weighing snow to find eternity. In his mind, there was a high chance that death was in the Black Swamp, but he did not expect it to be deathly stillness. Now, in order to find deathly stillness, he had found death. This was very interesting. Across from him, that person stared at Lu Yin. "How did you find me?" Lu Yin asked. "Was it difficult?" "It came from the Gate of Wonder." "Impossible." That person's voice was low and dry and he stuttered, "Eternal life could not be found. You used other methods." Lu Yin shook his head. "That's because you don't understand eternal life." Then he suddenly stretched out his hand, freezing the void. Parallel time, he grabbed at that person. After experiencing the melting death of death several times, Lu Yin was naturally vigilant and tried to control him as much as possible. Time and space were frozen, and Lu Yin's hand kept approaching that person. That person's body did not move, but his eyes moved with Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw it and released his consciousness. This person was not simple. With a shout, the words were cast. This person was not affected at all. Deaf cultivators' minds were limited, and he had the ability to hide from the eternal life realm. This eternal life realm power came from Chisu. As long as Chisu's power did not disappear, the eternal life realm would not be able to find death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4000. Bang. The person moved. Facing Lu Yin's powerful palm, he turned around and shot out a ball of flames. It was so hot that Lu Yin felt like he was about to melt. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of being burned. These were not ordinary flames. Whoosh. The flames were strong, but they could not stop Lu Yin's hand. His palm pierced through the flames and landed on the person's shoulder. He exerted force, and the terrifying force pressed the person into the mountain, crushing it from top to bottom and pushing him into the ground. Lu Yin's consciousness followed closely behind, forming a world lock that locked down all power and knowledge. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and the force traveled through the cracks in the mountain towards the person. He wanted to knock him out and prevent him from being melted by the scarlet power. However, the next moment, terrifying flames shot up into the sky and melted the mountains. Even time seemed to be melting as it slowed down. Lu Yin was stunned. 2 spirit seeds? This feeling could not be wrong. It was the feeling of explosion that only 2 spirit seeds could cause. In the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, Jiazun had used 2 spirit seeds to defeat Li Gua and xuanhuan. Now, it was not strange that this person also had 2 spirit seeds. The world turned red. The scorching heat spread through the sky, and above it were the branches of the mother tree. Once it spread, even the mother tree would not be able to withstand it and would be burned. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled ruler looked down and was somewhat surprised. She could not understand what Lu Yin had done. He had found deathly stillness and then Mang. This person had done everything that they could not do over the years. It was no wonder that the Blue Lotus ruler wanted to marry the 7 fairies to him. The airflow collided and pushed the scorching flames away. It came from Qing Xing. The direction of the flames was exactly where he had been sleeping on the branch of the mother tree. This power. Is it him? So he's not dead and has even joined Mang. Qing Xing drank a mouthful of wine and looked down, muttering to himself. Ji, the former god of defense, used only a small stone to break open the body of a Mingri beast, easily killing an extremely strong Mingri beast. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Directly below, the flames twisted and a figure walked out. His eyes were burning with battle intent that even the scarlet eyes could not suppress. My name is Ji. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether it was Mang or the Eternals of the Tianyuan universe, they rarely introduced themselves. This meant that he would not die so easily. Furthermore, what was with this battle intent? He wants to fight with me? Lu Ying would never overestimate his own power level, but he would never underestimate it either. Even if there were two more, it would be useless. He couldn't be compared to you. Once upon a time, I yearned to fight against strong cultivators. Unfortunately, I never had the chance until you appeared. Even if I die, I have no regrets. After saying that, Gigi's eyes widened, and his scarlet eyes flickered continuously. His body seemed like it was about to explode, and he let out a furious roar. Ferocious waves of air swept out in all directions. After that, a monstrous fire rose up in the air again. It was a deep red color. Many people in the continent of the 9 clouds looked over. When they saw it, many people's eyes burned and they lost their sight. Some people's bodies started burning and they couldn't control themselves. The temperature was so high that the whole continent of the 9 clouds was burning. The leaves of the mother tree were burning and falling from the sky like meteorites. Lu Ying was shocked. His power had more than doubled. This was 3 spirit seeds. Stargate Xianxia had warned him that there might be powerhouses in Wangda who could fuse more than 2 spirit seeds. Lu Ying hadn't thought about it before, but now he saw it. Gigi's power level had transformed after fusing with 3 spirit seeds. This power was like Wangda's and it shook the continent of the 9 clouds. Stargate Xianxia frowned. What a powerful aura. This was Wangda's power. She had only guessed that there were 3 spirit seeds, but she hadn't expected them to actually exist. After fusing with 3 spirit seeds, Gigi had completely transformed. The battle intent that had been suppressed when he had seen Lu Ying and Wangda's battle erupted. He walked towards Lu Ying step by step, breaking free from his prison with each step. His body grew taller and he burned everything in his path. Lu Ying watched Gigi walk towards him, but he wasn't thinking about Gigi. He was thinking about Wangda and the Eternals. With each additional spirit seed, one's power level would transform. If 3 spirit seeds were already like this, what would happen if he could increase it to 4 or even 5? It shouldn't be possible. Even with the physique of the Eternals, it shouldn't be possible. But even if the limit was 3 spirit seeds, if this method could be used throughout the continent of the 9 clouds, it could also increase the power of the continent of the 9 clouds infinitely. If there were only 1, 2, or 5 green awakeners, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. At most, they could be scattered to various battlefields to guard. But if there were 10, 20, or 50 of them, it would be completely different. However, Lu Ying immediately discarded this idea. Instead of thinking like this, it was better to hope that the human race would have a few more eternal realms. If he could think of it, Qinglian Xiangyu and the others would definitely think of it as well. But after so many years, the continent of the 9 clouds had never tried to prove that this path was not feasible. Whoosh! The void melted and a scorching pain swept through. Gigi struck out with a palm, aiming for Lu Ying's face. Lu Ying raised his hand, but he didn't meet it head-on. Instead, he rolled his hand and struck out with the same palm. The same scorching flames appeared in the center of his palm. This was consecutive palm. Progenitor Chen's consecutive palm and Ancestor Ku's extreme matter will reverse were battle techniques that had been strengthened along with their own strength until now. However, there was a limit to the form of power that consecutive palm could borrow, and extreme matter will reverse was unable to resist the bombardment of ideology. These were the shortcomings of these 2 battle techniques. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. Progenitor Chen and Ancestor Ku were only at the level of the sequence laws. The collision of Ji Yan and Ji Yan had the same destructive power, but Lu Yin's strength far exceeded Ji Yan's. He pressed down with one palm and directly twisted Ji Yan's hand. Ji Yan's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Lu Ying to be able to borrow his strength. He was confident that he could fight against the powerful Lu Ying, mostly because of Ji Yan. Ji Yan was his physique, and he had once relied on it to sleep in the Junior Imperial Tower. Later on, he had even reached the position of the Lesser Imperial God. He was originally a wandering cultivator, and he had relied on Ji Yan to reach this level. Now, Ji Yan was actually being used by someone else. He was indescribably sullen and angry. He wanted to fight Lu Ying not with his own strength. On the surface of his body, black-red blood vapor steamed and rushed into the sky. Up above, Qing Xing looked down. Monster, how did this guy become so powerful? Ji Yan constantly emitted a terrifying aura, but it couldn't change the fact that he was being suppressed by Lu Ying. Lu Ying twisted Ji Yan's arm and then grabbed Ji Yan's neck. He wanted to completely suppress Ji Yan's strength and prevent him from being melted by the scarlet power. Ji Yan's other hand grabbed Lu Yin's arm. The terrifying flames completely annihilated the void, but Lu Yin's arm was as steady as Mount Tai. His vitality surged and he didn't even need to move his other hand. No matter how much Ji Yan burned, he couldn't do anything. At the same time, the surroundings turned gray. Time stopped. The high temperature, Ji Yan, and the annihilation of the void. Everything was still. Lu Yin stared at Ji Yan, and the hand that had been holding Ji Yan's neck moved down to his shoulder blade. He exerted force and with a bang, flesh and blood splattered into the void. The scarlet power that accompanied it was similar to divine power, but it was also different. Lu Yin changed his position with one hand and destroyed all of the scarlet power that he could sense within Ji Yan's body. Blood rose and a layer of Ji Yan's entire body was shaved off. He spat out blood and growled. His body suddenly shrank, and an even more blazing light instantly stung Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin was surprised, but he didn't care. No matter how Ji Yan changed, he couldn't surpass him. Otherwise he would be in the eternal realm. In the immortal master's knowledge, Ji Yan was already the limit of combat power below the eternal realm. At this moment, Lu Yin surpassed Ji Yan. This was based on the immortal master's knowledge and the knowledge of the three eternal emperors of the Jiuxiao universe. Even if Lu Yin wanted to be modest, he was very sure that he was the limit of combat power below the eternal realm. There were special life forms in the universe such as Ji Yan and Luo Chan, but those special life forms might be able to survive in front of him and escape, but they couldn't surpass him. Ji Yan was no exception. Unless he directly reached the eternal realm, he wouldn't be his opponent. With his current combat power, there was still a gap between him and Ji Yan, and it was impossible for him to escape. Ji Yan's body shrank by half, as if the flames that once covered his body had been condensed. His whole person was more dazzling than the sun. In his hand, the blazing light turned into a disk and swept towards Lu Yin. Along the way, the void left a burning trace. Space and time were burned. It gave Lu Yin a feeling similar to the first grid of Ji Yan. Ji Yan fixed a timeline and became the sharpest blade. Even Lu Yin was afraid of it. Ji Yan condensed the high temperature into a line, which could burn the void in time. It was also incomparably sharp. However, this sharpness couldn't break through the vitality. Ji Yan stared blankly at Lu Yin, blocking him with one finger. He couldn't believe it. The gap was so big. Lu Yin flicked his backhand, broke through the blazing heat and pointed at Ji Yan. Bang! Ji Yan's pupils flickered and he took a few steps back. The high temperature and heat quickly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. Blood stained his back and he fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked at Ji Yan condescendingly, staring at him. If the power that could melt Ji Yan appeared, even the eternal emperor couldn't stop it, let alone him. But it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything. Ji Yan fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Lu Yin waited for a while, but Ji Yan didn't melt. He was relieved. At the same time, on the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianxia was also relieved. She still couldn't understand. Qiu Su was dead, so how could Wang Di use her power to hide and melt himself? Even they couldn't stop that power from melting himself. This was a haze in their hearts, and it was also a thorn. If they didn't remove it, they wouldn't be at ease. In fact, this was very inconceivable. How could a dead eternal realm help a living creature hide from other eternal realms? Even Qinglian Xiangyu couldn't find the reason. The only explanation was that Qiu Su's power resonated with the current universe and could be borrowed by Wang Di. They were willing to accept this explanation, but if it was any other explanation, it would be troublesome. Ji Yan didn't melt, but what was the point of capturing him? Lu Yin stared at Ji Yan. He had dealt with the Eternals for too long, and they could be considered lifelong enemies. He had never thought of interrogating such a person. Whatever, he would take him to the startled Gate Xianxia first. A door appeared behind him and Lu Yin grabbed Ji Yan and stepped through it. When he appeared again, he was already on the startled Sparrow Terrace. The moment Ji Yan passed through the door and was taken to the startled Sparrow Terrace, his eyes suddenly opened, and a Tian character appeared and pressed down on Lu Yin. It had been 5 years and Sui Feng hadn't stopped updating for a single day. He had updated continuously for 5 years and it was really tiring. The biggest change was that his hair had turned white. Fortunately, my brothers have always supported me. Although I haven't updated much, Sui Feng guarantees that I will never stop updating. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4001. The power of the heavens was vast and mighty, and the wind swept away the clouds. The appearance of the word seemed to change the world, making everyone in the ninth heaven universe feel depressed and uncomfortable. Luin was shocked. This word? Beside him, a white palm swept past, and in the palm of his hand, the darkness was annihilated, making a roaring sound. It sounded 15 times in a row, and the darkness pressed down on the word, shattering it. The moment the word was shattered, Scorch opened his mouth wide, and scarlet power spread from his mouth, enveloping his whole body and melting it. Luin couldn't care less about what was happening. He pressed one hand on Scorch's body and forcibly grabbed the scarlet power, releasing the starry sky in his heart. The divine power planet rotated wildly, sweeping up the scarlet power and forming a ring around the planet. Luin kept grabbing the scarlet power, but time was too limited. Scorch was completely melted and most of the power dissipated. Only a little was absorbed by Luin. Startled xianxia looked at Luin. They knew that Luin cultivated the power of Wangda, and they had always wanted to ask, but they hadn't asked yet. Luin grabbed all the scarlet power he could grab, but there was nothing on the ground except a charred human-shaped mark. He got up and looked at startled xianxia. Just as he was about to speak, startled xianxia's expression changed. Not good. His figure disappeared. At the place where Luin and Scorch were fighting, a door appeared in the invisible distortion of the melted void. It was a door carved with strange patterns and the shapes of all kinds of creatures. Startled xianxia appeared, raised his hand, and the darkness in his palm hit the door again. The darkness shattered the word, but it didn't immediately shatter the door. This door blocked startled xianxia's palm. At the same time, in the full sensory universe, a blue long sword suddenly appeared. The blue long sword that was originally caught by the tentacles shone brightly, and all the tentacles were absorbed. When all the tentacles disappeared, patterns appeared on the blue long sword. Found it. The sword pointed to the ninth heaven universe and pierced. The distance of 100 meters was very close to a mortal, but very far to an ant. The distance of a square inch was very close to this sword, but very far to a cultivator. What was a square inch? Relative was a square inch. The blue sword shadow tore through the karma celestial phenomenon and pierced into the ninth heaven universe. At this moment, Lu Yin's face paled as he looked up at the stars. He could sense that an uninvited guest had arrived at the karmic constellation. It was definitely an eternal life realm expert. An eternal life realm expert had entered the range of the karma celestial phenomenon. Was this the feeling of breaking into the eternal life realm with the karma phenomenon? But he clearly hadn't unleashed his karma heavenly Tao. Not only this, the karma great heavenly phenomenon was also torn apart. That uninvited guest unleashed a sword shadow, directly hacking towards the nine heavens. Luin released his karma heavenly Tao and fused it with his karma great celestial phenomenon. He saw that it was a blue sword shadow, but even through his karma great celestial phenomenon, he could only see the sword shadow streaking past. His consciousness could not catch up to it at all. The moment he looked over, the blue sword shadow had already pierced into the Jiaoxiao universe, piercing in the direction of the startling gate upper defense, piercing towards the door. The gate of wonder was not surprised. He slammed his palm on the door again, breaking it open. At this moment, the blue sword shadow descended. She tapped the gate of wonder lightly, causing it to appear and spread out, forming a path made of countless doors. The blue sword shadow pierced through the doors, but there was no change in the void. The air did not change and nothing changed. Only the gate of wonder was pierced through, and only the blue sword shadow dimmed. Startled Gate Xiangyu Su turned her hand and the blue sword shadow swallowed by Startled Gate appeared on the Startled Sparrow stage. She entered the door that connected heaven and earth. The blue sword shadow was changed direction by her and stabbed towards the door that connected heaven and earth. At the same time, Lu Yin's body was uncontrollably pulled towards the gate of wonder. Stop the sword shadow. Lu Yin did not understand. Hadn't the blue sword shadow come to the startling sparrow arena? He did not have much time to think about it. He passed through the gate of wonder and returned to the location where he had fought Xi. From here, he saw that the door was covered in cracks, and he also saw the second blue sword shadow that had suddenly appeared in the void. Compared to the first blue sword shadow, this one was clearly much dimmer. It was like a silhouette of time as it pierced towards the door. Lu Yin did not know what would happen if this sword shadow pierced the door, but he knew that he had to stop it. When he saw the door, a strong sadness suffocated him. He did not dare to look again. On the surface of his body, the vitality surged and merged with the eternal matter. His body withered as he rushed towards the blue sword shadow. In the face of the eternal realm's slash, he did not directly collide. Instead, he shuttled back and forth like a streamer, reversing for a second. At the same time, he went around the back of the sword shadow in parallel time, grabbed the hilt and pulled back. The blue sword shadow had an unimaginable sharpness. This was not on the same level as the first gate of xianxia. The moment Lu Yin touched the hilt, the eternal matter was consumed crazily, and the vitality was constantly suppressed. The surface of his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Too strong, this sword was too strong. How could this be? Lu Yin believed that with his current battle strength, he could definitely compete with the Eternal Realm. Even if he could not win, the gap would not be too big. He had also been chased by an Eternal Realm monster. He had also fought with a grass master. Through the karma celestial phenomenon, he felt the pressure of the Gate of Wonder and the grass master. But it was not this big. This was just a sword shadow. How strong was the person who attacked? Lu Yin circulated infinite power and used his greatest strength. His vitality was constantly consumed. As his body was completely recovered, the power of absorption was released in one go. Come back. The blue sword shadow paused, and then it was pulled back by Lu Yin with a huge force and thrown into the distance. At the same time, a loud noise was heard in the Jiuxiao universe. It was the sound of the blue sword shadow hitting the materialized Gate of Wonder. With a loud bang, countless people fainted. Qing Xing almost fell down from the shock. He looked up in horror. What was going on? No one knew what had happened. As for the blue sword shadow that Lu Yin had thrown out, it was shattered by the hand of Xianyu. In the omnisensory universe, a voice murmured, "So that's how it is. Chishu's power is scattered. She's dead. This human civilization is really smart. They killed Chishu and scattered her power to confuse us. Hee but now I know. Next I'll play with you." In the Jiuxiao universe, Lu Yin stood in place and looked at the door that was full of cracks. There were various patterns of creatures on it. He had never seen most of these creatures before, but there were some that he had seen before. They were humans. This door had the shape of humans carved on it. Looking at this door, Lu Yin only felt sad. But why was he sad? He did not know. It was as if these creatures were crying. Behind him, the Gate of Wonder walked out and raised his hand to hit the door. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to stop him. "Senior." The Gate of Wonder slammed down without hesitation. This was the third time he had hit the door and it shattered. Lu Yin stared blankly. He did not know how to describe his current feelings. There were too many things he wanted to know. The Gate of Wonder looked back at him. Since ancient times, we humans have always had an enemy called the unknowns. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The unknowns? The unknowns is what we call our enemies because we do not know what they are. Before us, there was a human civilization. You saw it when you broke through to the primordial realm and went against the flow of time. We do not know how long those people have lived. The fate of humans and the unknowns has been passed down since a long time ago. Chishu is the unknowns. Lu Yin was surprised. The unknowns are all in the eternal realm? The Gate of Wonder said slowly, "I do not know, but the unknowns are the fishing civilization that we know and have been entangled with until now." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The fishing civilization was a very heavy topic. In the universe, which civilization dared to guarantee absolute safety? No one dared to expose it, even if there were 4 eternal realms in the 9th heaven universe. But there was a civilization that dared to fish for other civilizations. How confident was that? The insect nest civilization could be said to be a plundering civilization or a killing civilization, but it was definitely not a fishing civilization. Otherwise, the 9th heaven universe would also have an insect nest spirit treasure without exposing its coordinates. The insect nest civilization was not qualified to be a fishing civilization. Of course, whether they thought of themselves as a fishing civilization was unknown. What was a fishing civilization? The one that brought death to the 9th heaven universe and forced the 9th heaven universe to sacrifice the spiritualized mother tree of the universe to escape the disaster was a fishing civilization. The one that made springboards and spread across the universe was a fishing civilization. Now, Lu Yin knew of another fishing civilization, and this fishing civilization was an enemy of the 9th heaven universe. He suddenly looked in the direction of the destroyed door. That door is the bait? The Gate of Wonder nodded. The unknowns will place a door in any civilization that they want to destroy and activate the door when they want to destroy it. They will connect the civilization where the door is located to a civilization that they think can destroy the civilization. They don't need to do it themselves to completely destroy the civilization. It is extremely difficult for 2 completely different civilizations to meet peacefully. This is the law of the universe. We don't know how foreign creatures understand it, but we humans have a saying, "How can we allow others to sleep on our bed?" Lu Yin's fingers trembled. Humans would not allow other species to sleep next to them, just like how could an ordinary person allow a wolf to sleep next to them? Perhaps it was not a wolf, but a harmless ant. Even so, it would be slapped to death if there was a strange sound next to their ears. This was the nature of living creatures. The unknowns did not do it themselves, but built a door to close the distance between civilizations? This was worse and more terrifying than the insect nest civilization. Since they could close the distance between civilizations, it meant that they understood more than just one or two civilizations. This meant that they understood the distance of inches. The ninth heaven universe did not understand the distance of inches, so it was not a fishing civilization. A fishing civilization could understand the distance of inches. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. What was that just now? The Gate of Wonder blamed himself. It's my fault. I didn't break the door immediately and gave him a chance to detect it. The blue sword shadow came from the unknowns. I don't know who it is. We don't understand the unknowns, but they understand us. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4002. After a pause, she continued, Qi Su is dead. Qinglian Yu divided her emotions into 7. Emotions are the source of Qi Su's power. As long as the emotions are still there, the unknown will be able to confirm that Qi Su is still alive. We know that Qi Su's emotions are scattered, but at this distance, the unknown will not be able to detect them as long as the 7 emotions are still in ninefold universe. However, the unknown just now sensed Qi Su's death through the sword. Next, we will have to face the unknown, an eternal realm enemy. She then looked at Lu Yin. There are strong and weak eternal realms, and the unknown just now has surpassed Qi Su. Lu Yin's heart sank. He had also felt that the sword was too terrifying, but it was only the first sword shadow. Even alarmed guard had to rely on the materialized alarmed gate to block it. The unknown might have surpassed alarmed guard. Will he come? I don't know for now, but based on our understanding of the unknown, they usually don't attack personally. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Che and asked. Alarmed guard said, that's also unknown. When he wanted to enter the 3 universes, he specifically greeted Qinglian Yu and said that he was looking for his weapon. But unlike Qi Su, he has no hostility towards us. As for his human form, maybe it's to facilitate communication with us. It's the kindness of a superior. Lu Yin felt bitter. The kindness of a superior? How benevolent. He thought about it. Che is just not hostile to us for now. Or rather, the unknown has a clear division of labor. We are not on his list. He had seen the karma of the meteorite's life. That civilization had been destroyed by Che's weapon. Che definitely did not represent peace. Alarmed guard did not refute. She naturally knew that Che had also destroyed a civilization. She did not know who exactly he had destroyed, but the unknown was a fishing civilization. Fishing civilizations would destroy other civilizations. This was also a law. How should she put it? She had let Che in because she did not want to have another enemy. She did not want Che to know about Qi Su's death, so she did not want to go against him. Lu Yin understood the hardships of these eternal realm guardians. They had less freedom than he did, and they did not even have time to watch the inside. They had to keep an eye on the outside all the time. Now that he counted, he didn't know how many eternal life realm experts had appeared. The dead Qi Su, clear who had been to the universe of consciousness, and the eternal realm who had just struck out with his sword. How many eternal life realm experts are there? Alarmed Lord said bitterly, if we could know, we would be able to see the gap between us and the fishing civilization. Unfortunately, we can't. Lu Yin realized that he really didn't want to hear words like, I can't see clearly, I don't understand, or, I don't know my own limits. Those words implied that he couldn't control himself. Why was it that the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to control one's own fate? Even if the door is destroyed, it's useless. The unknown has already discovered it. Alarmed Lord Yu's tone was heavy. It's fine for now. If they want to use other civilizations to deal with us, they will have to bring us another door. Otherwise they will have to do it themselves. Green Lotus Lord and the others should be back soon. Isn't this the same door as the Gate of Techniques? Lu Yin suddenly recalled. Jingmen Xiangyu nodded. Both the 9 Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe have doors. Fortunately, we discovered the door of all techniques. Otherwise we would be in danger. How did you discover the Gate of Arts? Is the Zhan family related to Wang Fu? The Zhan family originally came from the 9 Clouds universe. We allowed them to spiritualize and guard the Gate of Arts. Once the Zhan family felt that the situation was out of control, they sealed themselves. So the complete will also came from the Nine Clouds universe. Alarmed Lord nodded. The number 1 sequence foundation in the spiritualized universe indeed came from the Nine Clouds universe. Otherwise, why do you think xianxia didn't fight for it when the Zhan family had it when even the outer sky didn't have it? Luin understood. No wonder the Zhan family could seal themselves and xianxia didn't look for trouble. No wonder Yu Lao cooperated with Zhan Ming. No wonder there were so many legends about the Gate of Arts in the spiritualized universe, and it even involved the Supreme Extremity. No wonder the 36 domains had to use the Gate of Arts as the core when the Hive civilization attacked. Trouble could happen anywhere but not in the Zhan family. Legend has it that 3 keys are needed to open the Gate of Arts. What's this about? Luin asked. He asked a lot of questions and alarmed Lord Yu patiently explained, it's just to confuse Wang Fu. However, Wang Fu didn't go to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe fought for it, but it doesn't matter. It's meaningless anyway. Luin, meaningless? Zhan Ming had sacrificed a lot for this, and he definitely didn't understand the true meaning of the Gate of Arts. Yishang and Eternal were the same. That's right, Eternal had given Luin one of the 2 keys. On the surface it seemed like it was for the sake of balance, but in reality he really didn't care. If that was the case, then Eternal was very clear that 3 keys wouldn't be enough to open the Gate of Arts. Eternal had betrayed Wang Fu, so it was normal for him to know about the Gate of Arts. The Zhan family's mission was to protect the Gate of Arts, but they didn't know what the Gate of Arts represented. How pitiful. Everyone had been played, including Yu Xianxia. Besides Eternal Lord Yu, no one else should know about this secret. Why didn't you destroy the Gate of Arts? Luin asked. Alarmed Lord Yu was silent for a moment. Leave a way out for the humans. Luin stared blankly at alarmed Lord Yu. In the face of an unknown pressure they had done everything they could. Even the enemy's gate was their hope. But wouldn't the Gate of Arts be activated at any time? There are prerequisites for activating the Gate of Arts. Why do you think the Great Karma phenomenon covered such a large area? Why do you think I reacted so quickly to destroy the Gate of Arts and block the Blue Sword Shadow? It's because that Sword Shadow is the prerequisites for opening the Gate of Arts. As long as we can ensure that the Gate of Arts can't be activated, then it's useless. Luin frowned. That's not right. A creature came to the spiritualized universe through that Gate of Arts. He was naturally referring to Chaos. The old salamander had been shocked when he saw Chaos. He had given up his identity as a Zhan family member and chosen to spiritualize. He believed that Chaos was the strongest form of the universe. Alarmed Lord Yu sighed. We already know. That's why Green Lotus Lord went through the Gate of Arts to check it out. Green Lotus Lord went through the Gate of Arts? Luin finally understood. He had asked Alarmed Lord Yu where he had gone before, but Alarmed Lord Yu hadn't said anything. Green Lotus Lord Yu and Blood Tower Lord Yu had both left and coincidentally encountered the crisis of the Hive civilization. It could only be said that the Ninth Heaven universe was unlucky. Do you know that a creature went through the Gate of Arts? Alarmed Lord Yu looked at Luin deeply. Green Lotus Lord Yu used karma to investigate some of the people and things around you. Coincidentally, he had divined that the old salamander in the spiritualized universe. He also saw that his karma was related to the Gate of Arts. Logically speaking, without the Gate of Arts, no creature can come to our side through that Gate of Arts. However, this happened, so we have to investigate it. Even if we destroy that Gate of Arts, it's not safe. No one knows if that creature left behind any coordinates to confirm the spiritualized universe's location. Luin was puzzled. Didn't you know that Chaos went through the Gate of Arts? Alarmed Lord Yu shook his head. It appeared in the spiritualized universe. We didn't notice it. After all, that Gate of Arts had existed for too long. It was also shrouded by the great karmic phenomenon. To open that Gate of Arts, an external force had to be used. No one thought that a creature could pass through that Gate of Arts. Wait, Chaos. Alarmed Lord Yu reacted and stared at Luin in shock. You know that creature? Luin nodded and told him about Chaos. At the same time, he also mentioned Zeng because he wasn't sure if the creature that went through the Gate of Arts was Chaos. From the Tianyuan universe? The Eternal Life Realm? Alarmed Lord Yu confirmed again. Luin nodded and looked at Alarmed Lord Yu in shock. He was puzzled. You don't know? We don't know. This wasn't right. Although Chaos had existed for a long time, it couldn't have existed longer than the Jiuxiao universe's Qing Lianyu. Moreover, according to the history of the Xuanhuan universe told by the ancestors, chaos had existed a little earlier than the ancestors, so it wasn't too exaggerated. Then, whether chaos was the eternal life realm or not, he should be under the surveillance of the Jiuxiao universe. Especially if chaos was the eternal life realm, it was impossible for Qing Lianyu and the others not to know. But the fact was that they really didn't know. This wasn't right. Lu Yin and alarmed Lord Yu looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They couldn't find a reasonable explanation for this matter. It seems that we can only wait for Qing Lianyu or Shui Taiyu to come back. Alarmed Lord Yu said. Lu Yin nodded. This was the only way. Then the word Tian, have you seen it before? Alarmed Gate Xiangyu's expression was solemn. Most of the people in Mango don't have Mango's ability, but it does occasionally appear. At first, we guessed that it came from Qishu because every unknown has a kind of brand that belongs to every unknown individual. But Qishu is dead. Even if there is a hidden power that can hide Mango from our detection, this unknown brand shouldn't exist. It's because of this word that Mango can hide, but we don't know the origin of this word. It's very likely that it's not some unknown brand, but the entire unknown brand or, Lu Yin continued, or there's another unknown hidden in the human civilization. He didn't intend to say this before, even if it involved the death of Mi Jin Xiangyu. At that time they were facing a civilization war in the hive. Now that alarmed Lord Yu said something unknown, he would say this to see if it could prove something. Whether or not he trusted the three imperial gods of the Jiuxiao universe, he could at least guarantee that one of them was definitely on the side of the human civilization. If alarmed Lord Yu was reliable, it would be helpful to say this. If not, it would be a test. Alarmed Lord Yu nodded. We don't want this to be the guess. In fact, this guess is not very likely. After all, if there is really an unknown hidden, how could they let Chisu be killed? And after so many years, why would that unknown be hidden in our human civilization? Either they would have dealt with us long ago or they would have left just like Che. So we are more inclined to believe that this word comes from the entire unknown, and is the brand of the entire unknown. Thank you. MOC Miao Brothers reward. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4003. Lu Yin said, this word appeared in the Tianyuan universe before. Alarmed Xiangyu wasn't surprised. Lu Yin continued, I thought that Master Grass was behind this word, but it seems like I was wrong. No matter how hostile Master Grass is to Jiuxiao, he shouldn't be the mastermind behind Wangfu. He doesn't have the right, alarmed Xiangyu said. Lu Yin felt the same way. Master Grass didn't seem as strong as the owner of the blue sword. Wangfu was unknown, but Master Grass was definitely not unknown. Lu Yin then told alarmed Xiangyu about Yuanqi and deduced that there was a force behind Yusang Tian and Eternity that pushed Yuanqi to the Tianyuan universe to kill Mi Jin Xiangyu. I thought it was just a coincidence, but someone from the spiritualized universe called Yigu found out that not only did Yusang Tian force Yuanqi to go to the Tianyuan universe, but Eternity also came to the spiritualized universe and asked Yuanqi to go to the Tianyuan universe. According to the time, Eternity shouldn't be able to cross the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. A round trip would take too long, so he must have some other method to cross the distance in a short time. You suspect that it's Master Grass? In the past, yes. Now, I suspect that it's that mysterious eternal realm. That eternal realm is the one behind Eternity, and he single-handedly contributed to Mi Jin Xiangyu's death. It's very likely that he's hiding the unknown. There's one more thing. The cultivator who died in the Tianyuan universe with the word, Tian, inscribed on him said that the word came from Master Qing Chao. Since that cultivator knew about Master Qing Chao, an eternal life expert, and even gave the word to Master Qing Chao, then even if the existence behind Eternity isn't Master Qing Chao, Master Qing Chao should know something. Alarmed Xiangyu nodded. That's possible. Now the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The appearance of the word heaven was either an imprint of the unknown entity that was hidden in the dark, or Yusang Tian and Eternity wanted Zheng Kai to go to the Heaven's Origin universe to scheme against Jin Xiangyu. The executor might be the Grass Grandmaster, but the mastermind behind the scenes was the entire unknown entity. The more likely possibility was that there was another unknown that was behind all of this. This coincided with Lu Yin's previous conjecture. He had always felt that there was a hidden existence in the Tianyuan universe that had been watching him until he comprehended karma. Also, I once fought against the protectors of the four directions in the Mirage domain, and I saw a figure with a red sword. Now that I think about it, that sword style is similar to that blue sword from before, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Jingmen Xiangyu had a headache. The more you talk about it, the more likely it is that there is an unknown. But what is the point of hiding it? If you want to destroy the human civilization, you can join forces with Qixu and lure the other civilizations to attack us. Lu Yin said, no matter what, we're certain that there's an unknown entity hiding here, and Master Qingqiao is working with that entity. So what's Master Qingqiao's true goal? Jingmen Xiangyu hesitated for a moment and slowly said, have you ever experienced being oppressed, ordered, and enslaved? Just like the desolate god, the astral beast had been enslaved by the above heaven sect, which had caused it to develop a desire for destruction. The spiritualized universe had a dark past. During that time, many people from the ninth heaven universe had spiritualized, and they did not treat the spiritualized cultivators as humans at all. Robbery and enslavement were common, and the spiritualized universe had to protect those people. This experience had indeed made Master Qingqiao resentful. If not for Yu Sangtian's decisive battle with Ru Shi and the killing of Ru Shi, the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe would not dare to spiritualize. Lu Yin would have seen another spiritualized universe, one that was filled with killing, resentment, and confusion. Master Qingqiao had experienced this period of time, and it was normal for him to want to get rid of the spiritualized universe's situation of being robbed of resources by the ninth heaven universe. The unknown gave him a promise, Lu Yin said. This was the only reason why Master Qingqiao would help the unknown. But the unknown clearly wants to destroy the human civilization. Jingmen Xiangyu shook his head. If the human civilization is stagnant and no longer produces eternal realm cultivators, what's the point of living like ants? Would you go to the Xuanhuan universe to get rid of a mangy dog? His words were harsh, but they were the truth. But Lu Yin always felt that something was wrong. Master Qingqiao was an eternal realm cultivator. Under the premise that the human race and the unknown had fought in the past, would he still rely on the unknown? Would he let the human civilization weaken? Or could it be that the unknown gave him other promises? Just as he was about to ask again, Jingmen Xiangyu exhaled heavily. We can't see clearly whether Master Qingqiao has joined forces with the unknown now, but he once joined forces with Qi Su. Lu Yin was surprised. You can tolerate this? Jingmen Xiangyu smiled bitterly. I wasn't there. At that time there was no Jingmen Xiangyu. It was Qinglian Xiangyu who told me. Before Mi Jin Xiangyu died, he specifically told us not to deal with Master Qingqiao. There was only one reason. When the human race was facing a catastrophe, Master Qingqiao had to stand up. He was, after all, a human. Lu Yin's gaze was shocked and he was in awe. Mi Jin Xiangyu, this was Mi Jin Xiangyu. Many places in the ninth heaven universe, including the human race's foreign strategy, were inseparable from Mi Jin Xiangyu. His spirit was admirable and his wisdom was also admirable. It was a pity that such a person died. However, although Lu Yin admired such a selfless person, if he had a choice, he might not protect Master Qingqiao. The prerequisite for Master Qingqiao to help the human race and become the combat power of the human civilization was that the human civilization was facing a catastrophe. But before that, the catastrophe might be related to Master Qingqiao. It was a pity that an eternal realm died, but it was better than being buried by this eternal realm. Mi Jin Xiangyu and Hui Zhu were the same kind of people, but they were different from him. He could never be that selfless. Senior, do you think Mi Jin Xiangyu did the right thing? Lu Yin asked. Jingmen Xiangyu shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at her. Is there a gate in the Tianyuan universe? Jingmen Xiangyu and Lu Yin looked at each other deeply. There used to be one, but it was destroyed. Has it been destroyed? Lu Yin was thoughtful. If this matter was reversed, it was precisely because the gate of the Tianyuan universe was destroyed that the ninth heaven universe did not care about the Tianyuan universe and promised Master Qingqiao not to come into contact with the Tianyuan universe. That was why the Eternals had a foothold. Then, could it be understood that the gate had to be destroyed? It was both the ninth heaven universe's idea and the unknown's idea. So if there was an unknown, it would be easy to hide in the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin was used to thinking about many things in reverse. It was not that he was smarter than Jingmen Xiangyu, but he came from the Tianyuan universe. What he saw and thought was different from Jingmen Xiangyu. In particular, he was not an eternal realm cultivator, so there were no restrictions. He was freer than an eternal realm cultivator. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at the starry sky. If the gate could be broken with the first palm, maybe it would not attract the attention of the unknown. Lu Yin looked at the back of Jingmen Xiangyu. Senior, did you do your best? No. Lu Yin stared at her. Jingmen Xiangyu looked back at Lu Yin. But that was the strongest palm I could hit in a hurry. Lu Yin withdrew his gaze and nodded. Senior, you don't have to blame yourself. If you want to break the gate with one palm, it may delay for a moment. That moment will also be noticed by the unknown. The difference is that there will not be a second sword shadow. This difference has nothing to do with Senior. I did not let the second sword shadow do anything. If you want to talk about blame, it should be me. I should have informed Senior in advance. It's not that I didn't know you were going to make a move, but no one expected the gate to suddenly appear. Jingmen Xiangyu interrupted. After that, he looked at Lu Yin curiously. Speaking of which, you seem to know that scarlet power. Lu Yin told him about his cultivation of divine power. Does Chishu know this power? Jingmen Xiangyu nodded. Yes. Lu Yin exhaled. Senior, are you not worried that I can't control this power and eventually become an unknown person? Jingmen Xiangyu laughed. Qinglian Xiangyu used karma to investigate your life. Although it may not be complete, he can still roughly understand you. Do you know his evaluation of you? I'd like to hear the details. Lu Yin was curious. Jingmen Xiangyu looked solemn. You're sick. Lu Yin? Why did he scold him? You have an almost morbid obsession with the inheritance and freedom of your own race and civilization. You have an almost morbid persistence in your bottom line. You are seriously ill, so anyone can betray humanity, but you definitely won't because you will never be able to get past yourself. This illness is incurable. Lu Yin thought he would hear all kinds of praise. He was qualified to be praised by the eternal realm. No matter how modest he was definitely qualified. But he didn't expect to hear such words. He didn't know if it was good or bad. But some people had said that he was greedy, cruel, and useless. It didn't matter. Jingmen Xiangyu smiled. I admire your disease. Lu Yin, if Master Qingqiao also had your disease, Jingmen Xiangyu wouldn't have died. If everyone in the human civilization had this disease, maybe our human civilization could also become a fishing civilization one day. We wouldn't have to live in fear. Jingmen Xiangyu sighed. I really hope Master Qingqiao has this disease. Before he finished speaking, Master Qingqiao walked out of the void and looked at Jingmen Xiangyu in a daze. Are you cursing me? He only heard the last sentence. Jingmen Xiangyu glanced at him and left. He didn't even want to say anything. Master Qingqiao looked at Lu Yin. We are being watched. Chishu's death can't be hidden anymore. Is there an unknown hidden in the human civilization? Lu Yin asked directly. Master Qingqiao didn't answer. Instead he asked, Did you see it clearly? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. You are cooperating with the unknown. What promise did the unknown give you? You still didn't see it clearly. Otherwise you wouldn't ask me this question. Master Qingqiao shook his head. Then continue. After that he left. Lu Yin stood in place. He couldn't force Master Qingqiao to speak, but Master Qingqiao didn't refute. Lu Yin felt uneasy. The human civilization seemed to be prosperous. There were 3 eternal realm cultivators in the Jiuxiao universe, 1 in the spiritualized universe, and a number of cultivators. It was enough to stand tall in the universe and destroy foreign civilizations that might expose the Jiuxiao universe. But now he saw clearly that the human civilization was too tired. Please download the Haoyu app. Please download the Haoyu app. The new chapter provides you with the fastest update. Chapter 403, Haoyu. Some people read it for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4004. Today's human civilization was plagued by internal and external troubles. A few immortal realm cultivators were not enough. It would be better if there were twice as many immortal realm cultivators. How many immortal realm cultivators were there? How strong was the fishing civilization? Lu Yin looked around. There was nothing left. The ground was melted and there were intermittent cracks in the void around him. He landed on the edge of a distant place that was not affected by the battle. He waited to see if Wangda's people would appear, even though the possibility was very small. Of course he would try to find Wangda here. Since the door was here, Wangda might be the center of existence around it. It was the easiest place to find Wangda. Suddenly Huaixi shook and the image of the great master appeared. What happened? The battle between Lu Yin and Ji had caused a huge commotion, and the blue sword shadow had caused an even bigger commotion. Lu Yin did not know what to say. He did not know what the Great Master had learned from alarmed Gate Xianyu. He could only ask her to ask alarmed Gate Xianyu. The Great Master looked at him with disdain. You asked me for help before and I didn't refuse. My people have already dealt with the guy who caused you trouble. What? Do you not know anything now? Lu Yin also felt embarrassed. I found Wang Da's door. The Great Master was surprised. Really? How is it? Alarmed Gate Xianyu is here, so I asked you to ask her directly. She is the one who did it. Understood. Let me remind you, even if you found the door, don't underestimate Wang Da. Finding the door doesn't mean that Wang Da can be destroyed. Destroying Wang Da is my condition, but I guess you don't care about the condition. Of course I care. How can I not care about the Azure Lotus Xianyu? Is that so? It's good that you care. The conversation ended. Lu Yin put away Huai. The Great Master was the first, but she would not be the last. Many people wanted to know what had happened, but these things could not be told to them. Now he wanted to see the difference between the Scarlet Power and Divine Power. He wanted to see if he could find Wang Da with this power. In the eastern region there was a mountain called Lin Lu Mountain. There was a clan on Lin Lu Mountain called the Lin Lu Mountain Clan. That clan was very ordinary. They were one of the clans in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Back in the days, nobody dared offend them because of the spring and autumn talisman. But now they had been expelled from Lin Lu Mountain. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, right, Lin Lu Mountain family? No, from today onwards you're not allowed to call yourselves Lin Lu Mountain family or else you'll see. Scram. Someone shouted loudly from the summit. Waves of energy surged, causing the mountain rocks to tremble as they smashed downwards. The group of people laughed. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of people sullenly walked out of the mountain without saying a word. They were the former Lin Lu Mountain family, but now they had become stray dogs. This Lin Lu Mountain clan once relied on the spring and autumn jade slip to bully the surrounding clans many times. Now they've finally gotten their revenge. There were people all over Lin Lu Mountain discussing this matter. The fact that our three clans didn't annihilate the Lin Lu Mountain clan is a good thing. That's not entirely true. After all, this Lin Lu Mountain clan has some foundations. If they were forced into a corner and fought us to the death, our losses wouldn't be small either. There are many ambitious clans in the surrounding area. Don't let them take advantage of us. It's already good enough that we were able to seize Lin Lu Mountain. But what about the Lin Lu Mountain clan master? Are we going to let him go just like that? These words caused many people on the mountain to be uncertain. That was a character after all. Gradually, traces of the Lin Lu Mountain clan could no longer be seen. The thousands of people from the Lin Lu Mountain clan were dressed in ragged clothes. Many of them were seriously injured and coughing up blood continuously. Only a few shabby beast carriages were moving slowly, carrying their clan members and a woman. No one knew, including the clans that had annihilated the Lin Lu Mountain clan. There was an outsider in the Lin Lu Mountain clan named Shuesu. Cough cough. On the beast carriage, a middle-aged man coughed up blood. He was the Lin Lu Mountain clan master. On the other side, Shuesu was nervous. She glanced behind from time to time and sighed in relief when she saw that no one was chasing them. Don't worry, I've said it before. If anyone dares to chase us, I'll beat them up. I'll definitely be able to kill one of them. The three clans are wary of each other and won't make a move, the Lin Lu Mountain clan master said. Shuesu nodded and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. If we lose Lin Lu Mountain, where will your clan go? The middle-aged man let out a deep breath and looked at Shuesu. There will always be a place to stay. Every clan has a backup plan and we are no exception. Although that place is much worse than Lin Lu Mountain, it's better than nothing. Shuesu was silent and did not say anything else. The middle-aged man looked at Shuesu deeply. You still don't want to contact Mr. Lu? Hearing this, Shuesu was helpless. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, Sir, I've said it before. I met Mr. Lu by chance. We've only been walking together for a while and have never crossed paths. Why waste your time on me? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Perhaps. After that, he fell silent. Shuesu was really helpless. She really did not have any friendship with Mr. Lu. She was just brought along and made a small deal. He pitied her. That was all. There was nothing else. Some time ago, when she passed by Lin Lu Mountain, she was warmly invited to be a guest by the Lin Lu Mountain clan. She could not leave even if she wanted to. It was not that she was under house arrest, but that they were too enthusiastic. As soon as she stepped out of the door, a few little girls and children from the Lin Lu Mountain clan hugged her legs and cried. They said that if she left, the clan would break their legs. She really had no choice. She had been with the Linlu Mountain clan until now. She did not expect to encounter such a thing. Now she had to flee with the Linlu Mountain clan. She did not dare to leave alone now. Who knew if the three clans would kill her? She did not understand why the Linlu Mountain clan master was so stubborn. She had already said that it had nothing to do with Mr. Lu, but didn't it fly away a long time ago? Now that she thought about it, the journey with Mr. Lu back then was really a dream. She did not expect to be with such a person. Mr. Lu had cut down the 4 regions with his sword, faced immortality directly, defeated the insectoid nest civilization, killed the insectoid lord, and fought an earth-shattering battle with the centipedes. He was the absolute #1 person under immortality. She did not even dare to think about being in contact with such a person. She did not expect to have actually been in contact with him. Shui Su did not know the Linlu Mountain clan master at all. She did not know him at all. If she did, she would never have come to Linlu Mountain. The head of the Linlu Mountain family was a very strange person. He looked normal, just like an ordinary cultivator, but in fact he was extremely scheming. With his identity as a cultivator family, there wasn't much to talk about, but if one looked back at the history of his family, one would see his legend. This was because the Linlu Mountain clan didn't exist in the past. There was only a cultivator called xianxia. It was this cultivator who developed an ordinary clan from nothing into a cultivator clan that occupied the entire Linlu Mountain. Countless cultivators in the surrounding area were afraid of them, but there was nothing they could do. This person did not rely on his cultivation, but on his scheming. He was good at forming alliances, flattering, and so on. In order to form a relationship with the Spring and Autumn Scroll, he deliberately put himself in danger and gave the scroll a chance to rescue him. He owed the scroll a favor for saving his life. In reality, the scroll's disciple had casually helped him, but he had exaggerated it countless times. Combining the strength of his clan and offering resources became a popular topic for a time. The Spring and Autumn Scroll also remembered him, and no one in the Linlu Mountain clan dared to provoke him. This was his way of doing things. However, because he had attached himself to the Spring and Autumn Scroll, he had been blinded. He only had eyes for the scroll, and he had offended Lu Yin in the Mausoleum Plains. Fortunately, he had realized in time and did not continue to offend him. After the Spring and Autumn Scroll was destroyed, he fled back to Linlu Mountain and began to look for the next target he could attach himself to. When he saw Shui Su, he set his sights on her. Was there a better target than Lu Yin in the 9 Firmaments universe? Had he offended him before? Wrong. Back in the Mausoleum Plains, he had wanted to buy Mr. Lu's calligraphy, but he had accidentally offended him. His heart was sincere. As for Shui Su saying that she could not contact Lu Yin, he did not believe her and did not need to believe her. He just needed to keep an eye on her. Sincerity was the key to success. That was the way he operated. A few days later, they arrived at a floating lake. Sunlight shone through the lake, casting many shadows on the ground. It was very beautiful. Xianxia had specifically instructed that no one speak when they arrived here, and they passed by in silence. This place was controlled by a powerful clan known as the Water Clan. It was a very ordinary name, but few in the Eastern Domain dared to provoke them. If Linlu Mountain could only be considered an inconspicuous overlord in the Eastern Domain, then the Water Clan could be considered one of the few powerful existences in the Eastern Domain, second only to the major powers. Linlu Mountain needed to attach themselves to the Spring and Autumn Scroll, but the Water Clan did not. The Spring and Autumn Scroll respected them. If they continued to develop smoothly, they might become the second Tianmen Luo family. However, such a powerful clan had encountered a calamity at the Death Hill. Blades flashed and swords flashed and blood rained down. A layer of blood floated on the surface of the lake and dripped down. It was as if the sky was raining red. The Linlu Mountain clan stared blankly at the bloody rain falling from the sky. Who dared to attack the Water Clan? The Linlu Mountain clan was extremely powerful. In the carriage, Xianxia looked at the lake and saw the leader of the Water Clan, who had also wanted to attach himself to the Water Clan. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. Since when did the Death Hill become Mr. Lu's lackey? You belong to the continent of the 9 clouds, not the Tianyuan continent. Why are you attacking us? Xianxia frowned. Mr. Lu? Shui Su also looked at the sky and saw an old man kneeling on one knee. There was a blade against his neck. That blade belonged to Long Yin, the leader of the 3rd mountain of the Death Hill. Long Yin's eyes were ice cold. During the war, you tarnished Mr. Lu's reputation. After the war, you slandered Mr. Lu and tried to drive a wedge between us. I'm guessing that your next step is to find a junior imperial tutor and influence them to oppose Mr. Lu. You're not doing this for the continent of the 9 clouds. I'm doing this for the continent of the 9 clouds, said the old man angrily. He stared at Long Yin ferociously. You're just a lowly cultivator from the Xuanhuan continent. What makes you think you're above the continent of the 9 clouds? Is there no one in the continent of the 9 clouds? If you do this, the Xuanhuan continent will look down on the continent of the 9 clouds even more. Long Yin's eyes were filled with murder. Besides, are you really doing this for the continent of the 9 clouds? He waved his hand and someone appeared. It was an old woman. When the old man saw the old woman, he frowned and his face turned deathly pale. The old woman knelt down on the ground and shivered. Han Li's Adventures Chapter 404 Influence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4005. Long Yin sneered. What a pretentious reason. On the surface, you joined forces with the other families to slander Mr. Lu, but in fact, you used it as an excuse to lead the other families to win people's hearts. You secretly poisoned the leaders of the other families to take them under your command. You're really bold. The elder stared at Long Yin. Impossible. How did she know? He had done it secretly. The news should not have been leaked. Unless someone was watching him and investigating him. But why would someone suddenly investigate him? Long Yin narrowed his eyes. You underestimate Mr. Lu too much. Even though you're using Mr. Lu as a pretense, your hostility towards Mr. Lu is real. You did do something to provoke the relationship between the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds and Mr. Lu. It was Mr. Lu who told Death Hill to look for you. Mr. Lu is someone who understands karma. The elder was shocked. Was karma so omnipotent? He had not done anything to Lu Yin, but he could find him. This was karma. This was karma. Karma was heaven. Originally, no matter what you did, as long as you did not break the rules, it had nothing to do with Death Hill. But you slandered Mr. Lu during the war with the Hive civilization and affected the war situation. This is worse than breaking the rules. The water family will disappear. After that, the blade slashed and the spirit seed fell. It was not just the water family. They were only the leading force in the east. The 4 regions of Jiuxiao had families leading them. They wanted to use this method to jump out of the family's scope and become a force. If Lu Yin had not calculated himself and not found them, they might have succeeded. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to have schemed against Lu Yin. But they could only scheme against Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin could be identified as the enemy of many people in Jiuxiao universe. Many people in Jiuxiao universe looked down on the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. This was the basis of their schemes. But those people had disappeared today. Long Yin looked down and saw the Linlu mountain family through the bottom of the lake. They were silently walking away. She also saw Shuesu. She was surprised. She had seen this woman before in the Ling Plains. Below, the Linlu mountain family did not dare to look up. They sped up and left. Lin Jie sighed. The destruction of the water family was related to Mr. Lu. That person could really influence the entire Jiuxiao universe. Even Death Hill was helping him. You saw Mr. Lu's influence? Shuesu said, I really have nothing to do with him. Just as Lin Jie was about to speak, the beast carriage stopped and a voice came from outside. Death Hill's 3rd summit's Long Yin, the people in the beast carriage come out and speak. Lin Jie's expression changed. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly got off the carriage. Shuesu hesitated for a moment before following him. Long Yin glanced at Lin Jie and his gaze fell on Shuesu. Do you have any difficulties? Lin Jie's heart sank and he looked at Shuesu nervously. He was afraid that Shuesu would say that the Lin Lushan family had made things difficult for her. Shuesu shook her head. No, thank you for your concern. Long Yin nodded and looked at Lin Jie. Then he glanced at Shuesu and disappeared. After Long Yin left, Lin Jie heaved a sigh of relief. He faced Shuesu and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mississippi. Shuesu shook her head. I'm fine. Lin Jie said bitterly, if Miss wants to leave, you can leave at any time. This place will not be implicated by Mount Linlu. After all, the people of Death Hill have appeared. I have offended you during this period of time, please forgive me. Shuesu looked at the floating lake that was dyed red in the sky. Could they leave now? She didn't know where to go either. At the place where he had fought with Ji, Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and constantly sensed the scarlet ring that floated around the divine power planet. This power was similar to divine power, but it was different. Divine power must have been transformed from this power, and it was much gentler than this power. Previously, when the people of Wangfu had melted, he had never thought of extracting this power. Firstly, there had not been enough time. Secondly, it would have been useless even if he had extracted it. However, things were different now. He wanted to use the karma celestial phenomenon to deduce all the creatures that cultivated this power. Those creatures were all Wangfu. After calming down for half a month, Lu Yin released the karma celestial Tao and merged it with the karma celestial phenomenon. He looked up. It was time. He could not analyze the specific differences between the scarlet power and divine power. He could only say that the eternity that had created divine power at its peak possessed absolute strength. Otherwise, how could it have betrayed Wangfu in deathly silence? The karma celestial phenomenon descended from the sky, and the karma spiral moved towards Lu Yin. It penetrated the starry sky in his heart and directly passed through the divine power planet, especially the scarlet ring. The karma celestial phenomenon surged again, and the 9 firmaments rumbled. Countless people looked up again, but they were somewhat numb. During this time, the 9 firmaments universe had been constantly rumbling, and even the cultivators did not know where this sound was coming from. Some guessed that it was related to the karma celestial phenomenon, but they could not believe it with their own eyes. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled Gate Lord had his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Yin had started again, and he hoped that he would be able to completely eliminate the dark forces of human civilization. The Great Master also looked up at the sky. Wangfu must be eliminated. Somewhere else, the Eternity looked up with a rare look of unease. This meant that Lu Yin's understanding of karma had reached a new level. In the past, he was confident that Lu Yin would not be able to find him. However, the entire 9 firmaments universe had rumbled, and Lu Yin's battle with Ji had made him realize that the door had been exposed. He did not care about the existence behind Wangfu, but Lu Yin had actually been able to find the door. This was extremely terrifying. Wangfu had hidden itself too deeply, and Lu Yin should not have been able to find it. Now that he had found it, it could only mean that Lu Yin had a completely different way of using the Azure Lotus defense. This way of using it would allow him to find as many creatures as possible. Wangfu could not hide, and neither could the Eternity. If the Eternity had known this would happen, he would not have rushed to the 9 firmaments universe. Lu Yin's progress was too fast and no one could keep up. Perhaps even deathly silence would not be able to escape Lu Yin's pursuit. The feeling of being chased was sullen, and the Eternity felt as if he had returned to the time when he had betrayed Wangfu and deathly silence and fled to the Tianyuan universe. It had been the same back then. He had not even dared to show his face. No matter how others saw it, the rumbling of the 9 firmaments universe continued, and everyone could hear it. Lu Yin frowned at the place where he had fought with Ji. How could he not have divined it? Yes, if he could think of using Wangfu's scarlet power to calculate karma, then the Azure Lotus defense should have thought of it as well. This was not a self-calculation but rather a calculation of that power. There was no need for a stronger karma. The Azure Lotus defense must have calculated it, but if the Eternity had not been able to do so, then Lu Yin would not be able to do so either. Lu Yin sighed. There had to be some hidden power. Fortunately, he still had one more method to try. If that method also failed, then it would truly be difficult to find Wangfu. Only if Wangfu was hostile to him or even plotted against him would he be able to find it by himself. But that would be too slow. Just as he was about to retract his heavenly Tao of karma, he suddenly saw a scarlet line flash through the sky. When he looked again, he could no longer see it. Was it an illusion? No, it was real. There was a scarlet line in the 9 firmaments universe, and it felt exactly the same as Wangfu's power. Could it be that line that was preventing him from divining Wangfu's location? Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry to retract his heavenly Tao of karma, and he continued to calculate. Not being able to find Wangfu's location was one thing, but he still wanted to find the reason. A month quickly passed. During this time, the heavenly Tao of karma continued to consume energy. Fortunately, it had not been able to calculate anything, so it did not consume much energy. This was mainly due to the karma phenomenon. The 9 firmaments universe continued to rumble for an entire month, which left many helpless. Many people were forced out of seclusion as it was impossible not to listen to this sound. Even if they used their power to block it, they could not. It was difficult to explain. During this month, Lu Yin had seen that red line 3 times, and it was like a slithering snake that hid from him in the 9 firmaments universe. It would occasionally appear, but most of the time it was hidden. Even the karma phenomenon could not find it. Lu Yin was certain that his inability to find Wangfu was related to this red line. Was that line unknowable? Could it be that the human civilization had not hidden its unknowability? Could it be that the line that had helped Wang Fu hide and helped the eternity cross xuanhuan and spiritualization? That line was very sentient, so it was not impossible. It could also be considered as a hidden unknowability. Lu Yin opened his eyes and retracted his heavenly Tao of karma. The rumbling disappeared. Countless people heaved sighs of relief. Lu Yin looked up at the blue sky as the mother tree's leaves swayed in the breeze. It was very comfortable. Who would have thought that there would be a red line in this world? That thing made him feel uneasy as he could not even see karma. Every eternal realm cultivator had their own world. The Azure Lotus Protector was the karma phenomenon, the Startling Gate was the door, the Blood Tower Protector definitely had one, and the Grass Grandmaster definitely had one as well. These worlds that were unique to them seemed to have fused their ancestral worlds with the universe. They did not repel each other, but they also could not be seen by others. This was the eternal realm. Was that red line some sort of power, or was it some sort of invisible world? There was no need to ask the Startling Gate Protector about this, as she might not know the answer, and even if she did, she would not be able to give an answer. He could only wait for the Azure Lotus Protector to return before asking. Lu Yin rested for a moment, and then he raised his die. It was time to roll it. He wanted to use the Scarlet Power to roll 6 pips. No matter what, he had drawn that Scarlet Power into the starry sky of his heart, which was equivalent to cultivating. This power could be used to roll the die, and as long as there was someone in the current universe who cultivated this power, there was a chance that they would be integrated. The Eternal could not find him because he had a turbid treasure that could send him back when the die rolled 6 pips. However, not every Eternal Realm cultivator had this ability, as turbid treasures were far too rare. Lu Yin's die was also a turbid treasure, and it had been a long time since he had rolled it. He hoped that he would succeed. As he thought about this, Lu Yin drew out the Scarlet Power and circled it around his palm. He tapped it, and the die slowly spun until it stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin, his luck was too good. It had been too long since he had rolled it. The next moment, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. It was a familiar space, but he still could not figure out what this space was. Logically speaking, with his power level, he should have been able to find the space where this consciousness existed, but only the die could bring him there. If the Eternal wanted to expel his consciousness, they could only rely on a turbid treasure. There were still too many secrets in the universe. His consciousness entered the dark space, and in the distance there were sporadic balls of light. Some were very dim, while others were abnormally bright. Although they were not too bright and Lu Yin felt that they were dimmer than him, they were there, which meant that they could be integrated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4006. Lu Yin was excited. He'd found a way to uncover Wang Fu's identity. He charged towards a nearby ball of light without any hesitation. It wasn't dim at all. His consciousness fused into it. It was cold, very cold. He opened his eyes and saw a group of people kneeling before him. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and looked down. "Ancestor, please wake up. If you don't wake up, the family will be ruined by this idiot." Someone cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Someone on the other side immediately shouted back, "What nonsense are you spouting? Tell me clearly in front of the ancestor. How did I ruin the family? You still won't admit it? I really want to see what you'll look like when the ancestor wakes up. I'm the family leader and I represent the family. You're just a second branch. Cut the crap and scram. This is the ancestor's territory. What right do you have to chase me away? I'm the family leader. I'm also the ancestor's descendant." Lu Yin watched them argue quietly. They weren't the only ones below, there was a group of people kneeling as well. Only these two had the highest status and decent cultivation. They were sequence laws, so they were probably from some family. As for this ancestor, he was a primordial realm expert. These juniors didn't know that this ancestor belonged to Wang Fu, but they couldn't be blamed. The ancestor had slumbered for far, far too long, and these juniors had never seen him before. All they saw was a block of ice. This block of ice was similar to extreme ice. It was bone-chilling, sealing the ancestor's body. Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin saw the ancestor's memories. He saw how he had led the family into battle, how he had been surrounded by his enemies, how he had encountered Wang Fu's people, how he had become one of them, defeated his enemies and worked for Wang Fu. Lu Yin actually saw the eternity in these memories. The eternity had an extremely high status in Wang Fu. In any case, There had never been anyone in Wangfu who could surpass the eternity in status. Why had the eternity betrayed him? Luin was puzzled. This ancestor hadn't had much contact with the eternity, so he didn't know much about the eternity's betrayal. He had been ordered to enter seclusion until the moment of Chishu's death. Now he had slumbered until now. Ancestor, please open your eyes and see this wastrel's ugly face. Ancestor, this guy is betraying the family. Please open your eyes. It's the junior's incompetence. They can't even control a second branch. What's wrong with the second branch? Did you use your spirit seed? The clothes you're wearing are all from your family. I'll take it off for you. Shameless old man. The surrounding people were helpless and could only listen. They had heard such arguments countless times and were already numb to it. It was much better than the rumbling in the sky. Kacha, take it off if you dare, you shameless old thing. So be it, in front of the patriarch. Look at your ugly face, you wastrel. You're shameless. You're a wastrel. Kacha, you wait. Everyone slowly raised their heads and looked up. They could see a human-shaped ice block. Now the ice block had cracked. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly. Kacha, the huge crack extended, and then under everyone's gaze the ice fell, revealing an old man wearing simple clothes. Everyone knelt down in a daze. Ancestor, Bunga, deafening explosion tore through the roof and blood splattered across the ground. Luin had allowed the ancestor to self-destruct. After all, he was a member of Wangming, so what was the point of living? He couldn't get any valuable information from the ancestor's memories. After all, he had been asleep for too long. Inside the house, the second branch shouted, "You're pissing the patriarch off." Everyone was speechless. Back at the battlefield, Luin opened his eyes and exhaled with excitement. The die hadn't disappointed him. It was fine as long as it was useful. Unless Wangming had a turbid treasure, none of them would be able to escape. Continue? Wait. He suddenly thought of something and contacted the Stargate Guardian. Not long after, the scarlet energy gathered in his palm, and he flicked his finger to shake the die. The die spun slowly. 4 pips. Time stop. Luin stayed in there for a year before coming out. He rested for a year and continued to study the scarlet energy. 3 pips, 2 pips, and then 1 pip. Something useless fell out and he rested for 10 days before continuing. 10 days later, Luin flicked his finger and continued to shake the die. 4 pips, 5 pips, 6 pips. He rolled it. His consciousness entered the dark space once more. There were balls of light in front of him, but they were very dim. He found a random ball of light and merged with it. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a dark room surrounded by emptiness. Memories flooded in. So that was how it was. The person he had merged with was a half-progenitor on the surface, but he was actually a progenitor. He was waiting for someone to send over a spirit seed that he had plundered. Wangming was the one who plundered the most cultivators in the Ninafirmament's universe. This was what Death Hill had said. Luin hadn't known why Wangming plundered so many cultivators before, but now he knew. Wangming had allowed Ji to fuse 3 spirit seeds and Jiazun to fuse 2, which meant that they had tried and succeeded. Many more people had failed. If he failed, he would have to waste too many spirit seeds. Wangming was constantly plundering cultivators, which was why Death Hill had wanted to eliminate Wangming. Luin also remembered that there was a box in the spring and autumn scroll with the word Tian on it to stop Death Hill's soul-seeking technique. The word Tian was the same as Wangming, which meant that they were working together. How many powers and independent cultivators in the Ninafirmament's universe were working with Wangming? There were far too many. As his memories flooded in, Luin realized that he was currently in a city, and this Wangming person was waiting for a rather powerful person to send over a plundered cultivator. In his memories there were many people who had plundered cultivators for him, and this city was just one of them. The reason why they hadn't been discovered for so long was because they didn't plunder cultivators frequently. In a cultivator's city, no one would care if a few people died. It was too normal. Those with power would use all sorts of reasons to create the illusion that they were killing people and hiding their goal of plundering cultivators. Every city would have to wait for a year or even longer to plunder a cultivator's soul. If it was considered as a city, it would be considered a small number. However, Wang Lin controlled more than one city. It could be said that in the continent of the 9 clouds, there were cultivators in all the cities, there were people in all of them. With so many cities added together, they could plunder cultivators many times a year, and Wangming didn't appear personally. Even if the plundering cultivators were caught by Death Hill, it was a personal action. They had long since found a reason to plunder cultivators in order to deal with Death Hill. Wang Ming had done everything he could, and with the addition of the Tian character to shield them from the spirit-seeking technique, the number of spirit seeds they had was constantly increasing. This was an exaggerated number. There was a knock on the door. Lu Yin didn't speak, allowing the person outside to enter. Soon, the door opened and a bearded man entered. He had a rough appearance and scars on his face, but he was extremely respectful to Lu Yin. "My lord, I've got it." The bearded man handed over a cosmic ring. Lu Yin took it and left without saying a word. The bearded man bowed and waited for Lu Yin to leave before sighing in relief. Every time he faced this person he was terrified. He didn't know where this person came from or what his identity was, but he knew that if he didn't do as he was told, he would die. As for whether or not he would be discovered by Death Hill, that was something to worry about later. He didn't want to die right now. Lu Yin left the city and went to a remote area. He took out this person's brooch and contacted Stargate Xianxia. Soon, a door appeared in front of him and he stepped out. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lu Yin where he had fought Xi. Lu Yin opened his eyes and across from him, the person named Wang Ming was awake as well. When he saw Lu Yin, his pupils constricted and his scarlet eyes flashed with killing intent, but Lu Yin quickly suppressed it. Scarlet power spread from the person's body and tried to melt him. As he melted and died, Lu Yin forcefully extracted some of the scarlet power to replenish his divine force planet belt. Every time he fused enhance into someone's body, it consumed power, so he had to replenish it as much as possible. It was a pity that the primordial realm ancestor could have replenished him quite a bit. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Yin took out the brooch and contacted Stargate Xianxia. On the Stargate Terrace, Stargate Xianxia praised, "There's such a turbid treasure? It's truly amazing. Why don't you continue to hide it?" Lu Yin didn't blush and said, "Why should I hide it before Senior?" In reality, the Eternals had long known about his use of enhance into someone's body. Yu Sang Tian and the others in the consciousness universe also knew about it, so there was no point in hiding it. He didn't know whether Stargate Xianxia knew or not, but that didn't stop him from saying it. Stargate Xianxia smiled, "Is that why you extracted Wang Fu's power? Looks like we can finally get rid of Wang Fu." Lu Yin wrote down a list. These are the people who were controlled by that cultivator just now. They would occasionally plunder and wouldn't be discovered, so they thought they could rest easy. Stargate Xiangxia's eyes were cold. Plundering a cultivator, even if it's just once, is a death sentence. "Thank you." Lu Yin put away his brooch. "Then let's continue." He was not afraid that Mang Mo would know that one of his own had died. Their powers had been cultivated, unless they had turbid treasures or completely dispersed their powers. However, the moment they dispersed their powers, Startled Gate Xianxia would be able to sense it. Xianxia couldn't find the whole Wang Fu, but once one of them used their power, they would be found and die without a doubt. It was the same fate as when Lu Yin found them. What awaited them was only death. Other than the list of plundering cultivators, Lu Yin also told Stargate Xianxia the location where Wang Fu had placed the cultivator's spirit. This was where the person who had just merged with Wang Fu had placed it. After a period of time, he would meet up with the rest of Wang Fu and hand over the cultivator's spirit. Unfortunately, this person didn't know who had met up with him or where they were. Lu Yin would look for them one by one. This person was only a progenitor, and if he was lucky enough, he would be able to merge with a stronger Wang Fu cultivator and learn everything. Wang Fu's plundering of cultivators was rarely discovered due to its concealment and the fact that its own cultivators didn't communicate with each other. This ensured Wang Fu's safety, and even if it was exposed, it would only be one of them. This also helped Lu Yin, as Lu Yin could eliminate a few Wang Fu cultivators without the others knowing. But he didn't care whether they knew or not, as they couldn't escape. The web version is slow. Please download the Haoyue app. Please download the Haoyue app. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 406, Haoyue. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4007. He tapped the die again and it continued to spin. In the eastern domain, Lu Xiu was strolling leisurely on the streets outside the Donglin Sword Gate with her maid. People greeted her wherever she went, and they all looked at her with smiles. "Good morning, Uncle Nan. Your porridge is getting better and better." "Thank you, Miss Xiu. You can have more if you like." "No problem." Lu Xiu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Miss Xiu, try this old lady's biscuits. Wow, you made biscuits? Thank you, Granny. Bring more back if you like. Of course. Miss, the Silan domain was both a place for cultivators and mortals. The people living here were very happy, and the Silan sword gate never bullied mortals. A pair of eyes stared at Lu Xiu from the shadows. It was cold at first, but it quickly softened. He hadn't expected that the Wangmin cultivator he'd merged with would actually be outside the Donglin sword gate. It wasn't too far from the gate, and he immediately spotted Lu Xiu, who was popular on the streets. She looked so carefree, smiling so happily. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock as the memories flooded into his mind. This Wangming cultivator wasn't here to rob cultivators. He was here for Lu Xiu. This person was here to keep an eye on Lu Xiu. Lu Yin didn't know why, but he knew that he was here for her. He didn't know why, but Lu Yin could guess. Perhaps Wang Ming already knew that Chiu Su's 7 emotions were inside the 7 fairies, so he was sent here to keep an eye on her. If that was the case, then the rest of the 7 fairies would be targeted as well. Of course, who could target Chiu Su? That would be courting death. However, it was too easy for Lu Xiu to be targeted. This person had been here for a very long time. Lu Yin even saw himself through the memories. This person had seen him when he helped Lu Xizhan become the head of the Silan Sword Gate. He'd seen his battle with Lu Xizhan, which had helped Lu Xizhan break through to crossing calamity. He took a long look at Lu Xiu, who was walking leisurely on the streets, and withdrew from the fusion. His consciousness returned to his body, and he contacted the Stargate Protector. I found a Wangming cultivator. He's watching Lu Xiu. The Stargate Protector was surprised. Watching Lu Xiu? That's right. His job is to keep an eye on Lu Xiu and nothing else. I don't know what his goal is, but all he has to do is keep an eye on her. Jingmin Shangyu was silent for a moment. I understand. Tell me where it is. The news of Chi Su's death must have spread. I wonder what will happen to the 7 fairies? When the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard returns, I'll remove Chi Su's emotions from their bodies. It won't affect them personally, but I don't know if I can clearly sense Chi Su's death. Lu Yin nodded, as there was no point in keeping the 7 emotions. Right, he suddenly thought of something. Can you give me the 7 emotions? For you? Increase karma. Alright, I will inform Lord Green Lotus. Thank you, Senior. I'll continue then. With that, Lu Yin put the wise silk away and continued shaking the die. He rested for another 10 days before continuing. Over the next month, Lu Yin rolled 6 pips 3 times, all of which were integrated into the bodies of the cultivators who had plundered the cultivators of the Wangfu. It marked out the people who had plundered the cultivators on behalf of the Wangfu, and it had been recorded by Death Hillock so that he could act at any time. Most of these people didn't know that they were working for the Wangfu, but plundering cultivators was a taboo, so it didn't matter who they were working for. Lu Yin also found 2 boxes, and if he wasn't wrong, they had the word Tian suppressing them. His soul-seeking technique couldn't find them at all, and just like the box in the Spring and Autumn Scroll, he didn't know how many cultivators were inside. These boxes, which were buried outside and waiting for the higher-level cultivators of the Wangfu to take away, would not contain too many cultivators. They would be taken away roughly once every 100 years. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Yin did nothing but look for the Wangfu. The outside world was much calmer because of this. However, when the Death Hillock closed the net, it would inevitably cause a commotion. Lu Yin found a large group of people who had plundered cultivators. These people had hidden themselves too well, and even if they were found by the Death Hillock, it could be said that it was a fight between enemies. It was easy to get away with it, and the stolen cultivators would immediately hand them over to the Wangfu cultivators, making it very difficult to catch them. During this time, he also integrated himself into the bodies of several cultivators who were keeping an eye on the 7 fairies. One was hidden in the Zhu family of the western regions, one in Manifestation Valley, and one in the Autumn South's Hongya family. He'd already found 4 Wangfu cultivators who were keeping an eye on the 7 fairies, but they didn't make a move. He'd wait until all of them were found. Over the past half a year, Lu Yin had found and dealt with the Wangfu cultivators one by one. He'd also extracted quite a bit of scarlet energy from their bodies, and more importantly, he'd experienced the feeling of fusing with a spirit seed. Not every cultivator was qualified to fuse with a spirit seed. In other words, there were very few experts who could fuse with a spirit seed within the sect. 2 months ago, Lu Yin's consciousness had appeared in a dark space and seen a bright ball of light. Although it was still dim to him, it was equivalent to the bitter adversity level. That ball of light represented a Wangfu cultivator who had fused with 2 spirit seeds, just like Jiezun. Lu Yin fused into the cultivator's body and constantly recalled the process and state of fusing with a spirit seed. He even saw the place where the Wangfu cultivator had tried to fuse with a spirit seed, but unfortunately that place had already been moved. This cultivator had been asleep for too long. Within the Wangfu, important people would remain asleep as long as they didn't have a mission and wouldn't come out. Through his memories, Lu Yin experienced the feeling of fusing with a spirit seed, and then he used the Gate of Wonder to let the Wangfu cultivator he'd fused with ascend the startling Sparrow Terrace and fuse with a spirit seed in front of the startling Gate Xianxia. The startling Gate Xianxia had seen Wangfu cultivators fuse with spirit seeds before. However, she had never experienced fusing with a spirit seed in front of her and then observed. Lu Yin's actions had refreshed her worldview time and time again, catching her off guard. Fusing with a spirit seed had given Lu Yin a deep understanding. He always felt that if Wangfu's power could fuse with a spirit seed, then other powers might be able to as well. He needed to find a way to fuse with a spirit seed, and once he found it, the power of the 9th firmament universe would transform. It would then be easier to deal with other cosmic civilizations. However, the price was that the scarlet ring of the divine force planet near his heart had been depleted by more than half, and it was close to nothingness. Fortunately, he'd extracted a lot of scarlet energy from the Wangfu cultivator who'd fused with a spirit seed, making up for it. After experiencing fusing with a spirit seed, Lu Yin wanted to experience it again. Lu Yin had not returned to Blackpool City since he'd left more than half a year ago. Little Green King and the others had been waiting for him, but when they didn't see him, they searched for traces of Lu Yin and finally determined the location of the battle between Lu Yin and Ji. One by one they left Blackpool City and headed there. Xianxia didn't go as she was too lazy to go. Lu Yin was in Blackpool City, and she wanted to settle accounts with him. Since Lu Yin wasn't there, then she wouldn't go as it was too tiring. During this time, Blackpool City wasn't peaceful. Deathly stillness had been discovered, and the startling Gate Xianxia had ordered all the heavenly spirit array masters of the 9th firmament universe to come to Blackpool to study the spirit treasure array. Now, too many spirit treasure cultivators had gathered in Blackpool, and they all knew that whoever could solve the mystery of the spirit treasure array would be able to establish a relationship with the startling Gate Xianxia. No matter how bad it would still be a great contribution to the 9th firmament universe, and they could almost do whatever they wanted, just like those who'd climbed Hefeng Mountain. No one could resist this temptation. Most people came from the western regions. Blackpool City became even more lively. Above Blackpool, the spirit treasure cultivators arrived one by one, far away from the spirit treasure array, and racked their brains to calculate. At the front were 5 heavenly spirit array masters, and they were considered the people with the highest status in the 9th firmament universe. Li Gui Juling and Yu Jing were among them, and 2 of them were rogue cultivators. Behind the 5 of them were heavenly spirit array masters, and among them were people from the Ju and Yu families. The 3 major clans controlled Songtian City, and they were the leaders of the 9th firmament universe's universal spirit treasure array masters, and they nurtured more than 1 or 2 heavenly spirit array masters. There were also heavenly spirit array masters from the spiritualized universe, and they were behind the 5 people. One of them was Heavenly Master Yuran, one of the 9 heavenly masters of the spiritualized universe's Universal Spirit Treasure Association, and she could be considered the person in charge of the association. She didn't follow the Plain Master sect to support the Tianyuan universe, as the spiritualized universe's Universal Spirit Treasure Association couldn't be left uncontrolled. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at the spirit treasure array in the distance, and the shock in her heart had yet to be suppressed. She was shocked by the complexity and magnificence of the spirit treasure array, and also by Lu Yin. Who would have thought that the 3rd master of the Great Uvilla would become the strongest person under eternal life, and he could decide the fate of the 9th firmament universe and the spiritualized universe with a single word? The things he had done were unbelievable. Thinking about the words of Heavenly Master Su Shi Dao before she left, Heavenly Master Yuran exhaled with mixed feelings. He didn't know when he would see the 3rd master again. These juniors are too stupid. We can't even see through the array and they're just wasting their time here. Heavenly Master Yuran looked over and saw the heavenly spirit array masters from the 9th firmament universe sitting not far away. There were about 10 heavenly spirit array masters in the spiritualized universe, and it was said that the 3 major clans of Songtian City alone had close to 10 of them. The number of heavenly spirit array masters would not be less than 30. The difference was too big. Let's let them see. Maybe it will give you and me some inspiration, another person said with a smile. He had a good temper. I'm so noisy. You're all delusional. The person who spoke earlier frowned and glanced behind. Suddenly it was much quieter. Then he looked in the direction of Heavenly Master Yuran and frowned even more. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. There were 3 Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the spiritualized universe, and they were all from the Spirit Treasure Association. They had been specially brought over by Jingmen Xianyu. Regardless of the strength of the Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the spiritualized universe, the 2 universes were different. They might be able to discover something if their knowledge collided. However, many people from the 9th Firmament universe looked down on the spiritualized universe. Heavenly Master Yuran looked away and exchanged glances with the other 2 from the Spirit Treasure Association. They smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Then they looked at the Spirit Treasure Array in the distance. Although the Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the 9th Firmament universe were disdainful, they didn't say anything. After all, the other party had been brought over by Jingmen Xianyu. At that moment, someone in front of them said, I heard that Master Min is coming. Ligua opened her eyes and looked to the right. Master Min is still alive. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.